Oh, hello everybody.
Hello.
The transition did not work completely. We've just got a straight cut. Welcome to the Heroes of the Storm 10th anniversary tournament here on Heroes Lounge. I am joined today by Getaway. How are you doing today, Getaway?
I'm doing good. Procrastinating on doing my uni assignments here to be on this big day, the 10th anniversary. Couldn't miss that. Sadly, not able to participate, but here for the casting instead.
Yeah, as you said,
How are you today?
I'm very well. I'm very well. We are, excited to have you here. We are excited to have all our teams. We had so many teams sign up for the Heroes 10th anniversary. We weren't quite expecting to completely fill out. We thought maybe we'll get to 48. That was sort of the envision we had, but we had more than that. I can't even remember the number now. It was like 50 something. But obviously, so many people here to celebrate the 10th anniversary. Already, of course, sign-ups are open for season 27, but that's going to be closing next week. Now we are here for this. And these teams, they battle through their group stage to make it to the semi-final. We've got Sloth Sanctuary versus the Sigma Males. Both two very capable teams. And we are here starting on Battlefield of Eternity. So we are just waiting to see. I think everyone's getting ready. But ultimately, we've got everyone here in the chat. Lovely to see you all as well. Of course, there's so many things been happening with Heroes of the Storm recently. There is, of course, the big pro tournament that's going on. I say pro, the cash tournament, and they've been doing so well every week on, week out. But, of course, we are here to celebrate the amateur community and those of us who play in not just Heroes Lounge, but a few other sort of amateur tournaments as well. I think there's big shout-outs to a lot of the people who keep little things going on in the background, even though Heroes Lounge is here, obviously, season by season, but there are people who do little things. But let's get into the draft, shall we? Get away. And of course, this is a big celebration of all Heroes of the Storm. Do you think some of the teams will be picking heroes that we don't usually see just to have a little bit of experimentation, a little bit of extra celebration?
On Battlefield? I'm afraid we're gonna have to see a lot of typical picks here on Battlefield, such as like Stuka, Varian, some good rush heroes, Raynor, Greymane.
I mean, if they're feeling creative, maybe
like
we'll
that.
see an Artanis, though, Getaway.
Yeah, that's true. That's also a good rusher here in this map. And we got the Varian banned at least, so we won't be seeing that at least.
So, yeah, Varian banned out. I think everything else is very much, those race heroes. It very much simplifies the map. If you've got good things to attack the Immortal, you can play this map much more simply. If you want to go for that more control element, like with the Garrosh, the Maiev, trying to pull people into those Immortal stuns, it takes a lot more skill and concentration.
It is really good if you can pull it off, though. Really getting that stun there. We do see a ban on Vela also, so also will not be seeing her.
Yeah, another one of those race heroes.
Tassadar.
Tassadar's an interesting one, but I think that is sort of a little bit of a special from the side of Sigma Males.
A sniper ban, perchance.
Yeah. They've done their research. Obviously, no one really knew who they were going up against. Even myself, I didn't really know who everyone was playing until last night when the seedings were done. Even because Sloth Sanctuary waited until the last minute to finish their match. But we are here now, and obviously everyone's done some preparation. We're seeing Stukov. So those heroes that you called out earlier on, Getaway, completely locked out.
A leading pick.
Yeah, obviously she's very good at barraging sort of the Immortal and players from a distance with that Triumvirate level 4 talent. Really helps out with keeping pressure on.
Especially when she can shoot through walls. Her orb coming just out of nowhere.
Really is quite helpful.
A Deckard. And a Hanzo, also very strong picks. I'm hoping a lot of people go for the sleep ult with Deckard. Stay a while and listen, or what it's called.
Yeah.
I prefer Lornado's to really just have a bunch of map control, especially the tier 20, and you can like knock him into a wall and just have 5 tornadoes going on him.
The cooldown reduction, especially if you find that corner, it's basically a mosh pit, but just with books flying at your face instead of music.
Constantly.
Speaking of mosh pits, we do have ETC coming in on the side of the blue team.
I wonder if we're gonna see. They do have quite a good combo here with ETC and Sonya. and then Li Ming being able to throw in orbs. I wonder if we're gonna see any like sleeps of a sort. Maybe not Ana. More, I'm thinking more Splash.
Yeah.
But they did ban Stukov, which would have been great for red team currently, or blue team. I mean.
I mean, Tyrande can come in sometimes a little bit. Tyrande, whatever you want to say. You know, she's got that mark, that Hunter's Mark, really good for increasing that damage on the Immortal, and also a great stun to follow up for ETC. But she can be very vulnerable to those ganks and dives, and Hanzo with the Dragon's Arrow hitting onto a Tyrande in the backline, something else maybe diving in afterwards. I think Lizzie Ryan has played Genji in the past. Whether they want to play it here on Battlefield of Eternity is another question. But Garrosh banned out. A lot of these tanks now starting to be thinned down, but we have Chromie, very much backline bandits here with Hanzo and Chromie. And Anubarak, sort of the opposite of that, who'll be wanting to go in and disrupt. But maybe they just wanted some stuns, some easy stuns.
Yeah.
And that cocoon.
I'm thinking they wanted the stopping for ETC. If he's mosh pating, then the spikes from Anubarak is quite good.
Yeah. So
to do it from a safe distance.
Bishan and Nasha here. Now Nasha is one of our old-time sort of presenters of Heroes Lounge. She used to do very much a lot of the stuff. Classically said, hey, hey, hey. And Nasha's shiny balls would come out at the draw show. And here we have Falstad being picked up by Nasha. And it's great to see them here in the Heroes 10th celebration. But of course, Falstad, much more of a global hero, sometimes a bit of a stacking. We may see them go with a Q build, which of course can help with armor reduction at level 7. And with a Li Ming combo to follow up, it can get through. But Anubarak's a great hero for countering that. Of course, they have that native spell armor on their carapace. But Blaze here, I mean, that's a chunky front line from the Sigma males. That's a lot of spell damage from both sides. Which way do you feel, Getaway, that this is going to go?
Ooh, well, I am a little biased with Anubarak being called Moon Duck. So hopefully I'm kind of rooting for the red team here. I do wonder if from the blue team, Sloth Sanctuary, if we are going to see a Falstad doing his like beam ult, or if he's going to do the
Hinterlands Blast.
Yeah.
Well,
so the question is if he's going to push them into ETC's mush pit, perchance, or if he's going to damage them in there.
Yeah.
I do look forward to seeing. But they do have matching photos on the Sloth Sanctuary, and that gives extra points in my book.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to get extra prediction points. Of course, people aren't getting them in on the Twitch chat. Let's see now as we get into game number 1 here. And on the side of the blue team is Sloth Sanctuary with Paradox X on that Sonya, Bishan on Rhaegar, Lucy on Li Ming, Falstad is Nasha, and Morpheus is ETC.
And on the red team, we have Lizzie Ryan on Chromie, Sandro 56 on Hanzo, Moonduck SV on Anubarak, Arna Faz on Blaze, and Lylix on Deckard.
So let's see how they get on this first map here in our Heroes 10th anniversary semi-finals for Division 3. And already teams are getting scouted out here. Very much a standard 1-4 split. Nothing more to be sort of picked at here between these two teams. We've got Globe talent from ETC. They'll have to be very vigilant in picking up the Globes on this map.
The blue team playing very carefully here, trying to get ETC to come in backline, but Chromie did have a sleep there.
Yeah, making sure that those avenues are scouted out. We do see Deckard Cain almost in the flank here. Morpheus trying to pick up an extra Globe there. Doesn't need to find themselves, but a good stun into the backline of Falstad, and the damage of the red team is able to follow up. So, blue team now a little bit on the back foot, and already you can see that ETC's squishy health bar against mages like Hanzo and Chromie can be really hard to sustain throughout. Yeah, he is very much, you know, the fact that ETC can get a little bit caught out. He's very much good at sustaining against auto attackers who just sort of constantly plink against them, but here every time. I mean, he's having to Hearthstone now.
Yeah, looking rough for the blue team here currently. The red team dealing a lot of damage both to structures and to the heroes.
We
He
have someone.
almost got Anubarak before, but not quite. He was able to dig out.
We have someone in the chat saying this is a rematch from the Caldors Underdog Cup finals, and I hadn't even pieced that together. I can't remember who won, but we do see it's a great engage here onto Deca Kane, but Deca Kane with a little bit of armor, of course, surrounded by friends, means that they're able to get away with a gnat's whisker of HP.
Equally, and the Leeming almost going down there.
Blow after blow being traded back and forth.
Youch.
A lot of people have been predicting the Sigma males here get away. No one yet to predict Soul Sanctuary. Do you think they deserve someone's points?
I do think so. I mean, again, worst case, they did have matching photos. That gotta be worth at least one vote.
I've put 10 points in them just now as quickly as I could while streaming. And maybe I would claim everyone else's prediction points a little bit later on. But as we approach the first Immortal phase, both teams doing very good to pick up those camps. And we do see red team a little bit slower, so blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights in Engage. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it, it's on two, the stun as well with the Immortal, two people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
That could have ended really badly there for the Slavs.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, we do see this Immortal phase now being a little bit slower. Both teams had to go pick off and clean up those camps. However, the red team so much quicker with their race. Hanzo is fairly decent, and of course, they didn't get interrupted by a massive chain of stuns. Narsha, however, a little bit low, has to back out a bit. Red team feeling confident still, poking away at this Immortal as the blue team goes in. Sonya tries to spin around. They have to defend this a little bit more if they want to make anything, but unfortunately it feels like they're just letting the red team get the Immortal, and they will indeed have to concede it this time round. As the blue team do retreat, we do have the Immortal going up to that top lane. We can have a little look at what happened in that fight a little bit earlier. As the replay shows, the big stun's coming in a little bit later. It's a little bit long on this replay. I'll have to fine-tune that, but there we see big stun coming out. But back in the live game right now.
Really surprised that the two people survived there. I thought for sure they were gone.
I mean, a lot of the DPS, of course, were racing on the Immortal, which allowed the red team to keep the pressure on and get themselves this Immortal, which is now pressuring this fort, potentially even taking it down. And that's not an easy thing to do with a Hanzo and Chromie, who really don't have great siege damage themselves.
There goes the fort.
Yeah, the last little bit of health. But those minions and the Immortal both doing an immense amount of damage to the structures. And the problem is, Leeming and Falstad don't have easy wave clear too much. Well, I think Falstad
They're setting up here.
Okay. Ooh, Moondog goes in.
Dangerous to go for the camp.
Blue team needs to take a little bit of a breather, it feels like. They do have a great blow-up composition, but they have to really catch Anubarak completely off guard and make sure that he can't use that Carapace to negate a lot of the spell damage. So unfortunately, they're very low on CC without the Sonya. Do you think Sonya's going to be going Leap here?
I do think it would help them catch Chromie, for example. Obviously, she's just going to put herself in hibernation or whatever she does, but I do think they can get to catch Deckard or Chromie with the leap from Sonya.
Yeah, of course. Mighty Gust.
Especially with the Crater, if she gets that one at 20.
Yeah, very true. If they can get there. Mighty Gust as well can help with some isolation, or just going for that Hinterlands Blast, as you sort of talked about earlier, can be great for getting that damage directly onto those backline targets. Morpheus goes in, bit late on catching it.
Too late.
which means that the Li Ming orbs were caught by the mercenaries. And now
We also have
Morpheus-
Chromie with her ult already here at
Yes. Yeah.
at 8. Is it 8 or 9 she gets it?
It's at level 8. It used to be level 9, but they boosted it to be 2 levels early. And now
Regardless, it had a big impact here in the fight, really slowing down ETC.
yeah, it wasn't
Until
quite
he
able
died.
to get into that position.
Oh,
Well-
the Blaze dying in backline? Oh, he had his bunker.
I mean, it forces the bunker though, which is a 80-second cooldown. Here, that's going to be a long wait for Blaze, who's not going to be quite as safe the next time the blue team want to do something like that. But you know, the blue
Yeah,
team.
they really need to get their 10th here. And we have Li Ming on wave clear top lane, which she's not that good at.
This-
Probably would have been better with a foul start there.
This is very much the problem
Oh,
with
no.
Battlefield of Eternity. Sometimes, if you just find yourself out of sync, you'll be out of sync for the whole objective fights.
Oh,
It was a beautiful
Oh.
stun. Sonya goes down. The cocoon on ETC means they might be in a little bit of trouble afterwards. They don't have a power slide available, and it's a double kill just as the blue team hit level 10. This Immortal will be coming down and starting to fry these blue team buildings. So as the Immortal comes down, the red team can put a bit more pressure on. When is the turning point? Do they... obviously, Blues have just got level 10. They've got Mosh Pit. They've got Leap. Ancestral Healing as well. So many more additional tools. Are they going to be able to get their claws back into this game?
well, one can hope. They only have 2 towers left here to play with. It's really not looking too good for the sloths here.
Or
But maybe if they can get a good thing on Chromie here. Oh, with 2 sleeps and her going into stasis as well.
I was
Just
trying to...
wasting the time here for the blue team.
yeah,
And there
really,
goes Chromie. With
really-
the first kill for blue team.
really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both.
Oh,
But
Falstad?
Falstad comes in, finds a gust only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But
And
Hanzo
Hanzo's,
seems to be
yeah,
very
yeah.
much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane though, and the Immortal in bot lane. So they're still pressured here on map, even though they got 2 kills.
And this Immortal is doing damage to the keep, most importantly. It's, you know, the structure that they really need to be keeping alive so they can come back into this game. Otherwise, Falstad will be on constant cleanup duty.
ETC spinning.
There's not much else to do. You're just happy to have
Oh.
the minions on this side of the map right now. Try and soak them up. I mean, they do have Mosh Pit. They have so many tools, and the red team are getting 13 fairly soon. So you do wonder, maybe this was a good time to go out, adventure, and try and find a Mosh Pit.
Yeah. Or at
Otherwise-
least a camp or something. It's not very good timing for the camp, but I have a feeling the red team is going to invade them now when the real time is for it.
Yeah.
So they probably could have gotten it there, both stealing it from the red team and getting a bit of wave clear from the camp.
Yeah, the blue team trying to make a very big brain play here of freezing those minions near their side so the red team can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Stairwell and Listen comes out, but it might be a bit early as Morpheus
there
will be able to
comes
get a mosh
Hanzo.
pit. But it's a
and Sonya-
huge Dragon Strike. 2 go down. Nasha gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up.
She didn't even get time to get out of that cocoon.
Not at all. We can have a little look at the replay here for that.
Yeah, we almost need a replay there in low speed to see if she even pops out of the cocoon.
I can't do that, unfortunately, but we can see the Dragon Strike there just eviscerating Sonya and ETC. And as Falstad gets the Ancestral, unfortunately, Li Ming then becomes the target. They had enough HP going in, but coming out, they had nothing at all.
Now the red team here is taking the Immortal. It's not... Is it an Immortal?
Yeah, this
whatever
is the
they're called.
Immortal.
Yeah.
This is the Immortal. Don't you worry.
Just free here. I was thinking if I was thinking of the...
The Protectors,
other
the
map.
Punishers, the
Yeah,
Dragon
the
Knight.
Punishers.
There's plenty of them. As we do
Yeah.
see a great engage. Once again, Blaze here finding angles on 2 heroes. And it's not just that, you know, they're finding anything at any point. It's the fact that it's
Oh,
just
Sonya
slowing
Leaf.
down a lot of what the blue team are trying to do. Still one.
Sonya did a good leap down here. Li Ming almost getting, I think it was Chromie, but Blaze taking her orb. And now instead Li Ming, Sonya getting punished here. Ooh.
And out comes the mosh pit. It's right on cue, but unfortunately that cocoon meant that Li Ming was preoccupied, lasering Paradox out of there, who is on 100 HP. Arthenis trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral Healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moondark with 100, with the shields coming up. Anub'arak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
Run, Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe Anub'arak there from around the corner.
Still trying it, but they do Hearthstone out. I mean, that's unlucky for the blue team, but this is the few levels disadvantage. You know, it means that they don't quite have the damage to finish off those targets. And the leap not being in sort of sync with the rest of the team very much felt like Sonya didn't have a tool for that later stage of the team fight. Sometimes leap can be a great re-engage tool or a counter-engage tool rather than just forcing a fight whenever possible.
But I do believe we're going to see the top fort falling here, perchance even core as well.
Yeah, Morpheus here, very much in the back line, doesn't have... but Lucy's on the flank, trying to find that Tekka Kane, but unfortunately the damage from Chromie and Hanzo is just too much. Nasa tries to finish off. It was a Hail Mary attempt, but the Sloth Sanctuary will be perhaps going back to the reservation for right now and eating some eucalyptus. I don't know what sloths eat.
I do think it is it. It might be eucalyptus.
I think I'm thinking of pandas.
No, that's bamboo. I think you're thinking of koalas.
Yeah, who knows?
Sloths probably also eat it.
Either way, the Sigma males are returning to sender here, and they take game number 1 in this best of 3 semi-final. GG, well played.
Oof.
So as we see here, the Sigma males do take game number 1 with a little bit of a stat advantage, of course, 14 kills to 2. But do you think the Sloth Sanctuary have it in them to maybe take them to a game number 3?
I mean, they didn't have that much synergy with their heroes this game. I am thinking we're going to see a ban on Stukov as well. That might have been a really good play for them here to have Stukov.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can hope.
I think I agree that something like Rhaegar's a great healer that's very all-round, but doesn't really contribute much outside of ancestral healing and a little bit of damage. What I'd love to have seen was another CC follow-up for ETC and Sonya, especially when, you know, without Sonya, they didn't really have anything to follow up on the ETC.
Yeah, there was also too many minions from Anub'arak for Li Ming to really hit anything.
Yeah.
So probably another kind of mage as well to really hit the backline better.
Yeah. Obviously, they did try with some of those flanking maneuvers, but couldn't quite connect. As you say, too many beetles around, not enough.
And Hanzo with his vision, and Chromie with her sleep vision.
Yeah.
And everything.
Well, as we wait for game number 2 here, the Sloth Sanctuary are picking up first pick as their choice of what they want after this loss. And of course, that opens up still to map pick. There's plenty of maps to go around. Braxis Holdout, Cursed Hollow, Infernal Shrines, Sky Temple, Tomb of the Spider Queen, and Towers of Doom. What would you like to see out of that selection?
I like Towers of Doom. That might be a little... I don't know if a lot of people agree with me on that. I at least like playing it myself. Only issue being that I do feel like a lot of people misunderstand the map and don't get the whole get the camp thing. Yeah. And then it's not so fun to play, of course. But I would like to see that, especially when the Sloths did have Falstad. That would be good on an internal.
Yeah, well, we are going to...
Not internal shrines.
Well, that is where we're going. So we are going to Infernal Shrines Getaway, not Town Stream, but we still have space for maybe one more game later.
Yeah.
I have to wait.
They have to win this one then.
So yes, we'll see how this one goes down. But for now, Infernal Shrines. Yeah, Falstad's going to be good. I don't think we'll see the Li Ming here somehow. I mean, it's a fine map, but you know, there are additional minions, especially around the objective point. On the other side of things, Chromie Hands are very much still in play here.
I do think they should be getting rid of Chromie here if they don't want to be bombarded by her again. With her ult, the slowness is going to be really rough to beat here in this map.
Now, obviously, they did do well. You know, this ETC pickup must be a confidence pick. You know, they must be feeling, let's go for it. Let's try and do something with this. But I want to see the rest of the team have that confidence, really execute whoever the power slide target is. But we will see if that happens a little bit later, of course. Right now, we are going to be getting into our draft on Infernal Shrines. And I wonder if we'll see like something like Kel'Thas, Gul'dan. They can come in here to play.
Yeah. A good Kel'Thas can really change a lot of things. Do we know if any of the players play Kel?
Not off the top of my head. Sometimes I know these players, sometimes I can't quite remember, and unfortunately this time it's too much of a head scratcher for me. But maybe we'll see. Is there any dream pick? Like, is there any like obscure pick? Do you want to see a Murky maybe on this map or anything like that? Some people.
I mean, you could with the slamming. You could technically. I could say I hope we don't see an Asmodon. I do feel like he's very picked. Typically when I play games, especially on this map. So I'm hoping we don't see him.
Okay. You want no Asmodon? Well, I don't think we will. I think he tends to rule the roosts of Storm League, but in the organized play of Heroes Lounge, I think some people tend to stay away from him. It's just you know that I mean,
it's more team building heroes. He's very alone typically.
If you're able to just be in a lane ignored for 30 seconds and you have your minions, you just get that fort, keep, core, whatever structure's in front of you. It's kind of going down, and that's Asmodon.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to see some more team players as well, other than the I will be here for 30 seconds and then die because I didn't look at map.
Well, it looks like our teams are ready. We're going to be getting into this draft for game number 2 here of our Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament.
Can we get to comment on the logos as well of these teams?
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, Sigma males, and they have what looks to be like the male symbol, but it's on the side, and it's the Sigma. Is it not the Sigma?
It is the Sigma. It is incredibly witty and clever.
It is very witty. The Sloth Sanctuary also having their whole own logo here with sloths on it.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's good looking teams. And these teams probably will be playing in Season 27. So if you want to maybe go up against them, you can sign up, !sign up in the chat now if you want that. Always a segue, always a plug. There's always an opportunity. As we do have predictions up and available. Of course, our team's now thinking about what they want to go for. Tassadar banned out once again against Sigma Males. They know that that's trouble. As someone said, this is a rematch of the Underdog Cup. But with Valor banned out as well, I think that's one of Lucy's other favorite heroes, which is definitely what Sigma Males might be trying to focus.
Are we going to see a Chromie ban here?
Potentially. The slowing sands were good, but the Dragon Strike equally comboed with it felt like a lot. Transparent with the transparent background. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I mean, we still got Varian banned out. Maybe that means that they still want to go for the CTC. They still want to try and control the battlefield. But I do think they need to be picking up a few more melee heroes, maybe, if they want to do that. Like, even picking up a Thrall in a DPS slot can be very, very useful in bolstering your front line.
No more Stukov.
Yeah, very much deja vu, as if we're still playing Battlefield of Eternity here.
Oh, we got a Joanna as the first pick here. Who was it we had on ETC last game? Was it also Morpheus?
It was indeed Morpheus, so I think we are expecting this to be the tank pick here, trying to just slow down the game. That's what Johanna does. She stops people from running away as easily. She doesn't necessarily mean that you can get an instant pick off without that blessed shield. So from level 1 to 10, we're going to be having a nice, quick, slow paced, clear those waves, but not too many big team fights.
I have my own prediction here,
Okay.
which is if the slots don't ban Genji. You said that the Sigma males played Genji.
Oh,
And they have an Anduin.
I think so. I think they do. That might be me misremembering. I should really do some research into these teams.
But I do think we can see a Genji light bomb here if the slots don't get to ban him.
I think I might be completely misremembering. I'm just thinking about... I may have thought of a team that plays Tassadar and Genji at the same time, but it doesn't seem like, just from a quick bit of research, the Genji might have been a red herring. But maybe they've been practicing it. Maybe it's a little extra to come out. As we have Hanzo picked away from them this time, Chromie banned, a whole new set of DPS will have to be picked up here by the Sigma males.
Mm-hmm.
So
They're taking their times with the picks at least.
and it seems like it's Swapperoo here as we have Falstad picked up by them now. Dehaka as well. That is going to be a global advantage.
So
Diablo
already
tank.
here they have a lot of advantage with the Haka and Falstad being global.
I wonder if we'll see a Tychus picked up here by Sloth Sanctuary just to try and focus on this Diablo. Or if they feel like maybe the Giant Slayer arrowheads on Hanzo at level 16 will be enough.
I wonder what they're thinking for heals as well here on the blue team.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. We are going to see Junkrat
Ooh.
and Alex Straza. Now, the Junkrat's not what I was expecting. Junkrat's very much a
No.
displacement hero, can do well to sort of lock people down and just be very irritating. Diablo, I'm not really sure about the lineup. I'm gonna look to chat here.
No.
I see Elite Sparkle, who is a big sort of tank player. They may well know. Of course, Elite Sparkle also done plenty of things for Icy Veins, a great asset for those who like Heroes of the Storm. And for the 10th anniversary, I think we've got a show match organised tomorrow. Part of
Well,
Icy
speaking
Veins.
of Icy here, we got a Jaina pick from the Sigma males. I am feeling a bit worried for the sloths here. The Junkrat being very squishy. So already they're getting stuck by the Haka or Anduin or pushed up against the wall by Diablo and he's gone.
Yeah, both Hanzo and Junkrat as well. Even Alex Straza, they're all very vulnerable. But Jaina will be having to flank around, really rotate about, and make sure they find themselves in a position to put damage on those backline targets, because it's not easy to do. You can't just walk forward from where you're standing straight there. You have to loop around to try and surprise them. But
If you're a Falstad, you can do a little fly to the other side of them.
yeah, absolutely. Our predictions are coming in. Getaway, what is your predictions here in this game?
I think I'm gonna have to be with the Sigma males here. I do believe they have a much stronger team when it comes to generally Sieg, but also like same play, what it's called. I forgot the word for it.
Working together.
But how the players and the heroes play together generally. I do think it's more safe to to think about red team here.
Well, let's see how they do here. In game number 2, we have, of course, our two wonderful teams coming together. We have a W build, again, from Hanzo, but there is going to be also a W build from Alex Straza, really going for those big heals and picking up some additional glows. We'll see how they come in handy later on.
Synergy is the word I was looking for.
Ah, yes, yes indeed. But already we
Oh.
see a little bit of a bully. Great zoning here from Jaina, forcing Paradox X and Morpheus to walk through a blizzard to get any sort of healing. But as the globes go down, unfortunately, that's going to be no globes for Alexstrasza just yet, as it feels like the red team, with their confidence, are just bullying the blue team away.
And already that one hit, one hammer from Falstad, taking a lot of health from Hanzo, Junkrat, and Alexstrasza.
Yeah, already.
They're really gonna have to play carefully here, the blue team. Even Joanna taking a lot of damage.
Yeah,
That's the tank.
It's trying to just punish whatever positioning errors they can here. Now, I do say, I have said, when I've streamed a little bit of Storm League Getaway, I have sometimes played Diablo, and I insist that you have to play Diablo like you don't respect your opponents. Like, you just have to sort of run in, do whatever you want, press your buttons, and it sort of usually goes to plan. And it feels like Moonduck SV has got the exact same feeling. You know, just go in, do whatever you like, and really just keep the blue team on the back foot.
Oh, the blue team did get the bottom camp here, with the red team taking their camp.
Good shit.
But a lot of heroes, such as Diablo or generally melee heroes, you really just have to commit. You have to be like, just do it, and then keep doing it. Even, especially if it looks like you're losing, then you should keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it just means that, especially once you've got that Firestomp really sort of skilled up.
Oh no, Alexstrasza!
Oh, the rotation here a little bit aggressive. Bishan here in a lot of trouble. The healing not quite coming in quick enough, and unfortunately Alexstrasza does go down. First blood for the red team.
But yeah, with heroes such as Butcher, for example, you just have to run in there and just keep hitting. And then it'll work out. Soul as well.
Oh, once again, the rotation here. You can't rotate like this when you've seen what the red team can do. Nice, are able to escape on this trap, but there really should be a lesson. Fool you once, Lost Sanctuary, shame on you, but fool you twice. Shame on me? I don't know where I was going with that.
Shame on someone.
They need to be careful. They need to be alert that every time they don't know where the red team are, they could be waiting around that corner. And we've seen
right in the mouth of a Diablo.
Yeah, Moonduck is more than aggressive enough to play in your side of the map.
When they're not busy killing minions.
Absolutely. But, I mean, all of this time, the red team have taken a lot of their time. They are going to get level 7 a little bit earlier, and that really is one of Diablo's power spikes. Able to get resets on their flame stop, keeps them alive so much, tops them up on so many souls as well. But blue team, acknowledging this, have backed away, and they've just gone back to soak a little bit. However, they've had to send their tank all the way to the mid lane just for a bit of soak. Maybe feeling like they're the safest person for it, but ultimately it's leaving their team exposed.
Also, the Sigma males getting the camp just as objective was starting. We didn't see that from the sloths, sadly.
No, and that's just, I mean, it's not as important on this top lane because it just sort of gives you vision, essentially, and sort of pushes the minions towards the other side. But it has allowed them all the space they needed with their level 7 advantage to take this Arcane Punisher. How much do you think they're going to be getting here?
At least the front wall. Especially with Jaina is very good here at the big damage. I don't think they're going to take the fort.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Hanzo and Junkrat are doing a very good job of cleaning up that Punisher. But yeah, that front wall goes down, but that is it. Good defense here from the blue team.
We do see the red team trying to catch them again in the rotation. Getting Joanna.
Yeah, but Diablo might be in a little bit too deep now. The Soul Shield has run out, but the red team are able to peel away. Blue team not quite feeling risky enough. And I think this is a smart decision. They get a lot of tools at level 10, but sometimes you need to acknowledge when you can take a win, when Diablo's out of those tools. One of the things he can't do very easily is run away. You were talking about how he has to constantly be in. And if they've used their cooldowns, their survivability is suddenly a lot less than it is at the start of the fight.
But the Hanzo is serving really good here with giving vision over all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Bishan a little bit low, but Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little spring in their step. Morpheus going forward, trying to slow down any further, but Arvinus is the one, doesn't quite connect the tongue, and it looks like Lizzie Ryan could fall, but unfortunately, the damage just isn't there for the blue team.
Have we seen a Dragon Queen yet from Alex Strasa?
Not
She
just
should be getting...
yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Out it comes. They wanted to use it around the objective. Now's as good as time as any, especially as they're starting to pump out damage with those Ws. Moonduck is in a lot of trouble. The CC has been given. But look at that flame stop. The survivability is just so much. And level 10s here for the red team mean that the blue team have to peel away.
Do hope we're going to see some camp picks here from the Slavs.
Yeah,
Diablo, of course, standing here waiting for them. No, don't face check. Oh.
I mean, maybe this is why they didn't do it earlier. But yeah, I mean, you've been talking about the camps. They only did one. Looking at the XP, they've had 270 XP from mercenaries, whereas the red team have had 1,600. That's a significant amount, which is actually almost the exact difference. Dragon's Arrow doesn't quite connect here in this team fight. And Morpheus gets away on a lucky break there with Diablo.
Now the Sigma males have a camp pushing in bot lane, just putting a little extra pressure on the Slavs and taking their camp also. So we really should see some more camp picks here.
Yeah, I mean,
because the red team just keeps picking them.
And the bad part is right now is that gate has gone down, another tower as well. So if the red team get this Punisher, they're going to be getting at least this fort and potentially starting to put some pressure on that keep wall. But level 10s are here. Dragons are in 25 seconds. That's what the blue team should be thinking about. That's when they want to be engaging. But right now, the red team have said, look, we want to get there before then. However, Moondark in a lot of trouble. Junkrat, however, gets pulled out. The Lifebinder not quite on the right target. And we do see Junkrat in a little bit of trouble, but it is only Dahaka who's able to put damage onto them. The red team, however, are able to take out Irel. And although Lizzie Ryan steps forward, they're going to be stepping a little too far forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Dragon's Arrow narrowly doesn't connect.
We did see the Gust from Falstad actually accidentally pushing people out of Jaina's ulti.
Yes.
So that was also an accidental save here.
You have to be careful with those, and often, you know, you can think about going for a big combo, like Mighty Gust into a wall with a Ring of Frost follow-up can be very, very effective. But if you don't use it strictly for that, and they get a little bit out of sync, it can't always be a good thing. But we now see blue team having an advantage on the objective, and of course they have that dragon from Alex
And on
Strasser.
Diablo here. Another thing with Diablo is that you do get a bit full of yourself when playing, or at least I do, because it's like, I have so much life. But if you die once, and then you forget the souls, then suddenly you are not very strong anymore.
Yeah, you have to be really careful. You know, I get the same thing on Zeratul when I've just had like a game where I'm level 20 Zeratul and I'm just wiping the enemy team in one go. And then I go play another game of Zeratul and suddenly I'm like, oh wait, I'm a level 1 Zeratul now. I can't do all those fun things. Meanwhile, Paradox...
Same happens with me and Nasibo. With the spiders just constantly nibbling, so I have full HP, full mana, all the time. And then you start a new game, and suddenly you don't have anything at all.
So blue team are now marching down this bot lane, and the red team are trying to defend. They have Falstad, Jaina, not easy defenders here. The short range of both of those heroes means that they have to get themselves in the danger zone. And already Lizzie Ryan taking a lot of damage. Lucy lining up those scatter arrows just to eliminate through some good HP. And although Moonduck is a little far forward, Nasha finds themselves targeted by the fort, and now, they're able to get away, breaking the tongue of Dahaka.
I wonder if he's going to be able to use it again. Like there, it fully got ripped out this time.
Yeah, they're not finding themselves any tasty treats just yet. Nice Dragon's Arrow in the back, follow up with the Blessed Shield, but the damage just not able to quite connect this time. Ring of Frost lands just on Yrel, but gusted away. Now the Dragon popped as well, looking to heal everybody up. Even Lifebinder used to prop the Junkrat back to full health, but the red team are able to get away.
Yeah, everybody leaves. Just when the dragon comes.
I mean, that is the problem with Dragon in these sort of skirmish fights. That's why she's not sort of prioritized on other maps where there aren't big objectives. You have to be thinking about using it at the objective phase to win it over. And, you know, will Bishan have it back up for the next objective? I'm not sure that they will. So potentially it was a little bit too hasty to use it at this opportunity.
For 45 seconds? I think it could get up.
Ah, okay. Well, I'll eat my words.
Eat them.
As I try and look at the cooldowns here, I can pop them back up there. Oh no, it's 100 seconds now, isn't it?
It was her life binder. Never mind.
Yeah, life binder's back up. That's going to be all good. But the dragon's still 90 seconds away, a minute and a half, and I think this objective will be spawning in about, I want to say 20 seconds. It's going to be given, so maybe for the end of the objective. We'll have to wait and see. But red team definitely still controlling that map. Finally get another camp claimed here by the blue team, but they're feeling very much passive. They know the aggression that this Diablo has. They have to be a little bit careful still. Level 16s around the corner for both teams. And that will give the potential percentage damage for Hanzo, but equally, Jaina will start rooting people in place. Falstad can get a little more damage out, and Diablo, of course, can start to do a bit more themselves.
I think she gotta get out of here.
Does have heroic ability. She is able to use it. Dragon's Arrow connects onto 3, but with isolation, Paradox is a little bit lost. Gus comes out. Will they be able to get away? Blessed Shield is awesome. And look at the damage just landing onto this backline. However, Junkrat just not able to follow up, not popping the Riptide either, meaning that no one is able to be finished off, especially so close to the red team's fort.
We did see a Ring of Frost being used here as well. Sadly not having been very useful yet. Only being popped on one person, and this time it was Joanna with her unstoppable up.
It's such an interesting heroic because sometimes it can completely swing the game. And it just needs to do that once for you to feel great. You're in a little bit of trouble here. Lots of damage coming out from Jaina, but Jaina equally falls very low. There's nothing to save her, and she goes down to the Hanzo damage. Junkrat gets tongued by the Dahaka, but it looks like the red team need to be on retreat as Moondog equally falls low. They have 100 souls. They can come back. They will lose a lot of that HP as Lucy looks to hunt them down. Not without Diablo finding the resets and getting pulled out by Anduin here. Good space made by the red team.
A really good combat we're seeing here from the Sloths. I do think they can take this, actually, the game.
Yeah, I mean, they are a hero up right now. 5 kills to 2 generally. And we do have the piercing arrows from Hanzo, so just generally getting more damage in those close choke points, but not necessarily all-inning on the Diablo kill. But yeah, the Sloths are taking this objective almost completely without contesting from the Reds.
And the Run team are taking their camp with the other camp only having one minion just waiting to be picked off. So they should be doing the camp soon. It's very vulnerable.
They're looking to just get a little bit of side pressure. That is a big lane, by the way, of minions up in the top. With that camp, it's going to be definitely pressuring that fort, if not taking it out.
And in the bot lane as well with the Haka. So they might get mid lane here, but their other 2 lanes are not.
Yeah, I mean, the Punisher jumps in. Dragon's Arrow could go over the top if they find the gap. But unfortunately, I think that, even with this frozen Punisher, the Hanzo and Junkrat damage just isn't quite enough at this moment in time. And look at this top fort melt from that mass wave that has gathered up here.
The bottom wave as well, I think we're going to see the bottom fort fall. And the Haka is just going to dig away. Everybody running to get him now, but he'll just leave.
Yeah, he might get caught though here, not quite in time. The tongue comes out. They will be able to get potentially interrupted, booped over. Blue team just not acknowledging it. Obviously feeling like the red team were rotating down. And with Yrel top, it's a little bit unfortunate. But even structures right now. Both teams lost 2 forts. Both teams on level 18 as well. No one really with an advantage.
Yeah, very close game here so far.
So Morpheus scouting forward, using that extra movement speed from level 7 to really try and find the angle that they could potentially use a Blessed Shield into a Dragon's Arrow to close the gap on some squishy targets. But not really wanting to commit just yet. Still, as we have it, Johanna here clearing out the lane, pushing it in, and yeah, it's a little bit of a moment of respite for both teams here, as neither wants to overcommit before the next objective.
If you can have an update for Heroes of the Storm, if we actually got one, what would you wish for?
I mean, if we get one on Monday, which is the 10th anniversary date, the absolute thing I would wish for in a dream scenario would be a new map and a new hero. I don't know what hero it would be, but I'd love a new map. I think that would be really fun. But if not, I just want them to update False Sky Foundry so that the Protector does a little bit more in team fights. That's all I want.
But you say you don't necessarily know what hero. Do you know what franchise? StarCraft, Warcraft?
I'm so disconnected with everything in Blizzard. Heroes of the Storm is my Blizzard game, and everything else is just fun. You know what? The Tavern Keeper from Hearthstone would be fun.
That's true. I mean, they do have him as a card added to Hearthstone, so
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Bob the Bartender comes to Heroes of the Storm.
Give us Bob the Bartender. He just looks like a dude. He's the size of a minion and hits people with a mug. That's all I want. Level 20s here for both teams now. And we have the Dragon's Arrow upgrade. Play of the game here. Really wanting to make sure they are in close quarters with their targets of the Dragon's Arrow. And this could be incredibly useful, especially if the target is Anduin. You can really get in there and suddenly use your Scatter Arrow with its bonus bounces and eliminate a target. But Paradox finds themselves in a little bit of danger here, baiting themselves in. Oh, it's a good knockback. Light Bomb doesn't connect, and now the blue team are moving forward. Dahaka will have to burrow here all the way, but they do get the burrow. They do get the target onto Alexstrasza, who's in a lot of danger. She will have to think about popping Dragon Queen, but Junkrat falls. The front line are going down. Moondog equally goes down. Out comes the play of the game, trying to get onto Lizzie Ryan, but it is going to be Sandro who potentially falls from a flash of light from Johanna.
Again, every time you think, now it's the blue team, now it's the red team, now it's the blue team. There's a very equal game here. Both teams doing really well in the team fights.
Yeah, and now with Moondog, you know, they were taken out of this, remember. They are down to 30 souls. They are not as tanky as they thought they were. The percentage damage that wasn't taken doesn't matter because it is all just about taking that health bar down. Equally, with limited souls, your soul shield is also lower. So with Bishan now popping the Dragon Queen, the blue team take command of this objective. They have the bonus duration at level 16 as well. So they really are sitting on this point, making themselves known. But Blessed Shield is now up and available for Johanna, and because of that, the red team retreat, knowing they aren't going to find any pick-off this time round. Arcane Punisher pushes down bot lane. Is this going to take the keep?
I do think it's going to take the keep. Probably not core, though. I think that's a bit too early for the teams here.
Yeah,
we do have all ults up except for Uriel.
Yeah, who's going to be a little...
I can never pronounce it correct.
He's going to be a little bit vulnerable for 30 more seconds. As Falstad and Jaina get the damage onto this Punisher that they need to. Morpheus could be positioning a little more aggressively, waiting for that next leap. Who is it going to go on to? Is it going to be Moonduck, who only has 41 souls? No, it's going to be Anduin.
Should be... Oh, no. Anduin...
And Anduin gets taken down. This keep will fall as well, and Moonduck is surely going to be very, very vulnerable as Yrel finds slow, but a wind tunnel pushes all the DPS, but with no Ring of Frost, no other DPS in range to follow up, it looks like Falstad falls, the Hacker is low, and their minions are stacking up on the core. They're stacking up in mid lane as well, should they want a bit more space, but Johanna is making the call, the heals are there, and the core is falling. Looks like game number 2 will be going over to Sloth Sanctuary.
I guess it's my time to eat my words this time, because core is falling for the Sigma males here.
They found a great opportunity. Anduin getting caught by the Punisher, and punished they were. GG, well played. Sloth Sanctuary take game number 2 and tie up this series.
But that means we get a third game, does it not?
Yeah, it does indeed. We are indeed on our third game. I don't know how the other series is going, but we can reward the points. We had a bit more of an even prediction here. Sloth Sanctuary will be taking some of those points. And as I
it was a lot more
score,
even on this one. Do you remember what it was before? Now it's almost 50-50.
Last time it was 100 one way and the other.
Oh. Were you the one? I think so.
Yeah, I didn't win any points this time round, sadly.
What if we got Bob the Barkeeper as a skin for Chen?
Oh, that would be fun. That would indeed be fun. Sorry, I'm just doing so much admin right now in the back end that I've completely forgot. So people were pinging me all the time during that map, and I don't know why. But
I'm so popular.
yes, there's the stats. There's the talents. The other series looks like Hopium Academy are leading at the moment, so we'll have to see what happens there. But for now, we'll be waiting for our game number 3 here. This is only a best of 3 series.
Someone in chat saying Peter Griffin in HOTS. I'm not sure what kind of hero he would be.
I mean, that's
an interesting suggestion, at least.
Where are we?
I'm saying other series currently 0-1 for Hopium Academy, or 1-0. Game 2 quite even, with slightly lead for Hopium.
Yeah, we'll see how that finishes up. Of course, we've got a third game here, and we'll see how that goes as we go to Braxis Holdout. So Braxis is very much an interesting one between these two teams, as I think ultimately we saw Sigma Males have a mastery of Battlefield Eternity. I think that's fair to say that they really were so controlling, they had the advantage, they knew how to snowball it, and definitely did it. Then, of course, here on Infernal Shrines, it was a bit more even, with Sigma Males coming out swinging in the early game, but Sloth Sanctuary able to very much stabilize it. And this, once again, is another map that really can snowball. There's very limited opportunities to stabilize. Sigma Males could find themselves punishing the Sloth Sanctuary once again.
Yeah, I do feel like it was surprising for me, considering how much laning they had on the Sigma Males team. I did think they were going to take the map control even more in this game, but then they got punished.
I mean, they weren't taking many camps, and they are just there. But this is very much a brawling map. You need to be ready for those 1-4 brawls and have something that can really take advantage of stacking up on enemy heroes, while also taking those fights and pushing people back. So I want to see Sloth Sanctuary take something that's a bit more ready for that than they did in game number 1. I know that didn't make a lot of sense. It was sort of just words, but there we go.
I'm hoping to see Towers of Doom game later done for the other casts.
Yeah, well, maybe. Of course, you'll be returning later on Heroes Lounge 2 with Samu for the Division 2 semi-finals as well.
Final 2, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's great to have you. We've got so many people. We've got Luca and Delino as well on Heroes Lounge 2 at the moment, casting other series. Big thank you to everybody who has been volunteering their time to do casting, our admins as well, the moderators who do so much work during sort of the main seasons as well. And Samu and Eric especially deserve shout-outs because they tend to do a lot of work during the main season as well, and they equally putting out a lot of stuff in this main. Of course, speaking of the main season...
you as well, Transparent, also doing... a lot of work here.
Thank you, Getaway. Thank you. Of course, Season 27 signups are open. ! Sign up in the chat. You can get yourself signed up and ready for Season 27, which, of course, starts next month. There's not long. The signups close on the 8th of June. If there is we can accommodate some late signups, but not too many. So please make sure you get signed up earlier rather than later. And, of course, we'll have a seeding protest time. So round 1 does officially start on June 23rd. So you don't have to be super ready to play games right on the 8th, but just get ready for the 23rd. So as we get ready here, our teams are getting themselves ready. Oh, what should we see?
I think if I were to get an update, and there's at least a lot of things that could be updated. One of the things that could be fun to have if we don't have that already is to have like a custom game like this, but the spectators, observers are given to each team, and you can like ping around the map without seeing
an additional spectator character for each team.
Yeah, like say then you can have a like a captain for your team essentially, who's not playing and can't see the enemy team.
No.
But they can ping the map. They can sit with like a timetable being like, yeah, it's camp time. No, don't do that now.
That's a lovely idea. And I do
a
like
game manager essentially for the whole team.
Game manager. Well,
like an avatar. And it's like an avatar, except you tell the team what to do instead of playing.
People very much do that for like the drafts and stuff.
Yeah.
Coaches do often.
So we could have it in game as well, I feel like. To do some training before the big games.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a lovely idea. I do think that custom games would have been a great thing to have in Heroes of the Storm. Stuff there, people can do some mods and make their own maps and stuff. I think that would have been a lovely thing for Heroes of the Storm. And maybe one day we can wish for that a little bit more. But Chromie, Stukov banned out. No sign of that Tassadar this time round.
Well, let's see if they get it this time. They really don't want to meet the Stukov. Also not the Chromie after the first game. Ooh. A Mephisto ban. That's interesting. Haven't seen him picked yet. But I guess they were worried for it. And we do see the Tassadar ban here.
Yeah, as we do have that eliminated. Mephisto is very much interesting. They have gone for the Valor themselves, because having first pick this time round. I think this is the first time they've had first pick. They've been
and the first time they had Vala, I believe. I think she's been banned other times.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, mainly by Sigma males. I think have been the ones who mainly banned it. So this time they're picking up themselves. Obviously, Brax's holdout, very good for that. The 4-man is going to be brawling a lot of the time. We have Junkrat and Brightwing now coming in.
Color matching even.
Now Brightwing is interesting. Obviously he has lots of free healing. And in this 4-man bot lane can easily teleport to top to save that offlaner or swing the advantage the other way.
Ooh.
But that other offlaner that the the blue team's going to be going against is the Hacker. Now this is going to be interesting because the Junkrat is such a good sort of safe wave clear that you can often have, you can leave Junkrat alone in the bot lane if you want to rotate the whole of the rest of your team to the top lane. And it could be a strategy like that they're looking at.
Do you think we're going to see a Genji in this game? To jump over the walls?
Potentially. I mean, Lucy is still yet to pick. Lucy is often usually that person who plays those flashier heroes like the Li Ming, the Hanzo. Maybe they're thinking about going for that Genji to really try and punish someone. But equally, Garrosh being eliminated, is there something else that they're thinking about? I don't know. But Whitemane as the healer from Sigma Males can be quite tricky as a Genji to go into, simply because Whitemane has so much healing. She can also reduce the damage of the Genji post level 13 and 16.
So we're thinking some good stuns instead for Whitemane.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to lock that Whitemane down, make sure that she can do nothing. Nothing at all. We have finished our series on Heroes Lounge 2.
Who was the winner?
It was Hopium Academy by the looks of things.
They hoped hard enough.
Ooh, and we have Gul'dan instead, so it's very much going to be that bot lane, keeping it safe, keeping it secure. And you know, this is ultimate wave clear. This is this is like the we can't lose draft of Braxis Holdout. If you pick Junkrat and Gul'dan, you're basically saying if you get the objective, we don't care because we're going to clear it out anyway. Whereas the red team picking up Diablo now, potentially vulnerable to that Junkrat mine as we saw.
Also vulnerable to the Zerg going out.
And
But the Kayle with a good, yeah, Kael'thas, good wave clear from there as well.
Yeah, obviously they're using that as potentially the way to stop the objective coming in their face. But equally, it's another stun to follow up on Diablo's initial engage. But who are you really finding here? Gul'dan may be sometimes vulnerable. Johanna, of course, after their Iron Skin has gone down, but it's going to be tough. Yrel as the last pick here. We saw Paradox play it last game.
He also did good with Yrel last game.
Yeah, it certainly should be good here, and we're going to see how this goes on because a lot of this is they're very immobile teams here. Junkrat can go a little bit around the map equally, Brightwing and Dehaka, but it's going to be a tough one to decide here. Predictions are open and available. Who are you going to be picking here, Getaway?
I mean, you do say that the blue team here are typical winners of the Braxis Holdout.
Are they?
But well, I think you did say that.
I don't know.
Are you gonna have to eat your words again?
I'd say a lot of things.
Way to not to be held accountable. But I do like the setup of the Sigma males as well. And Moonduck also did well on Diablo. So I'm hoping to see here. I do think it's gonna be a even game again.
Well,
I don't think I have a specific I'm rooting for this time.
Let's see how they do as we get into game number 3 here in our semi-finals. Who will make it to the grand final of the Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament? We have Nasha on the Junkrat, Bishan on Brightwing, Lucy on Gul'dan, Morpheus on Johanna, and Paradox X on the Yrel. They are the Sloth Sanctuary.
And on the red team, we have Lizzie Ryan on Kael'thas, with Moonduck XV on Diablo, Arnafas on Dehaka, Lee Wicks on Whitemane, and Sandro 56 on Vala, which are the Sigma males.
They've gone for Q build here at level 1. That's an interesting thing to have because it's less sustained damage, very much more burst. They want to be following up on this Diablo stun and Kael'thas follow up as well, trying to make sure they get an instant pick off.
Luckily seeing a Mana Addict here on Kael'thas as well. Oh! But getting healed.
Yeah, that's going to mean that they can potentially just find themselves out of a tricky situation. Should they be the victim of a Junkrat mine, Kael'thas may well have a shield up and available. And equally...
I'm standing there eating the free globes down here as soon as they spawn.
They know what they're doing here. They know what they want.
They want globes, and they want them now.
We see Moonduck pushes in, tries to find something. They find the Gul'dan, doesn't quite find the flip though, unfortunately. A little too slow on the uptake. But already 4 stacks for Vala. That's going to be very, very good going here. They will find themselves potentially losing a little bit of mana in the grand scheme of things. But it's very much even. It's going to be a tough one. I think this is going to be a long Braxis Holdout game, simply because so much wave clear and so little sort of major engage from both teams.
It's going to be a long holdout, you think?
I think it will indeed. Has Diablo even dancing here near the point? Just having a good time. Obviously nothing much more for them to do. But Johanna finds themselves onto the point, and as the top lane gets wrestled away by Dehaka, they find themselves Yrel low on HP here, whereas Arnafas is still topped up. The blue team in the bot lane just going for the wave clear instead. They're waiting to get their Gul'dan stacked up. They're waiting for the late game as well. And they know they can clear, especially a very early objective, they can clear a decent chunked wave.
Especially with those heroes, yeah. Would you see the Junkrat mine there? I don't know if I would say it's a little to the right, maybe. Oh! No punish there for Diablo.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Oh, Whitemane though falls very low. However, the objective does go over to the side of the red team, and we need to have Gul'dan and Junkrat rotate up to the top lane now. They need to be getting ready for this, as when these come in, it's mainly the Banelings that can cause a lot of damage. Oh, and speaking of which, the Banelings will catch Yrel, with Arthas doing a superb tongue at the exact right moment. And Sigma Males are starting to find their little lead that they can really exploit and try and push into that late game. So Valor still getting those stacks. May look to blow up some squishy heroes a little later on, but for now they're just looking to zone away. As the minions come in, Gul'dan will look to clear these Guardians floating in the air. Welcome everybody, by the way, from the side of Heroes Lounge 2. We are looking towards our grand finals coming in soon.
Trana taking a lot of damage here from the flames of Kill. Kills Azad. Kill. No, that's killed us, but...
Yeah, both teams now looking at their camps. And we do see the Fort took a little bit of damage here in the top lane. But not too much. Level 7s are closer for the red team. It's hard to know if they're going to be able to exploit it though, Getaway.
Both teams taking their camp here. The red team being a little slow with their big camp. Technically could have been invaded here.
Yeah, I think it's tough to do an invasion when you're not level 7, and even pre-level 10 Johanna is going to be a hard ask for an invasion.
They're playing it safe.
Oh, Yrel in a little bit of trouble here at the bot lane. Getting pointed at by Whitemane means that they're slow on their retreat, but the rest of this wave getting cleared out very quickly now by the red team. Lucy comes in on this Gul'dan though, just to make sure that there's no real damage done to the blue team structures.
A little dangerous positioning from the Gul'dan though. If Diablo had been a little further up, he could have bonked him on the wall.
Yeah, and as someone mentioned in the chat, this is going to be a very hard time to kill this Diablo. You know, they have Gul'dan, they have Junkrat. No real percentage damage, all very much spell damage as well. So while that spell shield is up, they are going to be almost invulnerable. Moondog though finds a flip onto Morpheus. Morpheus now goes in though with a little bit of slow grade onto the backline, but the backline getting healed up so much by Whitemane still. Whitemane can only heal people up as long as they have mana, and their mana is starting to fall low. Meanwhile, Paradox is struggling against this Dahaka. Arthas has done so well on this Dahaka every single game. Meanwhile, this post-level 7 Diablo is more than happy just playing with the enemy team.
I mean, they were falling a little bit, and then came the spell shield and the Whitemane heals. Oh, there goes the first kill. Oh no, the third kill to the red team.
Johanna here falling too low in the bot lane. And didn't have the Iron Skin to be able to get out of that sticky situation, meaning that they did go down, and the burst was just enough from Kel'Thas and Vala. So, Beacon's coming down, level 10's almost here, and I think this is the time the red team can make a big play for some structures.
Looking a bit rough in top lane as well, with the whole wall being gone. And Yrel not quite being able to do much against the Dahaka. Other than pushing him around a little bit and losing. Oh, but we do see an engage here on the Dahaka.
Oh, but
maybe they can catch him.
The swing.
But no, he's too quick in the bushes.
Yeah, it was a nice try, but not quite everything going to plan, and Arthas is able to avoid.
And Gul'dan getting pyroblasted in bottom. Luckily, he had not tapped for mana, or else he would have been gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky there. They're going to have to wait to get healed up. Even with the anti-healing that they've given themselves, they will be able to suck some minions. to be able to get some essence back. But Johanna now getting flipped over, find themselves in a real situation, and Brightwing does not have the teleport to be able to get them back up in health. Oh, unfortunately, the Horrify not connecting, and now with the strafe, Sandro 56 is able to push back the blue team, who are all fallen so low. Still, wave comes down. Gul'dan and Junkrat have their work cut out, and we could see a Riptide just to try and really close it down. I'd like to see the Riptide be pulled now, especially as Lizzie Ryan's full so low, and out it comes. Riptide approaches, but it feels like it's a little bit too late. And even Kalthas is going to avoid it.
At least it did good damage to the Zerg there.
Yeah,
Are they able to, no. Ural falling low.
Takes out most of the flying part of the swarm as Yrel, as you say, falls very, very low. Silence is caught onto Gul'dan. Ambition just struggling to keep everybody up right now as Brightwind just can't quite heal this amount of burst from everybody. Nasha equally falls low. Blink Heal is going to top them up just enough with a little bit of soothing mist. And the red team do indeed take a fort at least here. And they're looking to try and make a little bit more damage on this front wall of the keep.
I could go for some soothing mist right about now as well. Sounds very nice. Very soothing.
Very pleasant. And especially
imagine, yeah. Especially if you're burning from a Diablo and the Kayle.
A living bomb. Oh, as we have Whitemane engaged on. She doesn't have a lot of mana and she does go down. Great kill here from the blue team. All the soothing mist, chat.
I think it's a little aloe vera like. I'm thinking the soothing mist. Ooh. Like honeydew, water droplets, you know. It sounds really nice, actually.
As the fight gets split, Lizzie Ryan is going to take a lot of damage from corruption, but unfortunately does not fall this time round. Arfness is looking to try and find any kill here.
Very hungry there from the Haka. Really overextending, but not being afraid. The enemy team. They can always stick away as well.
Yeah, I mean, Johanna was so low that I think he felt like the lack of CC that the enemy had just meant they could walk forward very, very comfortably. Of course, Yrel was on a wild goose chase the other side of the map. They knew that as well. But level 13 is now here and a bit of an advantage, and Paradox X is going to be in trouble as they get flipped by Diablo. They're able to escape this time round. Blinds come out from the Johanna. Brightwing tops them up. And that just means that that's not going to be available should there be another engagement. Level 13 advantage still here for the red team as well.
Oh, no.
This is not the fight you want to take. This is not the fight that you want at this time either. Level 13.
No, there goes Cyril.
It's so important for some of these heroes. And even just getting to level 16 will swing the game in the blue team's favor a little bit. They just need to hold out until that moment. Yes, we're on Braxis holdout. Indeed.
Now we need to make a joke about Braxis. We've made 2 about holding out.
I don't know where to go with that.
I don't know either.
Everyone usually makes the Brexit holdout joke. That's the easy one. Breakfast holdout? Not today. I had a bonus breakfast knowing that I'm going to be casting almost all day today.
Bed and Braxis? Perchance?
Bed and Braxis?
Bed and Braxis? I'm not taking the thing here.
No, they were looking to take the boss instead. Now level 13, almost here for the Blues. That's going to gain them a few tools, but not the...
They gotta take the points here for the Zerg. They weren't really sure about it, but now they got a little seconds. Red team.
Yeah.
On 50% already in the beacon process.
Now this is going to allow the blue team absolutely an opportunity to get back into this game. Braxis at Tiffany's, says Solus Lux in the chat. As the blue team seem to be trading their top fort for this bruiser camp. Arfness will acknowledge it, will see it as well, but not contest it just yet. It could be that the blue team maybe starts to set up for the boss. They have much better boss control.
But they're way too split here with Ural being alone.
Yeah, they're looking to try.
The Haka also being alone here. Diablo, I mean. but not being able. Oh, white mane.
Oh, falls low,
Nope.
but unfortunately that heroic will top them right back up, especially
Holy
with 2 members
heal.
sudden there. Pyroblast doing damage to Junkrat. Yrel here trying to heal themselves up, dodging out on the isolation, however. And as Yrel does finally go down, Brightwing doesn't teleport with them. And it's just a little too much damage coming out from the red
Yeah.
team here.
Blue team trying to get a fight in here before 16, but it didn't look like they were quite ready for it. They were a bit too split when going in.
Yeah, I mean, this
And
is
now
often...
they're really roughly set with red team getting 16 and their camp and the Zerg wave.
It's often the case, you know, Johanna struggles to find those reliable engagers, especially on backline targets. When they had the Dragon's Arrow from the Hanzo, it really enabled them a lot more to find those essential targets. But now it's just Diablo stands between Gul'dan, Junkrat, and that squishy white mane that they are trying to go on every time. Still, they are going for this boss steal. They have Blessed Shield, they don't have Horrified. Riptire is in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be in time. However, the AoE damage of Junkrat and Gul'dan does benefit them in this fight. Diablo goes down, Johanna is traded, still the strafe comes out from the Valor. And although Riptire is going to be there to save Yrel, that is actually a great moment here for the blue team. You can actually look at the little replay quickly if we're quick enough. You can see there, get away. As they get on that point. The Junkrat controlling it, of course, meaning they could take it away. Diablo and Johanna traded out. And ultimately, Yrel saved by the Riptire there as well.
Diablo being back instantly, whereas Johanna taking a bit of time here to get back. But we will get C16 for blue team here in a sec. And you did say they were going to be more enabled here soon.
Yeah, very, very soon. They'll have a big spike of damage. Junkrat can either get some sustained damage constantly poking against the enemies or go for a bit of spread volley for some burst. Equally, the corruption will be much more damaging.
Do you need a wave to get closer to them, though, in order to get just a little bit more XP here?
Danger pings
They're
up.
just waiting for it.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Dehaka not here, but Paradox X has been scouted out. Still, they did lose the Chop Keep, so they are defending their last structure here in the in the bot lane. 16s are here, though. Johanna looks forward, tries to find something. It's Yrel on the backline, though. Lizzie Ryan might be in a little bit of trouble. Unstoppable at being used. Valor potentially as the target, as Diablo finds Gul'dan instead. An absolute huge heroic from Whitemane keeps them alive, but a humongous Horrify means that Whitemane is in trouble. The damage is coming out. Still, the silence on Brightwing means that Bishan can't see their healthy heroes on their team. And after one goes down, Pyroblast takes out Johanna, and it's a full team wipe. It looks like Sigma Males will be going through to the grand finals of this Heroes.
They're even skipping the fort. They don't even.
They don't
going
need
straight
it.
to the core here.
Their keep is down in the top lane. There's catapults already coming in, and as Valor can auto-attack away on the core, it's going to be GG. Well played. Sigma Males are indeed our grand finalists here for this semi-final heat.
We did see as well, the Brightwing did teleport to heal Yrel, but she wasn't quite needing it there, and then her ult and didn't get to absorb anything at all. I think that was a key turning point, that the other team members didn't get to get any heal. Yul took it all. I
Yeah,
think we could have saved some for the rest of us.
certainly is a tough spot to be in. Certainly is. So there we go. I mean, it was a great best of 3. It could have gone either way, but Sigma Males here taking it for the end. They will be going through to our grand finals, which will be happening very, very soon. As I just award the points for the predictors to the Sigma Males. We will be just having a little look at the stats here. Obviously, great stats all around. But ultimately, yes. We are, of course, very grateful for everyone tuning in today as our 10th anniversary. Sign-ups are open for Season 27, but a big thank you to many other things. We'll be going into our grand final very soon with Sigma Males versus the other people, Hopium Academy. And I'll be joined by someone else. But big thank you to Getaway here for being with us today. And I'm going to take this moment to shout out Heroes Profile, who are a great tool that we use in Heroes Lounge very gratefully to help sort of gauge people's skill level. And they do so much. They have a lot of costs for the storage of all the replays of almost everybody in Heroes of the Storm, it feels like. So do go give them a little bit of support. !Profile if you want to go to their Patreon and support them. In Heroes Lounge, we're very grateful that we have resources that means that we don't have to use too much, and our operating costs aren't too high, but Heroes Profile, they have much higher operating costs, and it's a little bit tricky. And without them, we wouldn't be able to run Heroes Lounge as well as we do. So do please go give them some support. But otherwise, yeah, there we go. That was a great series. Do you think Sigma Males could be the winners of the grand finals, Getaway?
Well, I haven't seen the play from Hopium, Cope-Hopium,
Yeah.
something along those lines. But I think we're just gonna have to see what happens when the Sigma males go up against them here.
Yeah, we will indeed. We're going to be going to our short break and see who will be winning the grand finals very shortly. But thank you very much, Getaway, for joining us. We'll see you a little bit later on Heroes Lounge 2 with Samu for our Division 2 semi-finals. But for now, don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back. And we do see Red team a little bit slower, so Blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights engage. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it.
Oh, no,
it's onto the stun as well with the
Oh.
Immortal. Two people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
And there goes Kumi with the first kill for Blue team.
Really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both.
Oh,
But
Falstad
Falstad comes in, finds a gust only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But
And
Hanzo
Hanzo's,
seems to be very
yeah.
much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane though, and the
Can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Stairwell and Listen comes out, but it might be a bit early as Morpheus will
there
be able to
comes
get a mosh
Hanzo.
pit. But it's a
and Sonya-
huge Dragon Strike. Two go down. Nasha gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up. Trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral Healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moonduck with 100, with the shields coming up.
Oh,
Anubrak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
run Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Bishan a little bit low, but Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little spring in their step. Morpheus going forward, trying to slow down any further, but Arvinus is the one, doesn't quite connect the tongue, and it looks like Lizzie Ryan could fall, but unfortunately, the damage just isn't there for the blue team.
Have we seen a Dragon Queen yet from Alex Strasa?
Not
She
just
should be getting.
yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Out it comes. They wanted to use it around the objective. Now's as good as time as any, especially as they're starting to pump out damage with those Ws. Moonduck is in a lot of trouble. The CC has been given. But look at that flame stop. The survivability is just so much. And level 10s here for the red team mean that the blue team have to peel away. In a lot of trouble.
No.
Junkrat, however, gets pulled out. The Lifebinder not quite on the right target. And we do see Junkrat in a little bit of trouble, but it is only Dahaka who's able to put damage onto them. The red team, however, are able to take out Irel. And although Lizzie Ryan steps forward, they're going to be stepping a little too far forward. It's a one-for-one trade as Dragon's Arrow narrowly doesn't connect. Good thing. But we now see Blue Team having an advantage on the objective, and of course they have that dragon from Alex
And on
Strasser.
Diablo here. Another thing with Diablo is that you do get a bit full of yourself when playing, or at least I do, because it's like, I have so much life. But if you die once, and then you forget the souls, then suddenly you are not very strong anymore.
Yeah, they're not finding themselves any tasty treats just yet. Nice Dragon's Arrow in the back. Follow up with the Blessed Shield, but the damage just not able to quite connect this time. Ring of Frost lands just on Yrel, but gusted away. Now the Dragon popped as well, looking to heal everybody up. Even Lifebinder used to prop the Junkrat back to full health, but the red team are able to get away.
Yeah.
Of damage coming out from Jaina, but Jaina equally falls very low. There's nothing to save her, and she goes down to the Hanzo damage. Junkrat gets tongued by the Dahaka, but it looks like the red team need to be on retreat as Moondog equally falls low. They have 100 souls. They can come back. They will lose a lot of that HP as Lucy looks to hunt them down. Not without Diablo finding the resets and getting pulled out by Anduin here. Good space made by the red team. Back, Light Bomb doesn't connect, and now the blue team are moving forward. Dahaka will have to burrow here all the way, but they do get the burrow. They do get the target onto Alexstrasza, who's in a lot of danger. She will have to think about popping Dragon Queen, but Junkrat falls. The front line are going down. Moondog equally goes down. Out comes the play of the game, trying to get onto Lizzie Ryan, but it is going to be Sandro who potentially falls from a flash of light from Johanna.
No, as well. Sounds very nice. Very soothing.
Very pleasant. And especially
yeah, especially if you're burning from a Diablo and the Kayle.
A living bomb. Oh, as we have Whitemane engaged on. She doesn't have a lot of mana, and she does go down. Great kill here from the blue team.
Not being able... Oh, Whitemane.
Oh, falls low, but unfortunately that heroic will top them right back up, especially with two members sitting there. Pyroblast doing damage to Junkrat. Yrel here trying to heal themselves up. Dodging out on the isolation, however. And as Yrel does finally go down, Brightwing doesn't teleport with them. And it's just a little too much damage coming out from the red team here. They have Blessed Shield. They don't have Horrified. Riptire is in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be in time. However, the AoE damage of Junkrat and Gul'dan does benefit them in this fight. Diablo goes down. Johanna is traded. Still, the strafe comes out from the Valor. And although Riptire is going to be there to save Yrel, that is actually a great moment here for the blue team. From Whitemane keeps them alive, but a humongous Horrify means that Whitemane is in trouble. The damage is coming out. Still, the silence on Brightwing means that Bishan can't see their healthy heroes on their team. And after one goes down, Pyroblast takes out Johanna, and it's a full team wipe. It looks like Sigma Males will be going through to the grand finals of this Heroes.
They're even skipping
those camps. And we do see red team a little bit slower, so blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights engaged. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it, it's on two, the stun as well with the Immortal, two people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
And there goes Kumi, with the first kill for blue team.
Really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both. But Falstad comes in, finds a gust only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But Hanzo seems to be very much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane, though, and the...
Can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our Heroes 10th Anniversary tournament here. I'm joined now by not Getaway, but by Zap. How you doing?
I am indeed not Getaway. Hello.
That was the one thing I forgot to change between this. But are you excited for what we have coming up here now? Already, we're getting into the draft.
Well, a game started quickly. Okay. Anyway, bans. Important. We are going to ignore map pick right now. It's just Graxus.
Well, Zap, I mean,
for some reason.
we can go through. We can still take our time. There'll be time with this draft. Don't you worry. We're back here.
Always stressing.
We're back here, of course. So we have our two finalists, Hopium Academy and Sigma Males, looking to be the champions. And there is indeed a small token prize for winning the Heroes 10th Anniversary.
Yep.
So we'll look forward. Of course, everything was very much sort of random seeding. We're very grateful for everyone who participated and had good sportsmanship about the event. It was all about just having a good time and playing around. But Hopium Academy are now up against Sigma Males, back on Braxis holdout, Zap, after Infernal Shrines, Battlefield Eternity were banned out by Hopium Academy, and Dragonshire and Cursed Hollow were banned out by the side of Sigma Males.
You saw Sigma and Hopium play today before, right? Which offlane were they prioritizing?
So Sigma males were prioritizing the Dehaka a lot of the time.
Sure.
And I don't know what Hopium were doing as I didn't cast that match myself.
Makes sense. So the hacker isn't something we see in lower diffs on Braxis, but in higher diffs we do see it play a lot. Because darker is darker. Global equals good.
Oh, this is spilling on me. Yes, I think, it's an interesting one for Braxis as well, because obviously Dehaka doesn't really have a lot of staying power.
Okay.
Can do indeed. And Arthanas has been playing it very well today, so deserved ban here from Hopium Academy. I'm trying to make sure that this water bottle doesn't spill on me, but...
That's very important. You don't want to be in live stream fails where you are full of water.
Exactly. I mean, if we were to end up on live stream fails, I think that would be fine. No publicity is bad publicity. And so...
Wait, we gotta talk about this. The Genji ban I can understand, but Maya?
Yeah, I don't actually know Hopium Academy too well. Sigma males I know a little bit more as they play in the Nexus Rumble a bit more. The Hopium Academy obviously have got a few aggressive picks of their own.
Okay, so they're just banning mains, apparently. For me, the hacker Genji Maya. Voila. So Vala is obviously exploitable. For example, in the upper div, as in the Sherman clone being run by Carlo, you see the double support Zarya Vala comps a lot.
Yeah. I think...
double support?
I don't think we will. They just played Valor on this, and they played a Q build Valor, very much going for a burst sort of variation of it. However, Moonduck was playing Diablo in that sense, and this time they've picked up Johanna. It might be looking to be that they're going for a slower playstyle, especially with Deca Kane. You can have Johanna bring everyone within Condemn, slow them down with Punish, and Deca Kane's triangle can then root them in place afterwards. But
plus, they are adding listen to pure length to set up things.
Yeah, exactly.
And to isolate.
Plenty of opportunities here. Blaze, though, being banned. Which means that I feel like they're going to be prioritizing their offlane pick in the next rotation.
I mean, what's left on offlane? I mean, technically like a Leo, but it's not that good here. I mean, technically like a Malphel. No, the new Imp could be good on the side of blue.
Yeah, Imperius I think is one of those things that is definitely excelling in the top echelons of Heroes of the Storm at the moment, but it takes a while for the confidence to dribble down into the lower ranks.
I've never been able to play it in tournament. Oh well, it's last pick offlane.
So they're going last pick, which is interesting when you've banned out two offlaners, because obviously they want to try and counterpick the opposing offlaner. But with Blaze and Dehaka out of the way, maybe the red team can try and pick up a hero who struggles into that. But we do see Rexxar as a very safe, very sturdy offlaner. And
Rexxar kind of feel you need to dive into with like a second character and then he dies. But you can't do that with Cassia Junkrat that well.
No, I think this is a great pickup from Sigma Males, and they've got their trademark Tassadar as well. But here comes Chen from Satori, who I believe does enjoy a good bit of Chen.
I've got to point this out. This is a zero cleanse game, aside from Gianna.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And there's plenty of stuns around. There's a silence, of course, from Stukov, and good roots and such from Johanna and Deckard Kane. So we'll have to see if that does prove to be a weakness for these two teams. Predictions are available, Zap. Sorry, I was reading two things at once. What do we feel? I
don't believe in the Chen, so I'm going for the team with the worst name, that being the Sigma Males. Can't pronounce it.
Well, I do believe in the Chen. I think the Chen can bring it home. Let's see some predictions here for the blue team for Hopium Academy. We are here for our grand final, Zap.
Yep. It's gonna be lovely.
And here on the blue team...
A lot more to go on the message on anniversary event. You can maybe quickly mention some of those things while we wait.
Yeah. There certainly is plenty of things. Well, let's introduce the teams and then we can talk about what else is going on. We have on our blue team Hopium Academy. They are Zoo on Cassia, Muffin Senpai on the Junkrat, Lolo CT on Stukov, Cyrax on Muradin, and Chen is played by Satori.
4, 3, 2.
And
You may also do that side.
yeah, do you want to do the red team?
No, you can.
Okay, for the Sigma males, we have Sando for 5-6 on the Valor, Lizzie Ryan on Tassadar, Lilix on the Dekake, Moondark SV on Johanna, and Rexar is, of course, Afnaz.
Good.
So we do have Q build for both Tassadar and Valor, so both looking for some extreme burst here.
Also got pointed out, the Muradin also went Q, as in the damage build, instead of the larger range or armor.
Now, I like playing this build just because it's fun, but not because it's good. Very
Huh.
often, and especially on Braxis Holdout, when you've got someone who's a little bit struggling with single target healing, I would expect to see Third Wind on
Yeah.
the Muradin. Like, there's so much value in taking a whole lot of damage while you stood on the point, walking
Yep,
away for 10 seconds and just coming back once again with full HP.
We're seeing Cassia being top right now.
Yeah, I do like this
Cool.
adaptation. I think this is a
Ooh.
great chance, and look at the damage they do to Rexar. Of course, not
Yep.
getting the kill is a little bit, means that they're not quite getting the most value, but Junkrat should be able to clear out this bot lane all by themselves, or at least with the help of Muradin and Stukov, very easily.
So they traded like 1/4 of their tower XP for one tap on Rexar. It's like decent. We're seeing early count being taken and then the bruiser being late.
Yeah, of course, I think Red Team were inspired by the Blue Team doing camps, but because of this, the aggression now is here from Blue Team, saying, look, let's go for something, let's push away. And Chen, although they have infinite resources essentially themselves, they are indeed struggling to control two places at once, which Rexar excels at. Meanwhile, only 8% channel of the beacon, and the Red
Ooh.
Team now are able to push in a little bit at the spot lane.
I mean, that's good. It's a good start, put it simply. These teams. How well does a Junkrat Cassia scale and damage?
I mean, they can do okay, depending on what the level 4 talent is for Junkrat. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Q, though. I don't know, well, we'll see. But the main thing is, you know, they're just looking to try and clear out this wave right now. Oh, Zune, a little bit of trouble. Still, the silence comes out very good onto the Valor, but Zune not quite committing.
Rexar dead?
Meanwhile, though, great attempt here and taking that Rexar at the top lane.
Legendary
But-
rotation.
Yeah, it did mean that the Red Team have got 80% of this beacon progress. And they are getting some consistent damage to the bot lane.
Yep.
Oh, Johanna
Are they
here.
still not getting the point? Oh, fuck. Sorry,
Yeah.
not swearing this.
It's okay, don't worry, we're all fine. As we do see Muradin, yeah, not quite able to find the engage they wanted, and it caused the rest of the blue team to be a little bit pushed forward. And with 3 return kills after that really nice rotation top, the blue team are going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation as the rest of the beacon progress goes through.
Let's hope we're not going to see another very, very quick Braxis like the last game.
Wow.
I believe in the Chen comeback. Level 10 takes the entire team and wins the game.
It can certainly happen, as we do have this big Zerg wave coming into the top, and Chen is trying to tank as much as they can with their buffer.
I mean, it's like it's early game. It's maybe going to take the fall. Oh, no, not even that.
No, I think
Ooh,
Junkrat's
ooh.
enough, but with Chen going down, this is just consistently giving the red team a bit of an advantage. Valor now here as well to help Autoac, and although Junkrat can get some great bit of clear, stepping forward can be scary, especially when they have the opportunity, but it's a nice engage here. Muradin arriving exactly when they needed to, not a moment later.
Legend.
And it does mean that there's a little bit of combat XP that gets the blue team back in the game for the time being.
If they just keep soaking everything, keep doing camps, and then get some random pokes and random engages, it should be okay. Like, the fort hasn't even fallen yet, so there's no catch-up pressure. So, like, it's okay-ish for right now.
Yeah.
It's not good.
As we do have the red team now taking their camp, blue team equally taking theirs. The blue team have been very vigilant in taking their camps. I think that's the best thing that they've got right now. Still, they need to make sure that their rotations are worthwhile. They've been getting some good ones, but are they really sort of making the splash that they need to at the exact moments?
5 top, as in 4.
Yeah, and this is going to leave the bot lane very much exposed. Unfortunately, the Stormbolt not quite connecting with Rexar, but it doesn't matter. The slows are enough, and Rexar goes down, which is an important kill here. However, they need to just make the decision. Do they go for the trade, or do they rotate? And it looks like the trade has been the call.
Yep. I mean, that's a fine choice, assuming that they get the keep, obviously.
I think they should, and I think it is the best choice. There was no way they were rotating down for the fort, and with Chen falling as well, I think you just have to say, you just commit as much as you can to top lane now.
Is that a Shen character issue? Like, a lot of the other offlaners have, like, movement speed, or, like, small jumps, or, like, unstoppables, like Loic and Hogger with movement,
Yeah, it certainly
where
is.
he just runs.
Yeah, Chen can be a disruptor, but very much needs the distraction of the rest of their team to do something. And as you say, Hogger can just spin away. Some teams, Sonya can spin and get a little bit of movement speed, whereas meanwhile Chen, well, without, Brewmaster's balance on level 7, you are very much stuck in the mud.
As level 10s are incoming, are we expecting something silly here? Like, for example, the cleanse on Jojo. No, man. They're
No.
normal.
It's very normal. Strafe, of course, from Valor was the pick that they went for last time. It does help with the in-between when your Q is on cooldown, but Black Hole from Lizzie Ryan is definitely a staple for them as well. They like to go for the big combos, and with the fact that they've gone burst build, it makes a lot of sense. They claim the second fort here in the top lane, evening out a little bit of the pressure. But without level 10s, blue team are a bit behind still.
So Cassia is indeed getting 10 top here. But they have the disadvantage of needing to get the objective right now.
Yeah, Muradin able to stand on this point. We'll be able to wait as long as they can. And it's a good
That's
stun.
decent. Still 4v for top. But they do have the Deckard potions on the side of the red team.
Big thing here is, of course, Junkrat's Riptide can be such a great
rotation.
burst damage tool, as we see Keg being used on the Rexar,
Yep.
separating them from the bear.
Maybe.
Stukov, however, a little bit
Okay, we got
exposed.
engage. Let's go.
Rexar finally goes down. Muradin trying to make space here, trying to put pressure onto that Valor, but unfortunately the root is going to put Muradin in spot. Oh, it's a great Riptide usage, interrupting the Stay a While Nissel. However, the Black Hole catches 3.
Oh!
Damage after
Yeah,
damage, and Cassia finally goes down, and Chen is the sole survivor.
That is the burst draft that was mentioned.
I spoke a little too soon there. We can have a little look at the replay there if you like, Zap.
Of course.
So, as we see, Rexar very much was isolated,
Yeah.
finally taken down.
Then Black Hole incoming.
But yeah, Riptide was so good interrupting, but unfortunately it gave so much space for that Black Hole to absolutely come through and shred. And look at the damage that Q is doing, even before it's fully stacked as well here. Bear in mind, this is why that Tassadar is so often banned out against the Sigma males.
That's not a hero we usually see and usually practice against, It's like, it's not meta, to put it lightly.
I think sometimes this is a wonderful thing about, you can just practice a hero and people will be taken off guard. They don't know how to play against it. And if your team can practice playing with it, then it gives you such a distinct advantage that you're playing on your grounds, essentially.
So you're saying everybody should pick up Probius?
Yeah, I mean, do it. People, if you can play Probius well...
Valor.
Oh, Valor falls low, but there's so many potions. The Ruby's getting values. However, Decker Kane caught out a little bit. Out comes the Keg. But the Keg not quite
Deckard if he survives.
catching it. Oh, and the flailing swipe being used right at the end. Just peels for the red team instead.
Wait, how did the super die?
He went a little too far forward and Valor got some free damage on them, as we do see 3 kills for nothing here. Red team might be looking at core, and they are indeed. They're saying, look, we have some pressure. There's 15 seconds until Chen's back. The rest are back in 10.
10-minute core. It's not gonna happen. They are losing the game here. As in
No.
they're throwing.
Not quite enough. I think, they did need to find another kill as everyone respawns here. Stand One and Listen is going to be a great peel
Let's
tool.
go.
Oh, but look at the Junkrat finally getting off the mine. It's going to be a 2 kills in return. And as you say,
Yep.
maybe this has
Check,
cost him
check.
a bit too much.
Team's core is under attack.
Well, now the blue team has to get the value from these 2 kills. Which is hard because no lane pressure.
Well, they don't have to get so much value, but it's going to be 1 kill on the
Let's go.
Rexon, maybe?
Yep.
Johanna goes down 2.
Lane.
Are they doing camps? Or are they going for Walla kill? Okay,
I think they're going for cams. Junkrat is soaking up as well. I think this is a fine choice. They need to get themselves XP back in the game. This camp is going to do a little bit of taking away some pressure that could have been
Yep.
pressuring core during the objective phase. But yeah, there's very little that they can do right now on Brax's holdout. Especially with the bot lane pushed in so much, they
Yeah.
couldn't go for that fort.
at least they can just run away from level 16 fight then, as in fight into level 16 and then just get their own levels and it's okay-ish. Should be up. No, it's quite far forward here. Comparison to team.
As we do. Yeah, it's
So
a
we
little
see
bit of
Junkrat being bot.
scary
okay.
positioning here. Level 16 obviously not quite yet here, and that's what
Okay,
Muradin's
okay.
looking for. Goes in for the stun, but the stairwell means that they stop that. Riptide still available to be used, as well as Muffin Senpai tries to maybe find something, but the Black Hole is going to find 2 after a great Blessed Shield.
Great ult from Junk.
The damage is just so much. These
Ouch.
searing lances come through from Tassadar, and members fall on the blue team left, right, and center.
Is that an issue by playing in these small spaces against Tassadar? Or is that just positioning?
I mean, it's a little bit of both, right? There's sort of a desperation from the blue team to try and make something happen, and that was the location it did happen for them. And it just meant that Black Hole could get so much value.
Oh well. It's not over yet. Like, Mora's gonna get the bot objective, and they just have to death the camp, and then they get another fight. It's like not a good fight, but it is a fight.
Yeah, they desperately need level 16. That's the main thing here for the blue team.
Well,
right?
needing rotation here.
Oh.
No, can't be punished for that.
No, there is a lot of support here for this Valor at the moment. There's plenty of CC to go around. Johanna's a great peeling tank. And ultimately we see the blue team still have to soak up level 16 as this beacon gets to 100% once again. The Sigma males are very good at putting on the pressure after getting an early game lead. And as Stairwell and Listen catches too, Junkrat is out of this fight for the time being, but with a flailing swipe, I think the blue team escape with their lives for the time being. But Muradin,
Engage? Nice try, I guess.
potentially thinking this is
That's
the
right.
last possible fight they had.
And that might have been true. But who knows, maybe Junkrat clear is great enough to deal with this situation? Maybe? I mean, it's minute 13.
They certainly can look to end though. This is a huge wave. Riptide has already been used.
Yeah.
Junkrat does have spread volley, which can do some defense, but this shield on this core is already being stripped. Tassadar is just holding their cooldowns, waiting for something to happen. But it is going to be core HP falling lower and lower. And I think as the Zerg take the final bits of percentage, GG, well played in game number 1, goes over
GG.
to the Sigma males.
I don't think that this will be representative of the rest of the series. It's just Braxis being Braxis.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some great moments from Hopium Academy. They did have some good rotations here and there.
Yep.
They need to respect that Sigma males, if given a lead, will run with it.
And they're gonna ban the Tassadar.
Yeah, it's a lesson we all learn, I suppose.
Good. Before we continue with the next map, I would need to ask about the good old map balance. which happened. already.
Yes. So, we did indeed have Cursed Hollow and Dragonshire banned out by the Sigma Male. So those are the maps that they don't like. Meanwhile, BOE and Infernal Shrines were banned out by Hopium Academy.
This obviously means that we're getting the best map in the game picked soon. That being Sky Temple.
I'm a big Sky Temple fan as well, Zap.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you really like standing on objective and just winning game after getting one keep down?
But it's all about the fact that it's quite an open map. You can have a lot of aggression. People generally sort of they play it like that, but you can really rotate around. I used to play a sort of tracer Tyrael composition where we would dart around the enemy's map, and because there was so much space, it was very hard for them to lock us down. And it was, it meant that we could really run around. We even put Karazim in that same draft. And ultimately, you can play for the boss as a comeback mechanic on that really well, and focusing that bot lane and opening up to have a boss push at the end can be such a great way to finish off the map.
Guess that is indeed true. Maybe I should grind my horizon a little bit and pick Sky Temple, my next Heroes Launch game.
Yeah, I mean, equally, you do need to focus that structure damage a lot. That's why Greymane and Anubret can be very useful on that map, just getting early structure damage. And I think it plays quite nicely. And obviously, those objectives are very powerful, and you do have to fight on them. But there's more strategies there than just standing on a point. That's what I like to think, anyway. It looks like we're going to Tomb of the Spider Queen, or as it is in Satori's native language, Tumba de la Reina Arana.
You probably butchered that completely.
Almost definitely. As a British person, I am incredibly used to butchering other people's language. But Tomb of the Spider Queen is another one of my top maps, Zap. How do you feel about it?
Well, from the perspective of the offlane, because that's why I only get to play offlane this entire game. I really love it being small. I love being able to run literally anywhere and not miss any soak. Whenever I play with my team, we end up just playing triple bruisers, and just do silly team fights while still having enough macro. And it's very silly. I'm not certain if that's even optimal at all, but it's just a fun little map.
Yeah.
The only issue is that if you lose the game, because gems. As in, if you die, you lose the entire game.
Yeah, you do need to be careful. It's very much there's great places to brawl and find yourself fighting the enemy team on multiple occasions. So you need to be ready to draft for heroes that can take those multiple engages per minute. It feels like.
Sometimes even more than minutes.
Yes, yeah. Well, our teams are getting ready here on Tomb of the Spider Queen. And, of course, we have seen Moonduck play a fair bit of Diablo in the past, but they did play Johanna. Now, Muradin was doing some great rotational work, but will there be a thought about the priorities of the offlane? Arfinus loves to play that Dahaka, and it can be a very powerful tool here. You don't have great wave clear all the time, but rotating through those bushes can be very, very good.
But we're certainly not going to be seeing another Rexa picked on this map, to put it lightly.
No, I don't expect so. But it's not unheard of, but yeah, not likely for sure.
And then the Tassela, it can still work because of the, as mentioned, the tight brawling corridors that exist, or like fighting on boss. But the rotations are a bit slower because Q has charge time.
Yeah. We have definitely seen a bit of Blaze as well. Arfinus plays Blaze on BOE, and I mean, Blaze on this map is equally as effective.
Yep. Well, while we wait,
It looks like our teams
will be
are
another-
ready.
no, good.
No, go ahead, Zach. What were you going to say?
There will be another series after this one, that being the upper bracket, right?
Well, it will be the Division 2 semi-finals after this.
Good.
So-
That meant that.
Yeah, so we have our Division 2 semi-finals here on the channel. We'll have Sauna Tent versus Dyslexic Den Offenders here on Heroes Lounge.
These names, they kill me.
Well, that's all good
The
fun.
hack up ban?
That's coming up in just under an hour, most likely, and it depends how we go here.
Makes sense.
If we
Once
get to
again,
our,
no Blaze ban.
yeah, well, they've seen Arfinus play this the hacker in the past. Potentially, they may be tuned into the stream a little bit earlier when they played it very, very well, and they just don't
Very
want
true.
to see those licks come in.
A Hanzo Gengi. Okay.
Yeah, the Shimada brothers taken out here.
Overwatch is not allowed. I'm honestly expect them to ban the Blaze, because Blaze is Blaze. And if they don't, it's gonna get the random ass ban again. Naive. I hate speaking that.
It is going to be
And it?
Maev. May. It's not May. It's Maev. May's
May
a
is
different hero.
somebody else.
But
Chromie
yes,
first pick.
Chromie first pick. Now, this is a hero that Sigma Males have prioritized themselves in the past, so picking it up against them is very good. It takes
Yep.
sort of one of those heroes out of it, but Tassadar still very much up and available. Do Hopium Academy have a plan for it, or are they just going to ban it in the second rotation? As Valor once again picked up here.
Valor first. Valor plays, yep. If we see another strong frontline like a Joe or even like a Mirror, then that's another protect the Valor draft, and it's gonna be the exact same as before, but just with rotations. Which means you have to pick a high wave clear secondary GPS like a Tassadar. Yippee!
Yeah, certainly can be, although, you know, it depends how well you go for that wave clear.
Probably-
Hogger now picked up. You feeling a bit more hopeful here, Zap?
Yeah, this is much better than picking Chen. I believe in the Hogger. Map. I mean, I guess you ban like a Johanna here. Yeah. I can predict the force of Lizzie Ryan now.
Yeah. Now, will this be the Tassadar ban we have all been expecting, or are we going straight into more tanks or off? Well, we're not going to be offlane ban. Maybe a healer ban here is the other option.
Yeah, I mean, you could ban like a Stukov. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It's going to be Oriole. And it's
I always
surprising
forget
that
about
Oriole
Oriole.
hasn't been picked up as much in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you do see it more, but as you mentioned earlier, these teams are quite slow to adapt. Tassadar?
There is the Tassadar.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they played it previously. It certainly can be a very effective healer.
Also cleanse. So you have to pick the anti-healing against white main, because burst healing.
Yeah.
I guess,
Yeah.
hard situation. Lunara Anu. Okay. I guess that makes sense because white main is mostly burst healing, because mana. And then if you just do fake damage the entire game, white main runs out of mana, you can engage after.
Yeah, but
I guess.
speaking about fake damage, Diablo is someone who can absolutely survive a lot of that punishment. You know, having that
Yep.
flame stop, the soul shield at level 1, they are feeling very good. But Lunara recently got a new level 20 talent Zap. I'm not sure if
pretty true.
that's going to help here.
I'm not talking about how good the new level 20 talent is, I think it's just more range.
I mean, it
Instead
sort of spreads out, obviously, and can affect a lot of people, which Whitemane could
Oh,
have trouble with.
interesting.
But let's see. Obviously, the predictions are up and available. We have a small amount of people predicting for the Hopium Academy. Do you think they can swing it back in this one, or Sigma Males taking this a 2-0 victory in this grand final?
Fully believe in the swing back because I don't believe in white main this time.
Well, let's see if we can convince you otherwise, as here on the red team, they are the Sigma males with Sandro56 on Valor, Arfinus on Blaze, Moonduck SV on Diablo, Lizzie Ryan on Tassadar, and of course that white main is Lilacs. And on the blue team, they need to win this to stay in the competition. Otherwise, the champions will be Sigma males. It is Hopium Academy with Satori on Hogger, Lolo CT on the Anduin, Cyrax on Anubrak, Muffin Senpai on Chromie, and Zoo on the Lunara. So once again, we do see that Q build coming out from Valor and Tastar, looking to make some real big explosions real quick.
In response to that, Anub went Spell Shield instead of the regular Beetle build.
Yeah, I think, you know, some people like Beetle builds, some people like just having that shield up and available, especially when it's 65% damage reduction into your shield.
That's a lot.
And it's going to help with them surviving as long as it's up, off cooldown, and they are not stunned before casting it. Still, we will see who wins this early game trades, as Lunara tends to scale a little bit into the late game, and Chromie, although can do well early game, does sort of tend to want their heroic ability.
Yeah, actually, which ultimate is going to be, because you can't really do the rewind ult because of the white man cleanse, you know?
Yeah, I think that's it. You know, white main probably should go cleanse here, but it's not always guaranteed, and equally it can sometimes force it out, and you've got Cocoon as well on the other side of things. But I think you're right. Slowing Sands makes a lot of sense, especially when there's Lunara on the other side. But we see Hogger spins in, cancels out there, dodges out on the Blaze Stun, goes straight into the Valor, and Valor is down. First blood here for the blue team, but Lizzie Ryan trying to get that damage through, still surviving, all thanks to White Mane. White Mane's healing just so much, but unfortunately it's going to be 3 kills now to nothing, as Anubrak tries to find a 4th in Diablo.
Whoa! So here we saw the blue team literally just run past the front line and just engage on the back line.
I mean, that's sometimes what you have to do. Blaze going down there! While we're showing the replay, this blue team is coming out swinging. There's still time to predict if you want to predict now.
It's just like already a level and a half a lead. Well, early game of course, but still.
So
Wall down.
Wall down certainly is, as Moonduck here just trying to make sure that Siege Giants get taken out now by the fort as well.
Once the wall is down, do you have to play it like a regular offlane where you just freeze the bot lane to the right?
It's well, I don't know. You sort of, yeah. You just shove in when you can and rotate away, I guess, a little bit. But they are behind now, and I think this is one of the things. Sigma males aren't used to playing from behind. They're so good at getting an early game advantage usually. They keep it clean 9 times out of 10. But this one time right now, where they are now a level behind, means that every style of play that they do is not going to be quite as effective. It is very easy to play from ahead, but playing from behind can be the thing that really shows when teams become ultimate champions.
Yep. The power to balance going in and dying and not dying while being at disadvantage is truly, truly difficult.
Yeah, it's not something I've mastered, that's for sure. But we see already 49 out of 50 gems turned in for the blue team.
I call that a math issue.
It's either a math issue or it's incredibly calculated that they want to have more of an advantage when they turn in. I don't know.
But they have some. It's good.
Yeah, they should. And Muffin Senpai might be looking for it now. They might feel a little bit scary. As we do have now down in the bot lane, Hogger positioning very far forward, obviously.
Yep. I mean, no war, so like, you're fine.
And they can always spin away. But level 7s are going to be available soon, as Anubrak looks to try and get onto Tastar. That wall coming down in the perfect position. Obviously, expertise with this Tastar from Lizzie Ryan.
The only expertise Tassadar in Hero Sound, perhaps.
Potentially. I don't actually know of another Tastar player. But
Okay,
we see White Mane in a lot of trouble, and the stuns come in. However,
fake damage, let's go. No.
Obviously, those stuns were committed early, and if Whitemane doesn't go down in those couple of stuns, she does get away. Oh, Cyrax here looking for another one, but doesn't have the mana for the second stun at this opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, Chromie gets flipped over, will get pulled out.
He survives.
Still, Webweaver's coming down, and still that level advantage is here. But can they find some more structures? Wave clear is a little weak on the side of the red team. And
So Blaze is getting a free clear bot for a reason.
Lunara can often do some good structure damage, but we see here
Yep.
Diablo's going to be, well, potentially was going to be body blocked, but now Anubrak is, well, in very much in
That's
trouble.
Great E. Finding that is always hard, but it feels perfect when you get as Diablo.
Yeah, Chromie able to 1v1 Valor up in the top lane, by the way, with Slowing Sands, not with the Rewind
Yep, as called.
or the Temporal Loop.
Running that Formula 1 isn't that like really hard because you get E, you dodge Q and W.
You'd hope so, but potentially they E'd into the W. Who knows? It's one of those things
of
that,
course,
you know, maybe Chromie did some big brain plays. We unfortunately won't know. We'll never see it. But level
Lost
10s are
knowledge.
approaching the blue team. And that Webweaver wave didn't get a lot done. Anubrak obviously falling there, and a lot of the structures are opened up. There's not many walls left for the red team.
Yep.
But no
I would
forts were
assume the
particularly
blue team is just
harmed.
waiting for camp plus 10 to just engage onto any target. I would assume.
Yeah, well, level 10's now here. Cocoon, we have Light Bomb, Slowing Sands, of course, and
They have.
oh, it's a good block here.
Okay.
Down comes the
Big leap.
slam. Shockwave dealing a great blow here.
Also, it is a leap. It's not the low range.
But no, you're absolutely
Option.
right. And I mean, this is, I think, the burst build essentially from Lunara. So it can do a surprising amount of burst, often used against sort of characters like Li Ming, a little bit of Valor as well.
Yeah.
You do have the Blossom Swell, which means you get 2 stacks applied, and then the Choking Pollen, of course, which is additional 100% damage. So yeah, it can mean that you sort of lock someone in place, Leaping Strike over them, which slows them down a lot during the Leaping Strike to make sure you land that noxious bloom.
That might work against a stunned Whitemane or a old position Valor or Tassada, but we'll see.
Yeah. But Diablo certainly does not care too much
Yeah.
about the Chromie and the Lunara right now, with that Soul Shield now fully up to 100 souls as well. The red team are just buying their time, and it feels like they're prepping their camp here with Blaze, or they'll need to clear out the blue team camp.
Yeah, quickly gonna talk about the Anduin build. As they aren't going the burst heal option, but instead the self-protection build.
Yeah, and I think this is a nice thought. Obviously, if they find themselves caught by this black
Okay.
hole, Whitemane gets there. They're going on to Tastard. It's a
Big
great
hit.
attempt, even in the armor. They do get out of there. Whitemane trying to heal people up. Moondog SV is going to get a little bit of that healing. But unfortunately, the stuns coming through just mean the Diablo goes down, and Whitemane is soon to follow.
Wow. Is this a... Okay, no. The fake damage doesn't kill the Valor.
Not just yet. Not this time. But this is a great opportunity. Really well timed engage here by the blue team. And they try and get onto this Valor. But I think mostly is they're going to get a free fort and a level 13 advantage.
And pay.
Yeah, so they're once again 1 gem off as Chromie turns it in. We do have Lunara prepping this top wave, and there's a decent number of minions. Valor will have to spend some time clearing that up.
So bot will certainly fall because 10 HP, like that's gonna happen.
Yeah, it should do, and
What?
Satori's guiding the minion wave in to make sure it happens.
If I were Hergar, I would grab the bot wave and then just run straight top to get a fight with level 13 against 5 before.
Yeah, there's certainly an advantage here to be taken care of, but the blue team seems to be wanting to push those waves out, wanting to make sure that the slow pressure chokehold is on the red team. You know, they know how it feels. In Brax's holdout, they were certainly behind, and this time the Hopium Academy are hoping to the best as they push in this top wave now. Still, Hogger has maintained that mid lane presence, and the blue team not feeling brave enough to dive under this fort means The red team are going to defend this top structure for the time being.
That's a great defense. So far, there hasn't been
White
anything
Mane in
lost
trouble,
against
though.
level 13.
As Hogger finds the shockwave as well as knocking them back. It's a superb engage here. Really well done by Satori.
Flap, flap, flap. So, what have you learned from that? Don't walk. Very dangerous. As White Mane.
It's a tough one to go, but yeah, honestly, you know, once that mid fort is down and Hogger is missing, you have to be aware of it. Cyrax going in here, still able to survive
Very
really
cool.
well in that strafe with the 65% armor. And they pick up a Diablo kill to boot. Really nicely done here
Will
by
they get a
Nubrak.
turnaround? Maybe.
Oh,
It's Q damage?
Oh, having to
Oh.
pop it.
That was
Worthwhile.
looking too good.
But I really liked what Cyrax did there. They engaged with very little HP, knowing that their stuns and the cocoon would keep them alive for the time being. And it's a tough decision to make on a Nubrak, knowing that even with little HP, your shield, your carapace will keep you alive in many situations.
That just needs experience, knowledge, and also a bit of trust in your team to actually do the thing they need you to do before you die, before
Yes.
your shield runs out.
Importantly
Which I'm
as well is that the stacks on the side of the red team aren't that great. You know, you have 80 stacks, well, the 80 damage on Tassadar, 18 stacks on Valor. We have Beg for Mercy from NA coming in to support Lunara. Well-known Lunara main here. Potentially
know.
giving the thumbs up.
So, boss being taken with 16.
Yeah, and traded
Plus
out for the
defensive.
turn-in.
So this turn isn't going to get value, obviously.
No, the red
Well,
team
it
will have to
shouldn't.
be focused on this boss, but equally, it's negating the level 16 advantage a little bit. I think that's what they're sort of trading it for. They're trading it for both a boss and also a little bit of time to get them towards that level 16. We've talked about how it's such a good power spike, such an important one, especially for Valor, who can get a little more damage, even percentage damage if they want,
Yep.
or the White Mane, who of course gets a little bit more subjugation value. And not of course, to exclude the percentage damage that Tassadar can pick up, which is, I believe, a nice 8% on the first heroic target it hits, which is...
Wait. 8%
Yeah.
damage?
Yeah, it is. I believe it's 8%. It is substantial. But we'll wait and see if they take that talent, and if I'm wrong. I could just be flat out wrong. But-
Obviously avoiding team fight right now for the obvious reason of no 16. Just doing waves, getting pressure.
Yeah.
So the issue here is that Hogger is doing camp and the red team isn't doing camp.
No, and they have enough gems to turn in. However, they may feel a little bit vulnerable. They will be scouted out, of course, by the Wisp. They know they're in that vision. And
Yep.
with level 16, we will see the Manticore picked up plenty of talents. Not the Subjugation, by the way, the Harsh Discipline, meaning that they can get those roots. And there it is, Thermal Lance. Shocking Ray deals an additional 8% of maximum health to the first hero it hits. It's pretty good. It's pretty good talent.
This White Man build isn't the regular thing I see, but it might be like a adaptation to be completely anti-burst.
No, once
Does that
again,
make sense?
we're having a bit of a math diff as 2 gems short this time. Muffin Senpai having to top it up here again. But Blues do get the Web Weavers, and that's going to be an important thing. You know, they're swinging while they still have a 2-level lead advantage, but not a talent tier advantage this time.
Yep. I mean, it still gives you more HP, more damage, more mana, more regen, but it's not unwinnable, to put it lightly.
No, absolutely. So, blue team, of course, here trying to open up as much as they can. They are pushing in these lanes. And they are going to have level 19, but it's going to be a fair view until that level 20 comes into power.
So the red team is very split in this turn, but obviously 3 lanes.
Yeah, it looks like Valor's all by themselves up in the top lane, though. And Anubrak's trying to open up this side wall.
To have the guts to do that on a Valor is impressive, to put it lightly.
So There we see Web Weavers all taken out, and now with the waves all pushed in on the side of the blue team, the red team. Blue team don't really know what to do with themselves. That was their opportunity, but they felt like level 20 wasn't there, and that sometimes shows the importance of timing your turn in. You know,
Yep.
it feels like they were waiting for level 20. They didn't quite get it. They will now have level 20, but they have no gems, and all of the gems are going to be on the red side of the map now because of those waves being pushed out.
Would we assume the red team just literally waiting on level 20 now because there's no kill option on the map? No win condition available?
I mean, there's going to be a boss in 1 minute, and I don't think the red team get level 20 in 1 minute. However, the blue team could blunder. There's still an opportunity, and Blaze, well, they're going to get scouted out. I like what the blue team are doing, though. They're coming down with the siege camp, trying to pressure bot lane, and it is open. The keep is already weakened. It's a nice open bit of the map as well. They will be able to scout out any flanks with Wisp once it's back off cooldown, but they need to make sure they defend these siege giants from Blaze's punishment.
The important thing is just getting the cut-up pressure bot, like by killing the fort.
Yeah. And also, it's completely the opposite lane of the boss, right? So if that pressure comes in, then someone has to be here very far away. Blaze as well, being on 52 gems, means that he is feeling far more scared to engage.
Oh, they just need to get all the gems together, then they get the secret mount.
If only that was a thing. That would be great to know.
For
But-
that, makes sense. Level 20, OP, please nerf.
Keep goes down, and Lunara, of course, with this level 20 intensifying toxin, just meant that those structures didn't have much of a chance. They don't have the additional damage on level 4, but didn't matter all the same. As keep one down, will there be another opportunity as the boss now spawns on the top side of the map? Wyman in a little bit of trouble, pops their heroic ability, but it will keep them healed up for the time being. Light Bomb not able to connect, and as Lunara goes down, the pre-level 20 fight is here. A little too much on the side of the red team map as a great heroic usage comes out. Blaze manages to catch a Nubrak. They will burrow charge away. Anduin needs to be escorted out as they could pull anyone else out, although they only have one charge of pull, notably due to that level 16 talent being the old inner focus.
Wait, in that focus? Ah, yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. I think. Maybe.
They've maybe felt like they hadn't been pulling people out much, and so they just wanted more healing. And Inner Focus used to be the go-to talent back before there was the double pull. Red team find themselves a comeback opportunity here. They have plenty of gems still, should they want to get a second turn in once they have level 20 after this Web Weaver push. It's going to be a bit of a stabilizing push, this one.
Yeah, they just get 20 with this push. Maybe like a wall or two. And then they get the second turn in.
Second turn in. And now I want to see them prioritize top lane, because if they get 2 turn-ins
yeah.
and then boss, they could potentially swing the game and take the championship away with themselves.
I am not certain about this being smart here. But,
Yeah, pushing in mid lane seems a little bit like an interesting choice, but potentially they're thinking about their next turn in. They know they've got a turn in after this. They want to make sure they have the space and the opportunity around the middle rotation.
it is indeed just that. I mean, top wall is also dead, so it's perfect.
So-
The bot lane doesn't matter in this case, so it's okay.
Lizzie Ryan, though, in a little bit of trouble. They're all by themselves right now. The red team are going to rally around them, sensibly so. The blue team is split. Hogger all by themselves top lane, and Moondog SV knows this, and they're looking for anyone. Lunara is going to leap away with that movement speed they have, but a wall comes down.
The
Moondog's not
top
there.
engage on Hogger failed. Obviously, it wasn't seen by the good camera, but the jet potion missed. It's watching and him surviving.
Now, Anubrak very much in the backline, and this is going to be a great opportunity for them to cocoon white main and then go in as they burrow charge in onto the Unfortunately, though, everyone is surviving. Out comes the black hole as Anduin finds themselves in a dire situation. They will be the first one to go. Anubrak the second. Satori falls third. And after a superb game from the Hopium Academy, they lose almost 4 members of their team.
Maybe more? Fake damage OP.
But that Blaze kill may well have kept them in this game. There were so many opportunities for the red team to really snowball away from it. Still, 3 heroes down. It's going to be a good swing for the Reds. But without a Blaze, they may not be in a game-ending scenario.
The only issue is this boss plus pain, obviously. But Chromie plus Lunara is good wave clear. And also safe-ish wave clear.
Yeah, it certainly
Like-
is.
That ping without Blaze being alive.
So Chromie's going to be here. Lunara is going to be decent boss clear. Also, Lunara doing this bottom camp is going to mean that this bot lane does not really care about it. It is all about this top lane. And Diablo falling here is an incredible turn of events for the Blues.
Chromie OP?
Sure, he's going to be back, but he's going to be back without a fully stocked soul shield and without a fully beefed up health bar. And look at that. The red team are wounded and they are having to retreat and wait for their frontliners to re-arrive.
So the boss goes down, only having taken down the wall. And then this is gonna be free clear. Hoga? No, Hoga survives. He did not overstep you. So yeah. How many jumps are left on the red side?
So I can tell you that there are approximately 45 gems on the red team.
Oh, the turn is going to be like 70 gems now, I think.
Yeah, I
If I
think-
can math right.
Yeah, it might be 65. Yeah, I think so. We'll wait and see. Boom. 65.
65, yeah.
My caster senses were tingling. But yeah, this is a very tough scenario for both teams right now. Obviously, boss has been taken off the map. Blue team really wanted to try and find that engage. I would have loved to have seen Anub'arak maybe find that cocoon on white main ASAP in that first initial fight. It's a tough spot to be
It's
in.
hard. You need to get into the range of white main to cocoon her. Well, okay. Bruiser taken for the left side.
The main big advantage that the blue team have is that bot lane is clear and has catapult spawning every single wave. They can try and play a macro advantage here. You can play a little bit slower. Satori is on the wings here. And as long as...
they've also got counter pressure mid. Like, it's not just spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's only every third wave in the mid wave, at least, though.
But it's
So-
still good in the long game.
And I mean, mid wave is a bit more controllable as you rotate around the map, whereas bot lane is going to be
Yeah.
pressuring that core directly. But I mean, I completely agree.
Also, why are they just why are they just playing 1-3-1? Oh, that's fine. They're rotating mid.
Yeah, Blaze in a little bit of trouble. Burrow charge used, and now
Okay.
comes the light bomb. Still, it goes onto the backline, lands onto the two backliners, and Whitemane is cocooned. This is an incredible scenario, but Whitemane comes out. Still, Moondark SV is falling lower and lower, and they get
Ooh.
taken down. Zoo able to live with only 80 HP. The blue team have found their advantage.
Ouch. That was a kill because of the lack of gems rather than soulstone stacks on the upload.
Yeah, it really is a tough spot for them to be in. And we can look at the replay and see how the light bomb only just connected onto
Yeah.
Tantadar and Whitemane there. But we're going to have to get straight back into this main game here as soon as Diablo goes down, as we do see the blue team positioning onto this keep.
So they obviously can't quite end this without another kill.
No, definitely not, but they can try and pressure as much as they can. And look at the damage that they do. Still, they have Hogger on this bot lane. Once again, they're going to be spinning around tightly. Very good Hogger play here from Satori. Very clean, especially doing these
Couldn't
camps.
win.
The boss is up in another minute, and with Diablo down, the blue team just haven't got much. They've got still getting this bot lane pressure, but it doesn't really do a lot. However, Blaze is cut off, bit too far forward. Burrow charge gets interrupted. Perfect burrow here from them. Sorry. And there's
Perfect.
Cocoon as well. Whitemane ulti is popping off, but unfortunately, Whitemane is going to fall very low. Zoo able to get away, but it's really locked in. It's an incredible wall, and I think this might just be game as we see the red team able to take 3 people down for the time being. And as Chromie goes down, Anduin falls low. And it's full team wipe here. A
Yeah,
turn-in
they-
is possible, but do they just walk top and try and end? I think they get the turn-in here at least, and maybe we continue in this torment.
I mean, there is no wave, technically, but it's like, it's minute 25, level 24, 23, like, you can just go core.
Yeah, still though, there's a lot of minions on the bottom. There's still a catapult, and there's another one in tow. They have to be careful. Blaze is up in 8 seconds. Should be available to defend.
I mean, maybe?
So,
Blaze is not there yet.
Anubarak, Lunara, and Hog are coming back. It might be enough. It might be enough. I did forget that the Web Weaver wave
They
was
just have to
spawning
kill
as
the
well.
Diablo, and then they win the game.
I mean, they need to look at Tassilo and Valor, I think, first, but we do see Anubarak maybe getting pulled into this white main ulti, but no, not quite here, as Satori actually gets interrupted by the white main ulti accidentally. Lunara falls. This could well be the championship point that Sigma males need. Valor falls to the chroma damage. Still, Anubarak goes down too. They are trying desperately to defend this, and without the
The
big
issue is
wave...
no white main mana.
There is no white main mana, and that means there's no white main healing, as unfortunately the light bomb doesn't connect onto anyone. Blue team desperately trying to find something. Bunker being used here for survivability. But as you say, no white main mana means no surviving. And the red team might have to back away here. They know they've got a potential angle on core, but they just feel so vulnerable right now.
I mean,
One
they're too
Chromie
dead.
combo could be the end for them as well.
Yep. They are backing up.
Still, they have got a lot of waves pushed in here. Neither team have many gems at all.
This can't feel good.
But the boss spawns. They don't have Valor, but they have so much pressure elsewhere. And without Lunara and Anubarak being on the field, I don't think they can contest this.
But
It's-
does a boss end with all the kill?
So the problem here as well is that they get this boss, but once again, Tacitar and Whitemane have no mana. They'll have to Hearthstone if they want anything.
But the other team doesn't know this yet.
They don't know this, but now the push with the boss is considerably weaker. Still, all Whitemane has to do is pick up a few globes. They might be in a good spot. Syrax here looking for opportunity. Holger, by the way, was looking to try and pressure core with their minion waves, but I think it's a little too late. They should have been maybe in the opportunity. As we see Diablo still getting chunked here by that Chromie.
Now, if you think that spell shield is enough, like, it's just damage.
I think this
Light
engages
bomb?
too late as the boss is
Vader?
now on the core. They try and find something. Still, it's a great stun here from
Shockwave,
Holger.
okay.
They're finding two. Valor falls, but this boss is still so healthy right now. Diablo's putting out the lightning breath. The core goes down, chunking through as the boss swings its clawy arms. It's going to most likely be GG here as the blue team fall lower and lower. The red team still healthy. Whitemane has enough mana. They have enough damage. It's GG. Our Heroes 10th anniversary champions for Division 3 are the Sigma males.
GG.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our champions for the 10th anniversary. They will be getting some 10th anniversary pins. They will be feeling like champions as well.
They are champions.
And they are indeed.
Champions of Tassila White main comp.
Oh,
I still don't believe. I still don't believe in the White man even after winning.
you don't believe in the
Obviously.
white. We couldn't convince you otherwise.
But still, great play.
I mean, the
For both
Hopi...
sides.
Yeah, it looked so good. I feel like one thing that Hopium Academy can take away from this is that they played really well, but they need to maybe learn a little bit more of how to pressure when they have that lead. Because so many times they had that lead, they just need to make sure they snowball it, the right opportunity, and keep putting pressure on the opposing team.
True.
So there we go. And we obviously have a little bit of time before our next series. But very well played here, of course, to our winner, Sigma Males.
Yeah, you could invite the good old Lizzie Ryan for an interview.
We can have a quick interview, I'm sure. course, we can use this time right now to encourage everybody that sign-ups are open for Season 27. Make sure you go sign up now. We have sign-ups closing in just over a week, so you do want to get your team there. Additionally, round 1 does start on the 23rd, so you have a little bit of time to sort of mentally prepare, of course. You can get your team together for the 8th, but do be sure to get yourself signed up at least before the 23rd. We do have a couple of times where we can add people late, but make sure you are signed up by the 8th.
Make it easy for the organization and for the
Exactly.
mods.
Indeed.
Be kind.
So, of course, and additionally, we just want to say a little thank you to Heroes Profile, who, without their incredible tool, we would not be able to run the game as effectively. Heroes Lounge runs very much using the skill rating that Heroes Profile provides through their storage of so many Heroes of the Storm replays. So big shout out to them. You can support them a little bit at ! Profile in the chat. We'll take you to their Patreon. Of course, here at Heroes Lounge, we're very grateful that we have sort of quite low running costs, but Heroes Profile do a lot to maintain some of that. So do consider supporting them. But yes,
And also upload all your replays to Heroes Profile, please.
Yes, do make sure you do that, especially before you sign up. It's always good. So we are just looking. We're waiting for Dusty Jim to jump into interview room. Oh, hang on. No, that's not the right person.
Classic.
So yes, I'm just keeping things going. Thank you everyone for joining us, of course. Zap's job for next season is to put the team together. Zap, you've surely got your team together, have you not?
Well, how do I put this? We put a new team together for this event, which has now collapsed. Again.
Okay. Lovely. Well, it's great to have you here for this event, at least.
So, we'll see if I'm capable of playing next season or if I just go free agent again, make another free agent team, go for like 4 seasons, then it collapses again, and then we'll see how it goes. The classic. Actually, I forget, does Transparent play Heroes Lounge?
I actually don't. I spend so much time doing all the other bits that I find it hard to fit in matches as well, and practice. But I like to keep a watchful eye, and I certainly had my fun in the past.
Good. And also, again, while we wait for Lizzie to come, if they would like to.
We've got them here. If you ready?
Ah, perfect.
Hello and congratulations, Dusty Jim. Well, you have been the champions of the Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament.
Clap, clap, clap.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Actually, right away, I just have to say thanks to Heroes Lounge and all the other people involved in organizing this tournament. Thank you, guys. It was really a pleasure to participate.
I agree with this wholeheartedly.
Yes, of course. We're grateful to have you here, and of course, it's you are our champions. But you've been around for a long time. You've brought up, I believe, you've had a few free agent teams of yourself as well. And here, of course, the Sigma Males was potentially a modification of one of them along the way. So it's very grateful to have you here, especially as a member of Heroes Lounge who've done a great deal supporting people who've come in as passionate players throughout the 10 years of Heroes of the Storm's history. I mean, you played very well today. The game number 2 was a tough one to get in. Your Tassadar, however, how many games do you indeed have on Tassadar?
I think it might be my most played hero at this point in Heroes Lounge, but I could be wrong. But if it's not the most played, then it's very close to be so.
Well, it's wonderful to
lot.
watch.
A lot, to answer your question briefly.
Actually, I can double check, I think, if they're still online. View
Yeah.
profile. The answer, actually, it's not the most played hero in everything. It's just 123.
Well, you've always got to remember that some of those games are not counted because they're in custom games.
Yeah, on Heroes Lounge it's 38 picks, and it's the most picked hero for me.
Well, you're doing very, very well. Of course, this is for the Heroes 10th anniversary, this tournament. Have you got any memories of Heroes of the Storm in the last 10 years that you want to share? That was your something that sticks out in your mind?
Well, the biggest highlight of was actually pretty recent. During Calder's Cup tournament, we've had like a 10-man wipe. Basically, both teams deleted each other. That was pretty funny. That was probably the biggest highlight. But overall, I mean, obviously, when you're playing with like-minded people, like you get pretty unique experiences sometimes. So yeah, like I usually say, you know, playing Storm League and playing tournaments like Heroes Lounge or Caldor's Cup or Heroes 10 is an entirely different game. And I prefer this one to the Storm League, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, it is wonderful to have you here and be playing. And it's great to hear that you're making impactful memories even now, late on in the game's lifespan. Zap, have you got any further questions for Dusty Jim here?
I would like to ask, draft-wise, do you usually just play Vala Testa, or is this an adaptation to something you knew about the other team? This is just...
Well, we have Sandro playing Vala mostly, so I usually kind of, you know, like recently, I played a lot of Sylvanas, I played a lot of Hanzo in previous seasons, but I'm kind of getting old, so I pick these heroes where you don't have to click too many buttons like Chromie or Tass. This is what I prefer recently. But Sandro is good on Vala, so I just if we have first pick, we usually let him do it.
Well,
Makes sense.
super. Are there any shout-outs you'd like to make, Dusty Jim, before we head into a small break before our Division 2 semi-finals?
Well, big shout out to my team, first of all. I wouldn't have, we wouldn't have made it without such good players. So yeah, and as well, I just want to reiterate, big thanks to Heroes Lounge organizing team and all the other people from the community who are supporting this tournament.
Yeah, it is super to hear. And of course, yeah, big round of applause for our moderators who do stuff, all the sort of external casters who jump in to cast games and make them just feel a little bit extra special. Thank you to Zap here, of course. Our league managers, Eric's and casting manager Sam, of course, who do a lot of little work here and there that sort of goes under the radar. So big thank you to everyone, and of course the players. We have to thank all the players who turn up, because it doesn't happen without people turning up, and the more players, the better the games. So do get involved.
If I may add a little bit, last but not least, I want to shout out to our opponents, because these matches today were pretty tough at times. So shout out to Sloth Sanctuary and Hopium Academy for being a great competition.
Well,
thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Dusty. We will be seeing how we can get our small tokens of reward to you over for this victory here today. But for now, we're going to go to a small break. So thank you very much, everybody. We will be back in just 10 minutes with our Division 2 semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
Oh,
But it's a
and Sonya
huge Dragon Strike. 2 go down. Naja gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up. trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moonduck with 100 with the shields coming up.
Oh,
Anubrak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
run, Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Bishan a little bit low, but Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little spring in their step. Morpheus going forward, trying to slow down any further, but Arvinus is the one, doesn't quite connect the tongue, and it looks like Lizzie Ryan could fall, but unfortunately, the damage just isn't there for the blue team.
Have we seen a Dragon Queen yet from Alex Strasa?
Not
She
just
should be getting...
yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Out it comes. They wanted to use it around the objective. Now's as good as time as any, especially as they're starting to pump out damage with those Ws. Moonduck is in a lot of trouble. The CC has been given. But look at that flame stop. The survivability is just so much. And level 10s here for the red team mean that the blue team have to peel away. In a lot of trouble.
No.
Junkrat, however, gets pulled out. The Lifebinder not quite on the right target. And we do see Junkrat in a little bit of trouble, but it is only Dahaka who's able to put damage onto them. The red team, however, are able to take out Irel. And although Lizzie Ryan steps forward, they're going to be stepping a little too far forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Dragon's Arrow narrowly doesn't connect. Good thing. But we now see blue team having an advantage on the objective, and of course they have that dragon from Alex
And on
Strasser.
Diablo here. Another thing with Diablo is that you do get a bit full of yourself when playing, or at least I do, because it's like, oh, I have so much life. But if you die once, then you forget the souls. Then suddenly you are not very strong anymore.
Yeah, they're not finding themselves any tasty treats just yet. Nice Dragon's Arrow in the back, follow up with the Blessed Shield, but the damage just not able to quite connect this time. Ring of Frost lands just on Yrel, but gusted away. Now the Dragon popped as well, looking to heal everybody up. Even Lifebinder used to prop the Junkrat back to full health, but the red team are able to get away.
Yeah.
Lots of damage coming out from Jaina, but Jaina equally falls very low. There's nothing to save her, and she goes down to the Hanzo damage. Junkrat gets tongued by the Dahaka, but it looks like the red team need to be on retreat as Moonduck equally falls low. They have 100 souls. They can come back. They will lose a lot of that HP as Lucy looks to hunt them down. Not without Diablo finding the resets and getting pulled out by Anduin here. Good space made by the red team. Back, Light Bomb doesn't connect, and now the blue team are moving forward. Dahaka will have to burrow here all the way, but they do get the burrow. They do get the target onto Alex Strasser, who's in a lot of danger. She will have to think about popping Dragon Queen, but Junkrat falls. The front line are going down. Moondog equally goes down. Out comes the play of the game, trying to get onto Lizzie Ryan, but it is going to be Sandro who potentially falls from a flash of light from Johanna.
Now as well. Sounds very nice. Very soothing.
Very pleasant. And especially
Imagine, yeah. Especially if you're burning from a Diablo and the Kale.
a living bomb. Oh, as we have
Getting a
Whitemane
little
engaged
sleepy.
on. She doesn't have a lot of mana, and she does go down. Great kill here from the blue team.
Not being able... Oh, Whitemane?
Oh, falls low,
Nope.
but unfortunately that heroic will top them right back up, especially
Holy
with two members
heal.
sitting there. Pyroblast doing damage to Junkrat. Yrel here trying to heal themselves up. Dodging out on the isolation, however. And as Yrel does finally go down, Brightwing doesn't teleport with them. And it's just a little too much damage coming out from the red
Yeah.
team here. They have Blessed Shield. They don't have Horrified. Riptire is in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be in time. However, the AoE damage of Junkrat and Gul'dan does benefit them in this fight. Diablo goes down. Johanna is traded. Still, the strafe comes out from the Valor. And although Riptire is going to be there to save Yrel, that is actually a great moment here for the blue team. From Whitemane keeps them alive, but a humongous Horrify means that Whitemane is in trouble. The damage is coming out. Still, the silence on Brightwing means that Bishan can't see their healthy heroes on their team. And after one goes down, Pyroblast takes out Johanna, and it's a full team wipe. It looks like Sigma Males will be going through to the grand finals of this Heroes
They're
Camp.
even skipping the...
Those camps. And we do see Red team a little bit slower, so blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights engage. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it.
Oh, no,
it's on
no,
two.
no.
The stun as well with the
Oh.
Immortal. Two people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
And there goes Kumi with the
really-
first kill for blue team.
Really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both.
Oh,
But
Falstad?
Falstad comes in, finds a Gus only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But
And
Hanzo
Hanzo's,
seems to be
yeah,
very
yeah.
much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets
Ooh.
cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane though, and the
Can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Stairwell and Listen comes out, but it might be a bit early as Morpheus
oh, there
will be able to
goes
get a mosh pit.
Hanzo.
But it's a
and Sonya-
huge Dragon Strike. Two go down. Nasha gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up. Trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral Healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moondog with 100 with the shields coming up.
Oh,
Anubrak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
run, Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Bishan a little bit low, but
Oof.
Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little spring in their step. Morpheus going forward, trying to slow down any further, but Arvinus is the one, doesn't quite connect the tongue, and it looks like Lizzie Ryan could fall, but unfortunately, the
Oh.
damage just isn't there for the blue team.
Have we seen a Dragon Queen yet from Alex Strasza?
Not
She
just
should be getting.
yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Out it comes. They wanted to use it around the objective. Now's as good as time as any, especially as they're starting to pump out damage with those Ws. Moonduck is in a lot of trouble. The CC has been given. But look at that flame stop. The survivability is just so much. And level 10s here for the red team mean that the blue team have to peel away. In a lot of trouble.
No.
Junkrat, however, gets pulled
Ooh.
out. The Lifebinder not quite on the right target. And we do see Junkrat in a little bit of trouble, but it is only Dahaka who's able to put damage onto them. The red team, however, are able to take out Irel. And although Lizzie Ryan steps forward, they're going to be stepping a little too far forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Dragon's Arrow narrowly doesn't connect. Good thing. But we now see blue team having an advantage on the objective, and of course they have that dragon from Alex
And on
Strasza.
Diablo here. Another thing with Diablo is that you do get a bit full of yourself when playing, or at least I do, because it's like, oh, I have so much life. But if you die once, and then you forget the souls, then suddenly you are not very strong anymore.
Yeah, they're not finding themselves any tasty treats just
Oh.
yet. Nice Dragon's Arrow in the back, follow up with the Blessed Shield, but the damage just not able to quite connect this time. Ring of Frost lands just on Yrel, but gusted away. Now the Dragon popped as well, looking to heal everybody up. Even Lifebinder used to prop the Junkrat back to full health, but the red team are
But
able
they're-
to get away.
Yeah.
Lots of damage coming out from Jaina, but Jaina equally falls very low. There's nothing to save her, and she goes down to the Hanzo damage. Junkrat gets tongued by the Dahaka, but it looks like the red team need to be on retreat as Moondog equally falls low. They have 100 souls. They can come back. They will lose a lot of that HP as Lucy looks to hunt them down. Not without Diablo finding the resets and getting pulled out by Anduin here. Good space made by the red team. Back, Light Bomb doesn't connect, and now the blue team are moving forward. Dahaka will have to burrow here all the way, but they do get the burrow. They do get the target onto Alex Strasza, who's in a lot of danger. She will have to think about popping Dragon Queen, but Junkrat falls. The front line are going down. Moondog equally goes down. Out comes the play of the game, trying to get onto Lizzie Ryan, but it is going to be Sandro who potentially falls from a flash of light from Johanna.
Now as well. Sounds very nice. Very soothing.
Very pleasant, and especially in
Imagine, yeah. Especially if you're burning from a Diablo and the Kale.
a
You're getting
living
little-
bomb. Oh, as we have
Getting a
White Maid
little
engaged
sleepy.
on. She doesn't have a lot of mana, and she does go down. Great kill here from blue team.
Not being able. Oh, White Mane.
Oh, falls low,
Nope.
but unfortunately that heroic will top them right back up, especially
Holy
with two members
heal.
sitting there. Pyroblast doing damage to Junkrat. Yrel here trying to heal themselves up. Dodging out on the isolation, however. And as Yrel does finally go down, Brightwing doesn't teleport with them. And it's just a little too much damage coming out from the red team here. They have Blessed Shield. They don't have Horrified. Riptire is in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be in time. However, the AoE damage of Junkrat and Gul'dan does benefit them in this fight. Diablo goes down. Johanna is traded. Still, the strafe comes out from the Valor. And although Riptire is going to be there to save Yrel, that is actually a great moment here for the blue team. From Whitemane keeps them alive, but a humongous Horrify means that Whitemane is in trouble. The damage is coming out. Still, the silence on Brightwing means that Bishan can't see their healthy heroes on their team. And after one goes down, Pyroblast takes out Johanna, and it's a full team wipe. It looks like Sigma Males will be going through to the grand finals of this Heroes.
They're even skipping
those camps. And we do see red team a little bit slower, so blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights engage. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it. It's on two. The stun as well with the Immortal. Two people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
And there goes Chromie with the first kill for blue team.
Really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both. But Falstad comes in, finds a Gust only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But Hanzo seems to be very much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane, though, and the...
Can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Stairwell and Listen comes out, but it might be a bit early as Morpheus will be able to get a mosh pit. Hello everybody and welcome once again to our Heroes of the Storm 10th anniversary tournament here on Heroes Lounge. We are representing the amateur community and we already are getting ready for our second tournament of the day, I want to say. It's not quite the second tournament. But
yeah, I mean, next division, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Yeah.
This is Division 2 now, so we're climbing it. We're going to have Division 1 tomorrow, but because after this, we're going to be passing over to the pro scene, the cash tournament. Let's see.
Yeah. So we are jumping straight into the first map. We don't want to lose any time, and first one is Battlefield of Eternity. And I'm very excited to cast this one together.
Yes, yeah.
With you here. Zona 10 versus Dyslexic Dinavnatus.
I'm excited to cast this one with you as well. So we've obviously had some great Division 3 games. We're going to slowly climb up. And, it's what I've enjoyed about the Nexus Rumble is you sometimes start to see the difference in the drafting as you climb up the skill level. We're not jumping too high yet. This was sort of low Division 2, Division 3, Division 4 in this normal season sort of stuff. But we'll see how these guys go.
Yeah, so we are starting it off with a Whitemane ban. Interesting choice. Strong heals.
Sorry, everyone. I did accidentally have you as Zap, and I've changed it very quickly.
I could try, but I don't have like a nice chicken face.
The chicken face is the most important.
Nice try, though. Nice try. Yeah, I'll do my best, but I to get in his feet, but yeah.
There we go. So we have our predictions started here. Of course, you can predict already for the teams if you're big fans of them, but we got Whitemane and Junkrat banned out here on BOE. And we've seen some great aggression earlier on. Obviously, Junkrat's all about control. So being banned out may mean that they've got a little bit of an aggressive plan here on the side of the Den Defenders.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm curious to see if one of those teams go for either team fight or raise, and how they play this map specifically. Because nowadays it's not that trivial anymore to play this map. I feel like there's so many adjustments you can do and switch around and maybe play two people top lane or go for team fight or instead of raise and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll see how they will prepare here.
So a Nubrak gone as well means I think it's negating a bit of that aggression, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nuremberg is very aggressive tank. You can just dive in and stun people. But Chromie is the first one with especially big range poke, and time traps can be very dangerous. So let's see how the red team will deal with them.
Yeah, and Zadil likes to play that Chromie as well.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know too many of these players personally, but I know that this Dyslexic Den of Naders, we've played against them last season. But I cannot really remember what they have played. But it's Anduin Liming. Okay. Also range poke with mage burst damage. Also kind of great to just poke down the immortal race, I think.
Yeah, certainly can be. Liming, of course, can come in with those orbs and they can hit. But we have our first Thrall pick of the day. Luca is in the other series today, but we have it here. And
I mean, another Lucas is here.
I think I recommended it to one of the teams earlier that that's probably what they could have picked, something like that, to just give a bit more front line. And against Liming is very good. You can have that spell shield at level 13 that's very powerful. And equally, you've just got more people in the face of the enemy. And if this is picked as the 4-man, extra assassin.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if it is a 4-man Thrall or an offlane Thrall. But first we have another bands coming in, so no Brightwing to help out in the offlane top side.
No, not this time. Is that a healer focus here from the side of the red team as well?
Yeah, kinda. I feel like I want to see a Garrosh here from Den of Naders. I don't know if they play them though. Ooh, Deathwing ban, okay. Also something spicy you don't see that often.
Yeah, I mean, Deathwing, it obviously means they're thinking about a lot of CC, right? They're thinking, if we just pile on CC onto the enemy team, we can absolutely control them, we can deal the damage that we need to and want to as well. And obviously Deathwing can just walk away from that. But we see ETC's Sonya coming in here. It's a combo we did see earlier on today in the Division 3 semi-finals from Sloth Sanctuary.
Yeah, now that ETC has got through his buffs with the baseline armor, he's actually viable as a tank for now. He survives way more again. So great to see him alive.
Let's see, as we have our last 2 picks here from the blue team, will we have another solo laner here, or will it be Thrall up in the top? It's going to be Uther Reyna. So Thrall is indeed that off laner, but Uther is the healer, so just going for armor, and I like that as a pick, but something like a Lunara, something else, could be a little bit of trouble here with this flex.
Indeed, yeah. I was just about to say, like, for now, Uther is very strong in what they have for now with the burst and armor. And if they put in a little bit more poke and, yeah, dot with... even the Tracer could be very annoying. Holy hell. But, I mean, Uther has point-and-click stun. Not sure if you really want to play it into an Uther. But...
I'm not sure about this Tracer. I think, especially as there's a Reyna on the other side of the map, Reyna can just point right-click onto that Tracer Chromie.
Yeah, and
usually
it could
can
also
time
be
out
a
themselves.
time loop with the Chromie.
Potentially.
Potentially.
It's a hard one to go for. Let's get your predictions in. You've got 5 minutes
That's balls.
still to get your predictions in. Of course, one person's predicted 1 point on the Den of Defenders right now. Which way do you think this is going to go, Random Macro?
I mean, for now it kind of looks like favorable to Sauna Tent in my eyes. Blue team here. But you never know. If the red team has some nice combos, they could turn this around. But yeah, blue team looks favorable for me so far.
Well, let's see how they do in this semi-final of the Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament. For Division 2, we have in Splu, it's Sauna Tent with Ants on Raynor, Zedur on the Chromie, Ihi on Muradin, Tassadar is playing Uther, and Invertebrate is playing Thrall.
Yes, and on the right-hand side we have the Dyslexic Den of Naders in red, with ETC being played by Snabs, Anduin played by Necro, Onigiri on the Liming, Irana on the Tracer, and last but not least, Sonya on being played by Drylink.
Yeah, so just looking at the talents, we do have that block party for ETC, really wanting to make sure that everyone is getting that. And of course,
choice.
75% physical armor against the Reyna is going to be very, very significant.
Yeah, with any basic ability ETC is pressing. That's big.
But we have a little
So
bit
far,
of,
careful start.
Yeah, very much
sorry.
slow here. Of course, the red team don't have easy wave clear whatsoever. Li Ming can find it in the right angles, but she needs to be in a good position for that. And ultimately, you know, having to keep the enemy minions outside of the range of your towers is what the red team are going to have to consistently do in these early stages of the game.
Yeah, so maybe we do need an echo pedal here from ETC to help clearing these waves.
Oh, it's a good route though,
engage
as
attempt.
Muradin did jump in. The power slide has locked them down, but is the damage going to be enough? Tracer is much more of a mid to late game damage dealer, and finishing off that Muradin right now just wasn't possible.
Yeah, but big trade on the damage rise here on both tanks.
Yeah, but Muradin has got third wind, and look at him. He's just back up to full HP basically already.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, ETC also has some nice self-healing as he's walking into the team, and ooh, it's Power Slide getting stunned! Endung has to pull out, and therefore no first blood so far, but that was some nice attempts here.
Yeah, very much a good opportunity here. Muradin going in once again, finds Anduin, but no one ain't following up on that just yet. Meanwhile, we do have Uther, by the way, went for the Wave of Light. So it can be a very good one to stack up as well, and can be very good to keep that armor going. It's one of my favorite talents on Uther for the level 1. This is a good
Okay,
power
there
slide.
comes a nice attempt onto Reyna, getting CC'd, but he has his E ready so he can heal back up. And that is a first blood encounter attack onto the ETC, getting killed here right now.
Yeah, and blue team make the most of it by going for the camp here in the bot lane. We can have a little look at how that happened in the replay here. And we can see, obviously, Muradin standing around, but ETC felt like they got the slide here onto that Reyna.
Yeah, there was actually a big CC chain here onto that Reyna, but luckily enough, he had his E ready and thus was able to heal himself back up, and therefore ETC was way too long, too deep, and got killed.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that extra armor from Uther does mean that people like Reyna are going to be able to survive these blow-up opportunities. And, you know, it just meant that they could control the ETC very nicely. So, as we go into this first Immortal phase, though, how are we going to have this? Reyna does have Exterminator, which means they'll be dealing 50% additional damage to this Immortal.
Yeah, he unfortunately forgot to W the camp, but next time maybe.
Oh, Tracer got stunned here by the Immortal, takes some Chromie Sand to the face. And it looks like the blue team are certainly going to be winning this half-time race for the time being.
Yeah, both teams decide to clear the camps, running it down on both lanes, but yeah. First objective is coming down to the race and goes into the hand in favor of the blue team Sauna Tent here. Running it down for top lane as they have a lot of pressure went down with the camp they captured due to the first blood they got.
Oh, ETC find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation at the top. But ultimately, it's going to be up to Li Ming and Tracer to try and take out this Immortal now. It's not the easiest thing to do as a Tracer, get close to this big beastly thing, especially when there's stuff like a Muradin stunning people like ETC right in their face. No more pull available will mean that the red team have to be a bit more sheepish. But Li Ming is just throwing a few orbs, hoping to catch the AoE onto this Immortal at the moment. While also getting triumvirate.
I mean, front wall is gone. They should be able to defend the fort. You could look a little bit more aggressive now as the Immortal is almost dead here.
Yeah, but these minions
slide just in the right moment.
The minions
Yeah,
are
I mean,
doing
yeah, right. They don't have
damage.
really big wave clear. That's right.
And
Without the wave clear, it's tough actually.
Don't forget, those minions are also boosted by Exterminator. You know, that's gonna be giving them additional damage on top of the 300% additional damage minions do to structures. So the fact is, even with just the Immortal protecting the minions, essentially, the blue team were able to get that fort.
A nice Chromie reveal here, so that Invertebrate knows. I mean, he sniffed that, but he also revealed it for him that the red team is approaching him, so he stood safe. Therefore, the blue team has enough time to capture top camp for a further siege.
We have the fairly usual percentage damage build coming out here from Thrall at the moment, where they go for the green one on level 1, and then also the Ancestral Wrath, the remnants of Blood for Blood back in 2017. I want to say that was changed. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I also like this build from Thrall. It's such a nice burst build, especially on tanks.
A little bit of a history
So
lesson
you
of.
can-
Yeah, do you remember Blood for Blood? It was a level 16 talent on quite a few heroes, melee assassins especially.
Yeah. I remember that. I mean, the good old times, right? This event is here to be nostalgic about the long time HOTS game, right?
This is the tournament for it, Random Aggro. If we want to be
Exactly.
nostalgic, we might as well be thinking about it now.
Yes, indeed. Back in the days where all the pictures were the same on the talents as well.
Yeah. But we do have Calamity as the build here for Li Ming. They're going to be looking to try and find resets, really going in with the ETC, Sonya, and Tracer. So come that level 12, that level 10, sorry. Level 12's an odd one to pick. Sonya will probably most likely be leaping in, and we'll see a follow-up from Tracer and Li Ming.
Not even Chromie has a level 12 talent.
No, nobody has level 12s.
Yeah, but so far, very quick race here for the blue team, Sona Tent.
And they are just
Positioning
getting
right
here
now
closer.
to defend. Yeah, for the ultimate abilities. Now they can look for something, but ult's also available for the dyslexic Definators here as well. So just a testing water. Who will make the first wrong step into a direction of being punished?
Well, dyslexia is all about getting the letters in the wrong order. But will they find their heroes in the wrong order in these engages? I don't know.
Meanwhile, Reyna actually getting some PvE value, pushing down the fort. Sonya trying her best to do this as well, but just not as strong as Reyna.
No, certainly not without those minions. Vertebrae here playing the chase game with Tracer. Very good of them to do. But I mean, look at these minions getting so much value. And
Now the Definitors need to fix these minions, as that gives Sonaten the window to finish the race and get their second immortal here right now. But the leap coming into the backline onto the Uther, trying his best to armor and rock out, and that's actually possible. But Muradin finds himself very deep, getting CC'd, but has to press the avatar with Stage Dive coming into the backline. So far, nobody's dead, but the race almost completed here by Chromie. And
yeah, very well done here by both teams. Thrall with an incredible Sunder and a root that caught Tracer before they could light bomb blink in. It would have been a completely different team fight if it wasn't for Thrall controlling the Tracer. But here we have the Immortal claim for the blue team with a fairly healthy shield at the time being as well. Oh, ETC. Oh, gets done by Uther. They will need a pull from Anduin if they're not too careful. Still.
another stun onto the Tracer, actually big. But she's able to dash out, and with that, they tried their best to race down this Immortal. Fort is gone for sure, as they ping retreat already. Another stun on the Tracer. What is going with this Muradin?
Yeah, as we now see the pull out here from Anduin, just the pressure that this dwarf is putting on this front line means that they have to back away so often.
Yeah, like it's really tough for the Definators to come back into this game. They have been pushed back so heavily here right now.
Oh, Tracer looking to try and keep someone on here. It's a great stage dive, hits onto 4. The Sunder comes out though to make sure ETC can't get too much value. Bear in mind they have 0 mana. Chromie now in a little bit of trouble. We see the bomb onto Reyna instead. The damage is split. Reyna lives with the 25 armor from Uther. And with the 2 blink charges, they're able to get a melee onto Chromie. Thrall goes down as well, but it is traded 2 for 1, and it is a desperate little win that the red team needed.
Yeah, that's what they definitely needed. I like the counter-engaged chase they've been going on here, with a very, very beautiful 5-man stage dive into them. And then the follow-up lead, getting the damage is so close to falling. And eventually they got their kills.
Yeah, very well played there by the red team, but they are still behind. Structures are very much in the side of the blue team, but blue team did their camp very, very early here. Dwarf tossed right into the ZTC, but a good power slide from Snaps keeps them alive. Still, the blue team have an opportunity here to either put pressure on the bot lane or try and find some sort of balance elsewhere. They've just seen the top camp be taken by the Reds. And now they're wondering what can they do with this information. And it feels like they wanted to go aggressive. It's a little bit of a bold decision.
Scouting the Bruiser camp. I mean, that would be an opportunity to throw here if they played badly. But
Yeah, I think all they're
It
doing
just
is
looks
making
like-
sure that the red team aren't doing it, basically.
yeah, technically.
Oh, ETC not quite connecting the slide with Thrall. And that could have been a really nice kill there, but unfortunately it's going to cost them an Anduin pull.
Yeah, and they need to defend this bot camp pushing before they lose another keep, or their first keep rather. As yeah, Sonatan just keeps on applying their solid game pressure and starting to race this down.
I don't like what the red team are doing here. You know, they have all their heroic abilities available. They have the opportunity. If they're going to fight at any point, it should be soon. They have a level, well, not a level lead, but they had a level advantage, I want to say. But they just aren't taking it. And now they've given away the half the Immortal. Sure, this is now on the aggressive side. This is the side they needed it to be on. Can they get this whole Immortal's health bar depleted before the blue team turn up and make a big fight happen?
Okay, ooh, nice CC chain onto the Muradin. Has to pop the Avatar.
Light
While
bomb's still
running it
available
down
though.
for the backline. Stage Up is here to save the Sonya. And now everyone is on the retreat, just poking, but there comes another light bomb engage onto the Tracer. D-Shield has to be popped on Thrall, but Tracer running down the Chromie. Chromie still being healed by Uther. Uther, big heals, but in the meantime, Sonya is in danger, gets pulled out by Anduin, but therefore, no pull for Tracer, and Tracer is the one to fall in this teamfight.
Oh, it was a wonderful play by the red team, but so many great tools used. The ice block, or the timeout from Chromie, the D-Shield onto the Thrall as well, and most importantly, just the heal from Uther. Tassadar doing an incredible job keeping their team alive, and most importantly, protected from a decent chunk of damage. And it was just a little bit of an overcommitment, a little bit of desperation coming out from Tracer here when they had basically won the fight in my eyes. They gained a lot of space and they were pushing the blue team back. They could have had their own Immortal there, but unfortunately losing out on Tracer meant that they unfortunately are now defending this Immortal once again.
Yeah, on the other hand, they kind of need to go for these risky plays because they are a little bit far behind. They need to take these risks to maybe come back into this game and get some more kills and force the enemies to basically not be able to do anything.
Yeah, a little bit of a play here as ETC finds a slide onto Muradin. But Muradin is feeling very, very confident. They know they have an Uther for 25 armor, and they also have Avatar, and there is only 2 stuns on every team. There's not even a mosh pit to lock them down for long. Oh, there's 3 stuns, sorry. But, you know, they're finding themselves fairly free to roam.
Yeah, now it's getting tough here for the red team, losing their first keep, and Sonatan playing it very cautiously, getting it safe, retreating, and yeah, solid.
So level 16 to 16 though, the red team are doing a great job of keeping themselves in with a chance of the XP. You know, they have just been soaking up a lot of those minion waves every single opportunity. The blue team have been just instead using their XP advantage of this passive trickle to take more and more structures and keep the pressure on. But the red team may well use this opportunity to take a fort of their own. They've got a minion wave coming in, a camp as well, and Tracer at this level isn't too bad at doing some structure damage.
Yeah, they kind of have to right now, and yeah, they should be successful in doing so, yes indeed. As the blue team says, okay, yeah, you can have that. We give you this one as we go for the Bruiser camp to have even more pressure applied to bot lane to eventually get this final keep standing here for the Dyslexic Deflators instead.
So, blue team are now clearing out this top camp. They have the advantage,
Okay.
they have macro pressure all over the place. What does the
I
red team
think
do?
the only way to throw this is just to give the red team the fight they want, and ETC is very split here from his team, has to slide out, but gets stunned and rooted CC after CC here, but is safe due to the leap of faith here.
It's a big commitment of that leap of faith, though. It may not have been necessary, absolutely, but it definitely dissolves the fight at that moment. Still, they have 2 charges. They may well have another one in the bank. And as the red team look to pick up their bruiser camp, we will have them having a little bit of macro pressure in the top lane that they desperately need.
Yeah, the macro pressure is coming in very nicely or very handy here for the red team. Might take a while if the Dyslexic Divinators can take this fight into a longer delay. They might get some value out of it. At least it's de-pushing the lane. And yeah, now they really need to defend this one. And as soon as they see someone clearing top wave, they could look for an engage somewhere.
Yeah, of course, those catapults are going to be in every single wave for the blue team, so it will eventually get there. And Reyna's gone up there just to pop maybe a little bit of an Inspire on it. Maybe clear it out directly. Of course, that Exterminator does help a great deal. But here we are just seeing Li Ming doing what they do best on this map. Magic missiles and the occasional orb. Full, however, dicing with Tracer.
Yeah, so far just some poking, just some testing waters. Okay, who will make the first wrong step as Thrall is really trying to control this Tracer.
Yeah. Good space gained
Walking
here, though, by
towards
the
her.
blue team. They know that they want to play this slow. They have macro pressure in the bot lane that will be adding up eventually. Oh, it's a good slide, though, and a good Storm Bolt from Muradin at the same time. Still, Light Bomb connects onto the Reyna. Reyna falling lower and lower. Uther, however, able to keep them alive for the time being. As Sonya falls so low the other side of things, Tracer is going to potentially go down, but Andaman is the one who falls. Snap's trying to get everybody out of there. But as the Reyna's Raider tries to catch up with this Tracer, will she be able to get away? She does indeed destroy the Raider, but she goes down to the main man himself.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, that was just unfortunate for how close Sonaten was into dying. That I think that armor from Uther actually coming in clutch, saving the days for his team.
Don't underestimate Uther. It's absolutely true. You know, you've got to say that, you know, if everyone thinks that he's got no healing, but it ain't about the healing. It's about that 25 armor, which can do a whole lot more.
The
Oh,
ambush onto the ETC with the CC chain is massive, as this should be game, I think, as they go and delete this final building.
yeah, really, really great one there. And such good CC chain as well to interrupt the power slide. They found everything they needed there around Amagra.
Yeah, but now a desperate attempt to leap into the backline. Light Bomb is here as well, but then got disrupted by the Sundering. Big plays here. It's just denied all left, right, and center. Sonya trying her best to spin to win, but she gets killed eventually and does the Immortal, hammering it down the core. 35, 30%, and D-Shield being popped, and this is GG. Well played.
Game number 1 going over to Sonatent here, and it definitely felt like the heroes that they drafted, the way they had drafted Thrall, Reyna, as well as the Muradin and Uther, just had so much control over the battlefield that every time the red team tried to do something, they just couldn't quite manage exactly the execution that they would have liked.
Yeah, it was tough from the beginning on. Like, the draft was really tough to execute against all the CC chains and disruptions Sonatent has brought to the table. And yeah, there were some really great attempts and they've executed it very well, but it just wasn't enough. Uther armor was there, heals were there, D-Shield was there, cleansers were there, and yeah, CC just to disrupt was big. Was like very, very solid gameplay here from Sonatent.
So we can see the stats here. You know, obviously Uther doing 32k healing, but that doesn't tell the whole story because there's just so much value in that armor, especially just stopping any sort of blow up. Really well done there by them.
Yeah, I mean, armor doesn't really show the heal numbers, right?
I think there's something like it sometimes does, but sometimes doesn't. I can't quite remember. Someone in the chat might know a bit better. But yes, 1-0 advantage here to Sonatent.
And we already have the next map instantly picked.
It's going to be Infernal Shrines here, picked up by Sornatent after first pick was picked by the Den Offenders.
Yes, indeed. So I'm very curious to see how this one will turn out. If they go for a similar approach, I mean, now you don't really necessarily have to pick race heroes. And Ming, I don't think is also that great into this objective, since you really can't shoot through the objective monkeys. So I'm curious to see how these teams will adapt their drafts.
Holy smokes, I've just checked in on Lounge 2 and Super Unstoppable is just defended with 3% on the core.
Dude, I was kicked from the lobby. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm not in the lobby, that's probably why. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, we're all back, we're all in. Yeah, seems like it is hotting up in the other series as well, right now on Heroes Lounge 2.
No, you're fine. See you doing. Maybe he misclicked. But maybe, just maybe, he thought, nah, he's not one of us here.
He's supposed to be in the other lobby.
Wait a second.
So, Infernal Shrines, of course, the Lounge favourite, potentially the favourite of all time in Lounge, almost definitely. One day,
Yeah.
we're hoping to find out exactly how many times Infernal Shrines has been played in the Heroes Lounge fairly soon. Just a bit of spoilers. Random Aggro has been doing a lot of little secret work this last week to get ready, and it's hoping to have some good stuff of us soon to tide us between the 10th anniversary and, of course, our sign-ups.
Be prepared to have a little treat for the 10th anniversary from our Heroes Lounge stuff.
Yeah, big shout out to you, and of course Sergeant Johnny as well, who's been helping you out a bit, and CSS.
Yeah, definitely.
From,
big shout outs to Johnny.
From Bubble Trooper as well. But
yeah, true. That as well. Cannot forget CCSS. All right. Looks like everyone's ready, and we are ready to jump into the second map
yes,
and see if Dyslexic Den of Knitters can tie the series, or if Sonatent goes out with a victory here.
so there we have it. As we do have our game number 2 here starting, Infernal Shrines. And, I mean, ultimately, the blue team's draft could work again. They have a little less clear of the shrines, etc. But Jim Raynor is absolutely a top-tier pick. And it's one of those things that Raynor and Thrall have been rising in the meta a little bit every so often. And they just bring a little bit of control, a little bit of stability to your draft. It's hard to get them picked off completely. And stuff like Tracer can work against a multitude of teams. But when there's an Uther backing up the Raynor and Thrall, you're going to struggle to find those pickoffs.
Yes, indeed. So that was a strong draft, but we stick with a Junkrat ban. I like it. Range poke is really annoying, as we've just seen with the Chromie as well. And they also do stick with white main. Nothing new to see here.
So, oh gosh, I'm finding myself with a frog in my throat. Been casting.
Maybe you should drink.
I've got some water here.
Drink a sip of water.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah. All right, and Anduin is banned actually, so they don't pick him themselves. Also, don't want to see it on the enemy's team.
So yeah, absolutely. It's a heal lockout right now, and this may be affecting the second ban here.
Will it though? Was there anything dangerous for Sonatent here? I mean, yes, the Tracer Light Bomb engage was nicely executed. There was just not enough follow-up, I think, and yeah, they go with Deathwing ban.
It's really interesting to have this Deathwing ban. Because I think
maybe there's a one-trick pony.
I think there might well be I'm trying to remember. I have casted Dyslexic Den Offenders before. But I think it's not just that. I think it's the thought of they like to play this sort of very grouped up melee style a little bit. Like Uther can very much benefit with throwing out that W. And Deathwing absolutely loves grouped up enemies, either in their melee form, where they can try and just get lots of healing back, or, of course, their Flame Breath, which then has the sort of living bomb effect on it in the later stages of the game. But yeah, Dyslexic Den Defenders have picked up Deathwing five times in the Heroes 10th anniversary, and genuinely they pick it up very often in the main season.
Yeah, that's probably why, yeah. And I'm not sure if Sonaten actually plays Deathwing themselves. That's probably why they ban him. But we do see the other wing, Brightwing, being picked up, as well as a Blaze here, probably as an answer for Hogger on the offlane. So the rest is still open to draft around and fix whatever's been played. Ooh, but it looks like it might be a nice Stukov CC comp with a burst from Tychus, especially as well. So looks curious to me. And there goes the variant. That's what I just wanted to predict.
I mean,
with this Stukov.
It's very interesting because they're obviously looking to take out a few of those tank opportunities for the side of the blue team. And bear in mind, in game number 1, they picked up Muradin, who likes to just sort of stand there, be very much in that presence. Both Stukov and Tychus shut that down. Equally, it's a good shutdown for a Diablo. They are limiting the tank pool for Sonaten, and I expect they're going to limit it even more right now. There we go. They banned out a tank.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's the tank ban. Exactly. Der Panzergeneral. All right.
Yes, so
yeah,
Chromie...
but they do stick with Chromie.
So
and Joanna is the answer to Tychus, actually, to blind his percentage trait damage.
You can also walk away from a lot of those Stukov slows that come out.
Yeah.
And Chromie, interestingly, of course, has the Temporal Loop. Stukov, no cleanse. Going to be a little bit tricky.
Yes, indeed. I like where the draft's going here for Sonatent. But the response here from the Dyslexic Den of Natus is Zagara and Anub'arak. So they really want to go and find these bursty fights and push them down.
Yeah.
What will be the conclusive pick here from Sonatent?
So this is all percentage damage, very much. But bear in mind, Johanna can also blind the creeps. You know, they can blind Zagara's minions. Falstad is here to maybe put a bit of macro pressure on. I'm just thinking this through, and I feel like this is good for the Sonatent time, I think.
I mean, I think it's more evenly distributed. I don't necessarily dislike the draft from Dyslexic Den of Natus either, but yeah. Let's see.
Let's see. Get your predictions in now, of course.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, this is a real hard one. I think you're absolutely right. This is a much better draft than game number 1 for the Dyslexic Den Defenders. Zagara and Tychus can be absolute menaces, but the early game is a little bit icky sometimes. That wave clear is going to be tricky. Of course, Tychus does have the grenade. Let's see how they do as we get into game number 2.
Yes, indeed. And this time on the blue team's side, we still have Sonatent with Zedur on the Chromie, Aihi on the Johanna, Invertebrate playing the Blaze, and Ants on the Falstad. Tassadar showing off the Brightwing.
And over on the red team, they are the Dyslexic Den Defenders with Necro on Stukov, Drylink on the Hogger, Onigiri on that Zagara, Urana on Tychus, and Snaps picking up the Beetle here on Anub'arak. So nothing too surprising.
And we do see it's an auto attack, Falstad.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Obviously, going up against the Anub'arak, you want to make sure that you can peel away that shield as quickly as possible.
Instantly clear the creep. I like it.
Yeah, that's very good discipline. You have to make sure that you're getting rid of it. The vision that it gives can be very, very useful. But neither team wanted to take an early engage just yet. Red team are setting up here in this bot lane, not soaking mid lane just yet, which means that Johanna has said, I'm going to try and slow down your rotation as best as I can. It's going okay, but they are in full-on retreat, and Brightwing, without a blink heal, is able to just flap their little wings with some pixie dust to get them away.
Yes, so far, just the regular rotations. With the red team being the first one to start a camp.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in a position. They don't want to fall behind like perhaps they felt in game number 1. Where they just couldn't quite find the option. But they have picked up some percentage damage dealers, and when you're fighting from behind, percentage damage is always good. Still, Snaps gets on the point. The red team are trying to claim this away from them still. Brightwing able to heal up Johanna, and a big blaze stun here from the rotation does mean the first blood goes over to the side of Saunatan.
Yeah, that was a very nice rotation. He had the time since he cleared top lane. Top lane was pushing in the meantime. Had the time to rotate mid lane and then bot lane. Meanwhile, Hogger had to fix these lanes, and that gave him the window to step by and say hi.
Yeah, really well done by them. And you can see here the impact it had on this messy fight. The Blaze comes in, gets a little bit interrupted in their rotation, but ultimately finishes the job on the Beetle. Oh, and there's a little bit of fight here at the bottom as Johanna's in trouble.
Baits out the teleport, and that is an instant double kill here. Very nicely executed from Dyslexic Den of Nidus, pushing them away with a big silence on top of the teleport.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice to
that's
see Ken here.
sometimes what you can do against the Brightwing, right? But the fact is they've got a lot of good control and also that lurking arm of the Stukov that really means that escaping in these situations is going to be extra hard.
Yes, especially if it like hits perfectly timed, as yeah, we've just seen here right now. And with level 10s later, even the blink heal won't save her because she cannot blink away.
No, absolutely not. So we will have level 7s approaching soon, but most importantly, we have an Arcane Shrine activating in the mid lane. Both teams diligently taking their bruiser camps, which will help in that top lane pressure. But no team quite finding advantage just yet. However, the blue team are first on the scene. Good bit of...
Yeah, and with that said, a noob finds, tries to find something in the backline, misses his first stun so far. Hogger having the angle here a little bit off, and therefore has to cancel, but finds big wall stuns. The poly is in, no CC.
No, not just
some-
yet. Still, red team are claiming some of the skulls. Hogger stops their infinite spin just yet. And it's still very even. As Blaze looks to make the rotation down for the top lane.
Yeah, he just had to tab in the meantime. Oh, nice lurking arm here once more, but just a little bit off, so Brightwing can cleanse a little bit with her Soothing Mist. As Hogger spinning around, and that should be the first objective going into the hands of Dyslexic Den of Nidus in red.
Yeah, really good job for them. Remember, blue team were the first team to get there, start claiming some skulls, and they brought it back. It was very even at one point, but the damage coming out from Tychus and Zagara after the engage of Anubrak has just been very good.
Yeah, so they do get the first wall in mid lane. Punisher, I mean, already almost dead, and ooh, big burst here onto the Brightwing from Irana here. And with the laser killing Brightwing, that is a big kill.
Yeah, very big kill. And, you know, it's going to mean that the red team are able to get most of this mid fort. Not quite all of it yet, but they are certainly getting value elsewhere on the map. Even though the globals are on the side of the blue team, we have a lane pushed here in the bot lane, and top lane Hogger has claimed this whole top wall.
Yeah, I mean, with that camp pressure, that was stronger than the ones from the blue team side. That helped them to get the wall on top side as well.
So red team, they are looking good here, but can they keep winning? This is like the little bit of a difference that we're seeing from Division 2 and Division 3 here in this Heroes 10th Anniversary Trophy, that even though one team seems to sort of be getting a bit of a lead, the XP advantage isn't as great. I think that was something that in Division 3 it kept slipping away from some of the teams, that as soon as one team gets an advantage, it just keeps happening and keeps pressuring even more. But right now, red team only have a little bit of a sliver of XP ahead, and they are going to get those level 10s first, but I don't know that they can make the use of it.
Yeah, level 10s are imminent here for the red team as they might look into getting this mid forward. And you should get this one, and they do go for this securely. Blue team cannot do anything against it. Yeah. Big early game lead.
Really nicely done. They may even look for this siege camp, but I think the blue team are feeling a little more sheepish, especially as level 10s now here. But yeah, interestingly, we can have a little look at the builds. Obviously, Stukov hasn't gone for Lurking Arm. They've gone for the full D build, which can be very, very effective, especially if you're surrounded by enemies at times. There's not really the melee presence on the blue team, but if you're comfortable with that build, it can be very effective.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Stukov, to be honest. I just know that his Lurking Arm is annoying.
I mean, equally on Zagara, we've got Baneling Slows on level 7 instead of the stacking talent, and the stacking one feels great in ARAM, but as soon as you take it to a proper game, it ain't getting stacked up. So just go for the slows and you'll be feeling much better about your damage later on in the game.
Yeah, so the next objective is announced on top lane.
Yeah, and obviously red team have that advantage with this additional fort down. We can see in the XP that that passive is slowly getting more and more for the side of the red team.
Yeah, so the red team quickly clearing their bruisers. Anub'arak is split off, but the rest of the blue team doesn't know that. And
yeah, they
yeah, so the first to the objective are the Dyslexic Dinifnidus catching up the first skulls here.
And importantly, they have Tychus with the Odin, a great heroic for this objective. I saw on Reddit the other day that people were saying how Odin was a terrible heroic and you can never use it because the enemy team could just disengage. Well, if the enemy team disengage around an objective, they lose that objective, and that is why Odin is so powerful on maps like Infernal Shrines.
Yes,
and here
indeed.
we see it used.
Yeah, and there's also a nice advantage of using the Odin as a cleanse for yourself. If you get like hard CC'd, cleanse yourself for a second. So you cannot get pulled, hooked or anything. But there comes actually a Bless Shield engage onto the red team. Zagara instantly being popped. Cocoon trying to do some counter engage stuff. Bunker is here and the Gust saves the day for the blue team so they can reset this one. And now red team is a little bit in trouble.
Yeah, even after a great early attempt on this shrine by the red team, the blues, now a player up, should be able to claim it. And they're trying to guard their minion wave here, put it around the enemy team just so that the red team can't even come out of their fort while Blaze tries to finish up this objective. It's taking a while though. Blaze is not the quickest. He does have some great tools for doing the objective, but is no Hogger, no Sonya. And certainly, although they're getting 16, they're not quite at the 28 that the red team were at, and Zagara is back in action.
Yeah, so it took them that long to clear just a similar amount of monkeys as Zagara come back. Oh, nice root silence here onto the Johanna, getting out with the Iron Skin, but instantly clearing the life. Blast Shield has to be popped, trying to re-engage somewhat. Oh. And yeah, that's another kill onto the Hogger.
Really unlucky, more there, getting knocked out. But very well played here by them. I think, you know, Hogger knocked people back while the Maul was trying to go down. But yeah, Hogger goes down here and the blue team still trying to find themselves an advantage in this game.
Ooh, big root silence here onto Falsa once more. Getting damaged by Tychus, but it's just not enough to finish him off. And yeah, with that, now they tied out this monkey score, but clear it even further to get their first objective as well with the Frozen Punisher.
This has been such a long objective that the bot lane minions, the slight advantage that the red team has pushed in and taken half a fort though. That's a real big worry that they might have to think about. And equally, I mean, the red team are looking at the late game thinking, we have Zagara level 16, surely we can turn it around then. And Hogger post 20 just sometimes feels absolutely insane. So red team still have plenty of hopeful moments to come.
And now they need to be careful. Silence is here to appear. Fort is frozen. But yeah, Dyslexic Dinifnidus should be careful as the fort is falling for sure.
Oh, Anub'arak now getting polymorphed. Fort goes down. I wasn't sure if Falstad was thinking about gusting then, trying to keep Anub'arak in place. But potentially without Hogger, they don't feel like they have the damage or follow-up to really make a splash in these team fights.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they also want to play it safe, so they don't fall behind in the early game again.
I said Holger, I meant Blaze. Blaze is on their team.
Oh, that's
Well,
what you meant. That's what you meant.
Really good pressure here. Counter push by the red team. However, oh, the lurking up, the push. Massive shove coming out here from Stukov. Great heroic uses
More
from
onto
both sides.
Brightwing.
Blaze not able to connect.
It's propulsion into nothing. Hogger is still on bot lane, so it's a 5v4 here for Sauna Tent. Nice oil to slow them down, and that should be dead people, I think. And Chalkis is the first one to fall, with the bunker saving the rest from the silence.
Oh,
As
again!
another massive shove coming in to keep the rest further further engages from happening. And meantime, Hogger getting some global value and getting the second fort.
I wonder what the replay
That's great.
caught of those massive shoves there. We didn't catch the first one, but we will catch the second one. Really well played here by Necro. It's showing why Flailing Swipe isn't the only heroic that Stukov has. Oh,
Yeah,
beautiful
big
work.
one here. Nice.
So we do have level 16
with that,
for the Blues.
yeah, with level 16s they got mid wall, sorry, and
So
yeah, used their best they could to even out the advantage the Dyslexic Detonator's had so far.
And if you are just joining us, both teams have had one objective so far. It's been very even as much, but blue team slightly ahead here now. 4 kills to 3, of course, 17 to 16. This is our Heroes Lounge semi-final for Division 2's Heroes 10th anniversary tournament. I lost what I was saying there halfway through, but we are getting there.
You've came back, yeah. That's nice. Okay. Red team looking aggressive to find something here. The time trap is exactly there with the follow-up bless shield and burst onto the Anubarak is instantly dying, but the CC coming in clutch as well from Hogger, but it's not enough to get a counter kill. Therefore they have to disengage, and yeah, with that said,
It is a tough
Sauna
spot
Tent
to
has
be in.
yeah.
The CC is
Let's
good,
come back into
but
this game.
we did see Bunker have to be used, and that is primarily because of that corrosive saliva from Zagara. We have that as well as this Q build coming out from Tychus, which can be great for some single target after your minigun has run out.
Yeah, and it looks like the red team is giving this objective. I mean, you don't have a tank, you cannot really fight for it, so rather go for some global value elsewhere, as Hogger has already proven to get a fort with that and might get a second one, but no, Falstad is defending these minions.
Well, the objective isn't guaranteed just yet. With a lot of macro pressure as well, the blue team have to decide, do they want to take an objective while they have macro pressure against them? And look at this, so much pressure. Blaze goes down. There was no bunker thanks to that engage earlier. Odin equally putting out so much. Gus tries to do something, but the Hogger junk pile doing so much work. But I think Johanna does get away this time round. Falstad here trying to pick up that 3 skulls. 1 picked up. Can they find another? Not quite yet. And the red team need to defend this basically with their lives should they want this objective.
But Johanna comes in to get this objective, to deny it for them, as she trades it with her life. And now the rest of the red team is trying to chase down the Brightwing, but get the fort in the meantime as well. With that, the interrupt onto the teleport is here from Hogger, getting the sun. So Brightwing does teleport out onto the minion wave, still running, still on the run. Run, little fly. But no, she gets caught on every corner and is dead eventually.
Well, Brightwing tried their grand escape, but here we see a late game Punisher not escorted by your team. It's not even going to get a fort. And that is a sad sight to see. But Zagara Tyke is just very good at doing the single target damage when needs be and when allowed to. And that was all thanks
on the
to
other hand,
so much macro
sorry.
from the red team.
And indeed, yeah. And on the other hand, imagine like if Joanna wouldn't have traded her life for that. That would have meant probably keep.
Quite possibly. Yeah, the red team could have easily pushed in, especially with those lanes pushed out. So potentially a worthwhile trade here from Ihi on the Johanna. But red team are prepping all the waves. They're trying to keep this shove in. And of course, level 20s are approaching for both teams right now.
Worthwhile sacrifice. So, Dyslexic Detonators, they do really keep up the lane pressure that's going on. Don't give Sonatent any window to be able to react onto this situation. So they do really have to just adapt towards anything.
Oh.
Okay, there comes another time trap, but Anub is able to E out. No danger here so far, but they do have level 20 advantage. They want to look for something.
Yes, they certainly do, but that advantage has gone. And we now have the wind tunnel, of course, from Falstad. Slowing Sands upgrade does mean that the stun doesn't quite connect onto Falstad, and that means Falstad gets a free wind tunnel. I mean, I say it's free, it's traded out for, Odin as well. And this feels like a little bit of a desperation use of heroics here, thinking, right, let's just do something. But I like that they're instantly turning, saying, I'm going to do bot lane instead.
Let's use it for siege instead. And Anub, nice anchor to anchor off the Joanna coming in from the flank. Therefore, the red team trying their best to just poke this and siege this down as good as they can.
Yeah, I think that's
With,
all they're going to get
top
for the
lane.
time being.
Yeah, I mean, top lane also pushed out a little bit with the catapults. That's something the blue team has to react for.
Yeah, equally, blue team have got this mid lane shoved in at least. That's good vision on them. But speaking of vision, the creep has just allowed the red team to know exactly where the blue team were in that rotation. They have cleared it out now, but even when it's there, being cleared out, you just get so much information from your opponents.
Yeah, and now it comes down to another team fight and another mistake. Joanna face checking.
Snaps very far forward, but the rest of the blue team not in range to punish. Hogger, meanwhile, solo doing this camp, and Falstad has found them. Falstad, with this auto-attack build, may well be able to trade fairly well into the Hogger. And Brightwing comes in. The rotation is happening. Johanna caught out here by Tychus, though, however.
Okay, I mean, they just sold Falstad there. But Falstad maybe also a little bit overly greedy onto that Hogger.
Red team.
And with that said,
Oh my days. So much damage. That's without minigun as well. That was all corrosive saliva as well as the Odin power. And the red team, they're still going for that camp, but my gosh, I would just be shoving in whatever keep you want right now with 2 down on the blue team.
yeah, you don't really need the objective here. Just get some structure damage. I mean, in the end, that's what wins you the game, right? There's no structures left. You have an easier time to run core.
Absolutely. And as they look now to the objective, you know, they can be happy that top lane is shoving in. I think, you know, the fact that they didn't focus one keep there is a little bit of a weakness, but all lanes pushed out is still a very good thing for them to do. Olga finds their infinite spin, hopefully. And it will take some time, but still worthwhile.
So now the question is, Eve is probably gone for sure with this objective. Are they able to defend core?
They definitely should be able to. They have Mighty Gust. It's a great defensive tool, especially with the Wind Tunnel upgrade. They can remove all opponents from the zone you're trying to focus. But if Falstad gets stunned and also just even leapt on by the Punisher, Anub'arak and Stukov can surely follow up to lock them down and silence them. Falstad, though, is looking to maybe try and go for an aggressive Gust, and I think that's not the play here while you still have the Punisher. Oh, Chromie even using their timeout.
Yeah, maybe it was necessary, otherwise they could have dove on her. But Falstad comes in with a potential Windtunnel play. Anub'arak can CC him, but the Windtunnel goes through instead as well. Ooh, but they do find a Chromie in this team fight and the Maw on 2 people, and that is a bunker play. In the meantime, Falstad being killed by Anub'arak, and Stukov was traded, but Joanna falls as well, and there is the Punisher hammering down onto core. And with the Cocoon, Blaze1 is the last one to stand, dies eventually, and this is a 5-man team wipe. And game 4, the Dyslexic Divinators tying this series out. Congratulations.
Yes. GG, well played. And that does mean we get another gorgeous game number 3 here in our semi-finals. So many
Yes,
great
indeed.
games today. We are going
Yeah,
to...
actually, the other series also on Inferno Shrines right now, and yeah, looking similar to be possible to be tied.
Oh, can they... Yeah, what is going to be the case
that will be
here?
a very, very interesting finale today.
So, yeah, looking at the stats here, obviously Brightwing doing a lot of healing. Damage coming out from Falstad here on the top, but Tychus without Odin, of course, closely followed by Zagara. Here are the talents in case you missed them. Then we're going to go back to our faces now around a moment. And we can talk about how... we have, of course, sign-ups for Season 27 are open now. Please make sure you get your team signed up. So we have...
Don't forget to do so. When does
Only-
it start?
So the sign-ups close on the 8th of June. I might have put the wrong date in, actually, just thinking about it. Sign-ups close... No, on the 8th of June. And then Season 27 starts on the 23rd. I've got the graphic up. Let me just put the graphic up. Whoa!
Do that.
There we go. 23rd of June.
Wow. Nice. Get your friends together, sign up, and yeah. Then we'll see each other in the Nexus.
So we're having a small break here from our players. They're just having a little thought about what they're doing, where they're going. Sauna Tent having to think, what do they want? Do they want first pick or do they want map pick? Very good showing here from the Dyslexic Den Defenders to take game number 2 here. And obviously we are left with
Yeah.
Sky Temple, Cursed Hollow, Alderac Pass, Dragonshire and Garden of Terror.
Yes, indeed. I'm curious to see a Dragonshire map.
Yeah, me too. It was banned out by Sigma Males in the Division 3 finals today, but looking forward to seeing if we get it tonight. This afternoon.
Tonight!
It's a long day. It's been a long day.
It's
around
always
America.
night. I can imagine. Likewise, same for me.
I had someone ask me earlier, when are you almost done? And I'm like, we're already just halfway through. We've still got some good games to come.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Linux Heroes
Actually,
here.
also looking forward to tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, with our
Division 1 coming
1.
up. And don't forget the treat I have for all of you guys.
Yes, yeah, looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to your comments on that. We'll show you this later.
Of course, Heroes Lounge couldn't happen without the help of Heroes Profile. So I'm just going to give a quick shout out to them. They do lots of stuff. They do a great deal of things for the NA community as well over there, where they host a lot of their, obviously we have the Heroes Lounge website for a lot of our replay storage. These guys, Heroes Profile, do a lot for a lot of the NA orgs. But we use their MMR system, and it helps us out greatly in seeding to try and provide some semblance of a reliable seeding. Obviously, I know that many people dislike their seeding from time to time, but we do try and get there eventually. However, of course, the more people we have, the more uploads that are there, the better and more reliable the data is. So do make sure you go upload your replays to Heroes Profile. But our teams, how are we doing?
That's what you should do.
It looks like the other series. Just keeping half an eye on Heroes Lounge 2.
Yeah, likewise.
They are doing fairly well over there. Seeing if it's going to end
It's
or not.
another turnaround.
We'll look forward to whatever
Looks like-
team gets into the grand finals after our 3rd game here on the main channel. But yes, we're still waiting for our teams to get ready. Of course, you in the chat, if you've got any moments that you feel you remember from Heroes of the Storm, or like any talents that have come and gone, feel free to share them. We'd love to hear it.
Yes, indeed. Always great to have a little nostalgic journey into the past.
Yeah. Oh. So it's going to be Cursed Hollow here. We're taking it right back to the OGs here as one of the old traditional maps, certainly. I still remember one of my things of watching Heroes of the Dawn and watching fan play Illidan on Cursed Hollow was one of the things that really got me hooked into this game.
I mean, I cannot really remember how I started. Back in the days before HOTS was launched, I played some LOL with some friends.
We don't speak of LOL. No.
Yeah. But then as soon I just wanted to say the hype I got when Heroes of the Storm was announced back then in 2014.
Are you
It was
always been a
announced and
big
I was-
Blizzard fan?
Yes, kind of. I mean, I haven't. I only started like with StarCraft 2 in 2010 or something, or 11. And with that, I got to know all the Blizzard characters starting from StarCraft, and then also played some Hearthstone. Got to know some more Warcraft characters, and then Heroes of the Storm was announced, and I was excited. I was heavily excited to see that you could play Kerrigan and Reyna yourself.
Wow.
That was something that got me hooked.
And here we are 10 years later.
Yeah, and I never fell from this game, and I'm in love with this game. I will never abandon.
Looking forward to seeing if anything comes out on Monday. We'll wait and see. Wait and see. Who knows? But looks like our teams are about to be ready here for our Cursed Hollow battle.
Yes, Cursed Hollow is actually the map that's been picked. Unfortunately, not Dragonshire for my enjoyment, but it's still a great map and a lot to be happening. Probably also we will see another Deathwing ban, I think.
Well, I have just seen on the second channel that it is going to be the Super Unstopper Bros making it through to the grand final. So whoever wins will be joining
Congratulations.
them now in the finals. Let's get into the
All
draft.
right,
though.
but we have another one coming in for us here right now. We cannot focus on the rest, but they will face Unstoppable Bros, as you said. And Cursed Hollow is the deciding map here. First pick in the hands of the dyslexic Dinevnedes.
Yes. Will we see them try and eliminate any of those problem heroes that they've been having? I'm trying to think back to game number 1 now. It feels like it was an age ago.
True, yeah. I feel the same. But I mean, probably a Junkrat ban if they don't change.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, it is a very annoying hero. We have seen the red team try and be very aggressive in these opportunities, but so that Junkrat ban does make a lot of sense. Of course, Cursed Hollow a little more open. We could have that Tracer coming again. Maybe a Diablo might be picked up by one of these two teams.
Oh yeah. Ooh, but this time, no white main. Instead, we do see a Dehaka ban. I mean, yeah, sure, fair. They do have first pick, so Dehaka is strong. That's why global value could come in clutch here. Respect that ban.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else we might be seeing here. Obviously, that Brightwing, as you say, has been effective, but a Polymorph can really shut down some aggressive stuff. But it's going to be that Chromie. No Chromie for Zadur this time.
They maybe thought, okay, yeah, no, that Chromie was so annoying with her time traps back the last map. We don't want to deal with that one anymore.
So we have a Nubrak now being the ban, shutting down those quick engages. And this leads a big question: what do they want to first pick here? Map pick was, of course, chosen by the side of Sornatent. Do they have something special to bring us?
Yeah, we'll see. Deathwing is not banned. Maybe we will see Deathwing in this map. Oh, but Hogger is picked up. So probably not Deathwing, I think, from the red team side at least.
Well, you never quite know, do you? Because it can be picked up in a DPS slot, can be do that. It is a global hero, of course. But they did prioritize that.
I mean, yeah,
Tychus
true, they could
Stirkov.
still switch. Yeah, I was thinking Drylink playing the Deathwing. But they could still switch, of course, but yeah. Blaze and Brightwing once again.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, it was a good combo. It didn't quite get them the win last time. But here we see definitely a potential chance for them.
Yeah, I mean, the red team could just try to do the same they did in Infernal Shrines. That worked out quite nicely. So maybe we do see a variant, I say, Stukov. And ETC Falstad instead, so we do have a global for this map. And ETC potentially also global with his stage dive. But you rather not want to abandon your team, as I've learned recently. Lul.
So, with ETC Falstad picked up, they are, yeah, potentially thinking about that global, obviously. White main once again banned. Not wanting that? Not wanting to deal with that.
Whiteman, I don't know, like, I know she can be very nasty to deal with as she has a lot of burst healing. And she can just keep everyone alive, and if you cannot handle it, then I dig that.
I'm just drinking a load of water, sorry. I thought I muted myself, I hadn't.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, no, go ahead. And there's a tank ban, again.
So, tank pickup is most likely here now for the blue team. And into ETC, you can play Diablo if you want, but against Holger Falstad is not super risky, but not the most vulnerable targets either. And they have been known to play that Muradin, of course, game number 1.
There he is, and ooh, I like the Hanzo. Hanzo, very, very, very nice with the range poke. Can be really strong.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, which healer would you suggest for the red team?
Uther. Always Uther.
Always Uther.
It's
But no,
Stukov.
it's a Stukov again.
Yeah, Stukov, I mean, it makes sense. They played really well with it last game. It feels like it's sort of an extension of what they want to do. But Sonya is interesting, of course. They have 2 offlaners, most people would say.
Yeah.
And
Curious to see
yeah.
which hero they might pick now.
Now, Ants wasn't in the last game, were they?
I actually cannot really remember, to be honest.
I don't remember saying their name, but maybe I did. Maybe
I mean,
I've done that.
I said the second. I think I introduced the blue team on the second map. So
Welcome,
I cannot really remember saying Ants.
Well, welcome everybody
I
here
guess.
from Heroes Lounge 2. I hope you enjoyed that. We're looking forward to how we get on here in game number 2. Or 3. We've made it to a
number
third
3.
game.
Yeah.
Get your predictions
Indeed.
in now, of course. Could go either way
the
here.
winner of this, the winner of this map will face the Super Unstopper Bros from Heroes Lounge 2, which I have come over here. And yeah, as you said, it can go either way, and that's why we go into the map and look at it right now.
Yes, and here on the blue team, we do have Ihi on that Muradin, Zadur on Hanzo, Tassadar is playing Brightwing, Ants on Jaina, and Invertebrate is playing Blaze. They are Sauna Tent. They're 1 game away from the final.
And the same is true for the red team here, the Dyslexic Dinathnators, with Snaps playing the ETC, Necro on the Stukov, Falstad played by Onigiri, Irana on the Sonya, and Drylink showing off the Hogger.
Look, I spent the time to do the hero pop-ups, and then they swapped heroes during it, so I messed that up. But appreciate
Unlucky.
we're trying our best with production here tonight.
I
This afternoon.
appreciate the effort. There's actually an in-game overlay that could, which you could do that, so you don't have to set up it during the draft.
That
Which just takes up the in-game.
sounds like I should really look into that.
I think it's the Spazzo Ops thing.
I see. Well, as we see here, the red team trying just to soak each lane, as they do have those two off laners. It really does benefit them to sort of roam around the map with
Yeah.
the ETC, Falstad, Stukov, try and do other things, while Hogger
was
and
a
Sonya just freeze their lanes
big-
or soak their lanes themselves.
Yeah, that was a big gank attempt here onto Hogger in the beginning, but he was able to spin out.
It's Hogger.
And yeah,
They say
I
that
mean,
the more heroes you have that spin, the better you have a chance of winning.
spin to win. They don't say that for nothing.
No, so Hogger and Sonya here will be spinning around, and you could predict that they win by predicting your points above in the chat.
I mean, Falstad has a barrel roll. He could spin like
He does spin while he does it.
vertically.
It's
Yeah,
it's
right.
horizontal spinning.
Yeah, so they do have a lot of
It's
spins.
all spinning. Whereas on the other side, no spins. Also, fun fact, Stukov spins during his dance.
True.
So they have 4 spinning characters.
Nice. only ETC's the odd one out.
Yeah, he doesn't spin. Unless he spins while he's off map in stage dive, which we would never know. But we
Yeah,
can only
maybe he's
assume.
doing like some acrobatics midair.
So on the other side, of course, though, this Blaze, the rest of the team, they're trying their best. They're here now with this mid camp. They're trying to guide it in, but Falstad is looking to try and pick it up. They've gone for an auto attack build, so we may well see them in other places. But ooh, look at the damage, and they've barrel rolled in. Oh, but I think they missed one auto attack. But the Hammerang is there, takes the blow. First blood for the red team.
I thought, why don't you auto attack him? Just auto attack.
Maybe they
But
A moved, I
eventually
don't
he
know.
was able.
But I mean, this
Okay, nice timing here from Zido on the camp top side.
Yeah, I mean, this strategy of having 2 offlaners does mean that their minion soak is a little bit more than the blue team. We're about 500, 600 ahead in minion soak compared to the blues, who have been having to use
Yeah, I
their
like that.
resources elsewhere.
I like that as well. I usually also like to play double offlane on large maps. Because you can just rotate and have beefy front lines.
Oh, unfortunately, Jaina here gets power slid by Snaps, and then there's great body blocking here by the ETC. That's going to be another kill. Red team coming to swing this back in a return sweep in this best of 3 series.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sonya already got a tower on top lane.
Falstad's flying mid, but it is Blaze who's come to try and clear up this, and Sonya, no regard for the Blaze. Didn't even think that they had to dodge that Blaze stun.
I think slightly favor here for the Dyslexic Detonators, but nothing game-winning yet, of course.
No, certainly
Ooh,
not.
Murray finds himself very deep into
Oh my
the red
gosh.
team side of the map.
Oh, and Stukov
Getting
catches
slow,
them
getting
as well.
silenced, getting CC'd with the crowd surfer.
Oh, and Brightwing's coming in
And,
to secure their death as well, but I don't know.
Now,
Muradin
I
making
mean-
the great escape. Oh, it's a great cleanse here. Such a good soothing mist. Can they get away?
no. I was about to give him the Golden Arligan award for escape, but unfortunately, he
Very well done,
didn't survive.
We can have a little look at that in the replay here. Muradin, of
Yeah.
course, get caught. Good silence here by Stukov, but as soon as they start walking the other way, it still looks good for them. Brightwing even coming to save them. Hogger spins around, tries to lock them down. It's a perfect cleanse here from Brightwing as well, but unfortunately the damage was just too much here from the side of them.
No. Yeah, in the meantime, nice pressure going on here for the red team as they are approaching level 10s, and this time Irana actually dodges the jet propulsion stun, getting the front wall on top lane. And with level 10, the red team captures their first boss in this map.
Yeah, well, they've not caught it yet, but we expect them to at least. They have Gust, they have the Leap, the Shockwave as well as Also the stage dive from ETC. Not going for the mosh. Not feeling like they've got enough presence to take that. Meanwhile, bot lane. Hogger is going to get ganked here. They don't have Hortapult. They might not be able to get out, but they do find a good spin. And they're out without...
Did they change the duration, how long it takes for Hogger to spin?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because I feel like it's more quick, more quickly into spinning.
No, it's always been that quick, I'm afraid. I'm afraid he's always been that slippery. ATC uses the crowd server. Previously banned talent in Heroes Lounge. Now fixed, now perfectly fine. Unable to catch the Hanzo though. However, they do get themselves a second boss here just as the tribute spawns. But I believe even if Falstad does fly up top... Oh, ETC goes for the power slide. Oh, they're surely backed out. It's a nice
Stage
chance.
diving into...
No, they're not going to get this.
Falstad flying there as well. And... yeah, I mean... It's delayed even further. Sonya capturing the enemy bruiser camp, being very sneaky about it.
Yeah.
And with the delay, they even get bot forward pressure.
Red team saying that like they look like they care about this objective when they really aren't bothered at all. They are taking other things on the map, and the blue team are actually backing away. They have Dragon's Arrow should they want it. Oh, and Falstad getting the gust just as Dwarftoss
get it anyways. They get it anyways, and with that, the first that are cursed are the Sauna Tent players in blue. And yeah, strong.
This is absolutely crazy. Sauna Tent were looking so strong in game number 1. And now, with the momentum behind them, with wind in their wings, and stage and the crowd surfing over the red team, they're looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it really comes down to how many heroes do you have in your team that spin.
And it just has to be 4. No more, no less. You need 4 spinners, but they've not won just yet. They just are getting incredible pressure, pushing in mid keep, bot keep, taking a lot of damage as well, not just from minions, but now Sonya has turned up. However, she misses her spear. She's in a little bit of trouble. Curse is ending.
Okay,
but with a
Hogger shows
2-level
top lane.
advantage.
That could be the moment of the blue team trying to engage somewhere into the rotation of the red team, but they don't do so. They'd rather be a little bit cautious and yeah, just try to fix lanes, get XP, get the same talent tiers, and yeah.
Blue team are looking strong. They are looking good, but it's the red team right now who are stronger. They just have to acknowledge that the blue team can defend this for a little bit. They can do some level of defense. Committing to keeps at 9 minutes in, it's a little bit risky.
Yeah, but with the talent advantage, they want to take it even further and maybe poke down this keep. Sonya getting even another mid-wave going, so they poke down 2 keeps at once. And yeah, but they go for the safe play and just disengage here right now and retreat.
Level 13s are here. There comes the icy flows of the Jaina. Sorry, no. Icy Veins.
Icy Veins.
Of course, shout out to Icy Veins, a great Heroes of the Storm resource for builds and guides.
That as well.
Who I've got a show match tomorrow, which will be lovely to watch.
Okay, the blue team is approaching. They really want to find something here, and I think they should be able to do so, as 3 heroes are on the other half of the map on top lane. Now they are successfully invading the enemy's siege camp.
That is a really great opportunity that they've seized there. Acknowledging that they need to all be together, but the red team have the opportunity to be separated. They can push in these scenarios. But Jane is looping around. Sonya might not be so lucky here. They're going to have to use leap over the wall.
Yep.
And Rudin's quick to follow. Oh, but Jane,
I mean,
get away.
Even without the leap, Jaina couldn't root them yet, since they are not 16, in which the red team is. As yeah, now the hard camp is pushing mid lane. And that might be even a keep if they get the damage in. They at least try to do so, but Murden finds a double stun. Jet Propulsion barely misses, but the arrow is behind that. And now the Gus trying to help them disengage this one. Barely successful here. As Falstad eventually falls as the Jet Propulsion hits and gets a kill. And now Hanzo and Muradin trying to chase down the ETC. In the meantime, the rest of the blue team is trying to chase down the Stukov. And they do get another consecutive 2 kills potentially. And there goes the Stukov eventually. And yeah, big triple kill.
Really well done
That's
from them.
exactly what they needed.
And you know what? That is all because of that Jaina wraparound forcing the Sonya leap. Because Sonya then said to herself, I don't want to be in any team fights without leap. I don't want to be there. I'm just going to go soak lanes, make sure we're pressuring in all over the place. That's what our draft does. With 2 offlaners, we can pressure other lanes. But blue team saw this. They saw that a great opportunity. They hadn't committed too much to force the Sonya to use the leap. And then they were able to take another fight. Now taking a boss off the map. And although Sonya's taking this bruiser camp, they will be able to get a double boss. And they're not going to be able to get this Hogger though. Unless...
Maybe they do still get the Hogger. He's surrounded by 3 heroes from Sonat and Jet Propulsion barely missing once more with just a pixel off. And he's just slippery, as you said.
And with this, the red team are back to full strength, able to defend and contest this point. They see ETC is in the top lane, but he has got a stage dive, of course. We have minion waves with a catapult stacking up in mid, in top, and bot lane is getting pressured slowly but surely. But the blue team start this boss regardless. They know they have to.
Yeah, and that's a very risky play. They almost also got the boss down to 0 HP, but now they decide to disengage this one, let it leash. Dreiling not wanting it to leash. And now comes another engage, but the Gus trying to disengage them. And now everything's been popped. Leap into the backline onto Hanzo. Hanzo should be popped, but he is not popping off. Instead, it's Brightwing to fall. And Hanzo consecutively. And with that, the blue team is still trying to find some trades at least, as Jenna finds a route, but Stukov is the only one to be traded. Oh, but they do find another Falstad. Big.
Yeah, of course, the damage of Muradin and Blaze is not to be underestimated. And with Stukov gone, there was no sustain left for them still. Hogger left the fight early and came to pressure mid lane, guiding this catapult onto this keep even further. And we can see that these structures are slowly being peppered away. Muradin comes for the jump in, doesn't quite connect, but unfortunately, I believe this keep is almost going to be gone as this catapult tries ever so hard. Will it be there? Not quite, but it is so very close.
Yeah, that's just a small breath, and you just need to look at it and it falls next time.
I mean,
same is true for top fort.
It was a really nice attempt. They did get that leap on top of the Hanzo, which did cause them a lot of damage, and unfortunately Hanzo couldn't quite get into the bunker quick enough. Equally, they were CC'd for days. Brightwing needs to make sure they're cleansing them for Hanzo to be able to survive, but it is not an easy task whatsoever. And these team fights are very, very hectic.
And with that said, Sonatent really need to look for risky plays right now. Maybe look for another fight before 20 on to this objective fight. Maybe even a little bit earlier than the objective is spawning.
So they do have the boss, which is very nice. But this objective, the red team, they'll happily take it. But they don't need it either. They can give it up if they want, especially as they want to be close to level 20s. Dragzar comes down, does connect with 2, and that's an incredible Mighty Gust, keeping people away. But as we see, once again, damage comes into Hanzo. The mist from Brightwing is very good, but it doesn't keep the Hanzo alive, doesn't keep them alive. And now we see a massive stage dive here from ETC. The level 20 talents coming in. 3 are dead, make it 4th as Muradin jumps in to try and do any sort of damage, but it is a full team wipe here from the side of the red team.
Insane. I mean, there was just nothing the blue team could do. It looked quite nice, but then, yeah, the Gus was there to disrupt them completely, and then they fell apart. But with that said, very nicely done, very well executed, and very solid gameplay here from Dyslexic Den of Nadas, taking home the victory and proceeding into the grand finals of this Division 2 anniversary event.
They'll be going up against
GG's.
The Super Unstoppers. GG's, well played.
Indeed.
Yes, they did. I mean, it's great for them to use the Mighty Gust pre-20 because as a Falstad, you're constantly saying like, oh, I just, I want to get my wind tunnel, but having to use it just before that level 20 comes in. They even did pick the wind tunnel and it will have got no value whatsoever. But using it in that situation where you realize if you don't use it, everyone's dead. Very well played here by the Dyslexic Den defenders.
Exactly. Yeah. And these are the final damage numbers. And the talents in case you missed them, I suppose.
Yes, yeah.
Doing your job. Oh, just kidding.
It's all right. Well, we are going to be going to a short break. Thank you very much, Ryan Magro, for joining me today here for our semi-final. We're going to be jumping into that grand final very, very soon. I need a little quick pee break.
I have to thank you for having the pleasure. It was my pleasure to pass this with you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, have fun and good luck to the contestants in the grand finale. And to everyone watching, enjoy the rest of your day.
We will be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
See ya.
2 go down. Nasha gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up. Trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral Healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moondark with 100, with the shields coming up.
Oh,
Anubrak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
run, Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Vision a little bit low, but Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little sprint those camps. And we do see red team a little bit slower, so blue team are getting in position, ready to race on their side. Of course, they've got Sonya as their offlaner, very good offlaner for this sort of thing, compared to Blaze, who is much more about the control and the team fights engaged. But speaking of which, Blaze comes into the flank, looks for a big stun, they find it,
Oh, no,
it's on
no,
two,
no.
the stun as well with the
Oh.
Immortal, 2 people looking incredibly low, but they both get away with their lives.
And there goes Kurumi with the
really-
first kill for blue team.
Really well done to get them. Li Ming did go down on the side there, unfortunately. It was very hard to look at them both.
Oh,
But
Falstad?
Falstad comes in, finds a Gust only onto Deca Kane. However, the damage is split right now. But
And
Hanzo
Hanzo's,
seems to be
yeah,
very
yeah.
much pinned in a corner. Falstad gets cocooned afterwards.
They do have Blaze pushing the tower in top lane though, and the
Can't soak that for XP. But instead, the red team are just going to go forward and try and take everything they've got.
Oh, no.
Stairwell and Listen comes out, but it might be a bit early as Morpheus will
there
be able to
comes
get a mosh
Hanzo.
pit. But it's a
and Sonya-
huge Dragon Strike. 2 go down. Nasha gets away, but Li Ming in a cocoon. Will they be falling after this? Blaze looks for the star and finds it, and Li Ming gets blown up. Trying to find that last bit, but out comes Ancestral Healing. Paradox now going back into the gauge, but with no leap, they can't really control this fight as much as they'd like. Still, Lucy and Paradox desperately trying to chase Moondark with 100, with the shields coming up.
Oh,
Anubrak gets away. The laser might just tickle them. Oh, but it doesn't quite take them down.
run, Sonya. And Li Ming trying to snipe all the walls and his vision cone also.
Yeah, Diablo is once again very in, but Anduin's going to be the one in danger here as
Anduin?
Hanzo's on the flank. Vision a little bit low, but Anduin does go down. And finally, the blue team have got a little spring in their step. Morpheus going forward, trying to slow down any further, but Arvinus is the one, doesn't quite connect the tongue, and it looks like Lizzie Ryan could fall, but unfortunately, the damage just isn't there for the blue team.
Have we seen a Dragon Queen yet from Alex Strasza?
Not
She
just
should be getting.
yet.
Oh, there it goes.
Out it comes. They wanted to use it around the objective. Now's as good as time as any, especially as they're starting to pump out damage with those Ws. Moonduck is in a lot of trouble. The CC has been given. But look at that flame stop. The survivability is just so much. And level 10s here for the red team mean that the blue team have to peel away. In a lot of trouble.
No.
Junkrat, however, gets pulled out. The Lifebinder not quite on the right target. And we do see Junkrat in a little bit of trouble, but it is only Dahaka who's able to put damage onto them. The red team, however, are able to take out Irel. And although Lizzie Ryan steps forward, they're going to be stepping a little too far forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Dragon's Arrow narrowly doesn't connect. a good thing. But we now see blue team having an advantage on the objective, and of course they have that dragon from Alex
And on
Strasser.
Diablo here. Another thing with Diablo is that you do get a bit full of yourself when playing, or at least I do, because it's like, I have so much life. But if you die once, and then you forget the souls, then suddenly you are not very strong anymore.
Yeah, they're not finding themselves any tasty treats just yet. Nice Dragon's Arrow in the back, follow up with the Blessed Shield, but the damage just not able to quite connect this time. Ring of Frost lands just on Yrel, but gusted away. Now the Dragon popped as well, looking to heal everybody up. Even Lifebinder used to prop the Junkrat back to full health, but the red team are able to get away.
Yeah.
Of damage coming out from Jaina, but Jaina equally falls very low. There's nothing to save her, and she goes down to the Hanzo damage. Junkrat gets tongued by the Dahaka, but it looks like the red team need to be on retreat as Moondog equally falls low. They have 100 souls. They can come back. They will lose a lot of that HP as Lucy looks to hunt them down. Not without Diablo finding the resets and getting pulled out by Anduin here. Good space made by the red team. Back, Light Bomb doesn't connect, and now the blue team are moving forward. Dahaka will have to burrow here all the way, but they do get the burrow. They do get the target onto Alex Strasser, who's in a lot of danger. She will have to think about popping Dragon Queen, but Junkrat falls. The front line are going down. Moondog equally goes down. Out comes the play of the game, trying to get onto Lizzie Ryan, but it is going to be Sandro who potentially falls from a flash of light from Johanna.
Now as well. Sounds very nice. Very soothing.
Very pleasant. And especially
Imagine, especially if you're burning from a Diablo and the Kale.
a living bomb. Oh, as we have
Getting a
Whitemane
little
engaged
sleepy.
on. She doesn't have a lot of mana, and she does go down. Great kill here from the blue team.
Not being able. Oh, Whitemane.
Oh, falls low,
Nope.
but unfortunately that heroic will top them right back up, especially
Holy
with two members
heal.
sudden there. Pyroblast doing damage to Junkrat. Yrel here trying to heal themselves up. Dodging out on the isolation, however. And as Yrel does finally go down, Brightwing doesn't teleport with them. And it's just a little too much damage coming out from the red
Yeah.
team here. They have Blessed Shield. They don't have Horrified. Riptire is in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be in time. However, the AoE damage of Junkrat and Gul'dan does benefit them in this fight. Diablo goes down. Johanna is traded. Still, the strafe comes out from the Valor. And although Riptire is going to be there to save Yrel, that is actually a great moment here for the blue team. From Whitemane keeps them alive, but a humongous Horrify means that Whitemane is in trouble. The damage is coming out. Still, the silence on Brightwing means that Bishan can't see their healthy heroes on their team. And after one goes down, Pyroblast takes out Johanna, and it's a full team wipe. It looks like Sigma Males will be going through to the grand finals of this Heroes.
They're even skipping the.
Have a little bit
Okay, we got
exposed.
engage. Let's go.
Rexar finally goes down. Muradin trying to make space here, trying to put pressure onto that Valor, but unfortunately the root is going to put Muradin in spot. Oh, it's a great Riptire usage, interrupting the Stay a While Nissel. However, the Black Hole catches 3.
Oh.
Damage after
Yeah,
damage, and Cassia finally goes down, and Chen is the sole survivor. The Ruby's getting values, however, Deca Kane caught out a little bit. Out comes the keg, but the keg
The
not
wolf
quite
saved Deckard if he survived.
catching it. Oh, and the flailing swipe being used right at the end just peels for the red team
Super's dead.
instead.
Wait, how old is the superstar?
He went a little too far forward, and Valor got some free damage on them, as we do see 3 kills for nothing here. Maybe this is costing them a bit too much.
Team's core is under attack.
Well, now the blue team has to get the value from these 2 kills. Just hard because no lane pressure.
Well, they don't have to get so much value, but oh, it's going to be 1 kill on the
Let's go.
Rexar, maybe?
Yep.
Johanna
Shoot.
goes down 2 here, and that's what
Okay,
Muradin's
okay.
looking for. Goes in for the stun, but the stairwell means that they stop that. Riptire still available to be used, as well as Muffin Senpai tries to maybe find something. Hello, and welcome back to the grand finale of our Heroes 10th Anniversary Division 2 tournament. We have the Super Unstoppable Bros versus the Dyslexic Defenders, and I'm joined now by Samu, who has just come over from spectating the Super Unstoppable Bros take a 2-0 victory, but a very close one against Lax Strikes again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a 2-0, which is often, like, Yeah, it's a 2-0. It was easy stomp, but that was definitely not an easy stomp as the Luck Strikes again. Game 1, they managed to get the core down to 400 HP. And Game 2, they also fight off the Unstoppable Bros very well, but both times Unstoppable Bros in the end managed to get this last win in the team fight and therefore secure the map win into their hands.
Yes.
So now we do have them going up against the Dyslexic Defenders, as they just had a free map series on their hands.
Yes, and if Getaway is still tuned in, they're going to be very excited as we have Towers of Doom here picked up by the red team. They've been asking for that map all day. Finally, we get to that point.
She said she has to go do some stuff, so I don't think they're still around, sadly.
Okay. Well, you know, they said they were taking a break in their studies to do the casting today, so I'm very grateful for them joining us. As I'm just taking a break in my life to do this. But, yeah. Is that a weird thing to say? I don't know, maybe.
That's the choice.
Well, we're here on Towers of Doom. We have got the Super Unstoppable Bros versus the Dyslexic Defenders. And of course, we've got the fans, the adoring fans watching here today. I know that we've got lots of tournaments here. We're going to be passing over to some of the big ones later. But we have been blessed with 3 best of 3s that have gone to all the way here on the mainstream today. So looking forward to seeing what we have now on this Towers of Doom. And whether we'll have another 3-game series or if we will have a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. The Dyslexic Defenders definitely did look strong in the last map. So, you know, Unstoppable Bros, I'm expecting more maps than 2.
I mean, these are all very sort of good teams. They've all come in through those group stages. Obviously, Super Unstoppable Bros. I think, you know, it's hard to know which exactly were the hardest groups that everyone went through. Super Unstoppable Bros were with the group with you, Samu. So
Yeah.
you or Lucas sat here with me today.
Truly not rigged, right?
I mean, it genuinely wasn't. That was the funniest part.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I think our group was very even. At the end, it was them having 1 win more than 3 other teams,
Yeah.
with 1 draw included. So, even if Ivas or Take 7 would have won the battle against each other, it would still have been Unstoppable Bros. So it was a very even group.
Absolutely.
After
was.
all, I have not had too much of a lookout onto the other groups, sadly. But I've subbed a little bit for the Dutchman over on Group D, so Dyslexic Defender is definitely also not a team to frown upon, as I subbed against them.
Certainly not. Let's see how they do now as we get into our draft for game number 1 between the Super Unstoppable Bros and the Dyslexic. That's not quite there.
Yes. Can you write that down, please?
Transparent having a breakdown here.
In the meantime, we do see the first ban coming out. Surprisingly, for me, it is the Dehaka being men in the position of the first pick for the side of the Unstoppable Bros. Is I personally, when I'm first pick on towers, that's all I'm looking for to pick myself. It's a nice, sweet, juicy Dehaka to get the win on the macro.
Yes, and now with our bans in place, we're going to have Anduin as the ban here.
Yeah, we saw him in the last map between Unstoppable Bros and Luck Strikes again, where we did see Anduin the Genji combo coming out, being quite threatening for those squishy backliners. And also Junkrat ban, another one. I think we saw 2 Junkrat bans on the other side. Did we also see the 3 Junkrat bans over here between the Dyslexic Defenders and the Sauna Tent?
I don't think we saw the Anduin ban actually earlier. I think it was
The Junkrat.
Yeah, it was Junkrat. It was a Junkrat ban certainly. And Sergeant Hammer was another one that they really liked. So, but they're prioritizing a little bit higher here today.
I stand ready.
Yeah. Hammer also. We did see a Hammer first pick from the Unstoppable Bros against Luck Strikes again on map number 2. So not too surprised seeing it just being straight up removed. Oh, we do see now a Vala pick for Murloc here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a favourite of the Super Unstoppable Bros, especially on Towers of Doom. Vala's a great hero to have in that bottom lane. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win that bottom lane, but just means you can very much control it. You can have Vala there. She's got enough wave clear that you can kind of dissuade any major push, but also enough damage to contest heroes who step forward. But the Uther comes out from Luca, and Varus picks up the Yrel. Now, don't be shocked here, Sammy. This Uther probably isn't a healer. This is probably a tank.
I know.
Well, our viewers at home may not.
Yeah, we talked about it as well last series where Lux banned it both times, and Luca have talked with me a little bit before maybe, so I maybe know that Uther was the plan to be as a tank. And also Yrel on the offlane makes a lot of sense for me as Lyric already, like when you see Lyric on the other side, you don't really want to go plays, and the Haka is banned. Hogan not the best on towers, and Varus liked Yrel a lot, so not too surprised about her just being an early pickup there. Malfo being the ban now from the Dyslexic defenders, not giving it over to some light bomb, divine shield, nano boost Malfo shenanigans.
Yeah, but we have Cho coming out here. Potentially that percentage damage being a little too scary. The thought that that's all being banned out. But Deathwing was consistently banned out against the Dyslexic defenders. I'm pretty sure that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, although Vala is already one of the heroes, Deathwing isn't too much fun to play into as well as just, especially if she's opted into those with auto attack build, which she's very likely with the Uther to help her out in terms of sustain. Oh, although Aurel and Johanna the pickups now for Dyslexic defenders, so we're gonna see a blind on the Johanna, and Aurel also having the option to go for the blind on the Q.
Look, I'm diving into Onigiri's hero pool right now. I'm trying to have a look. They play Chromie, Falstad, Vala in the Heroes 10th competition. Have they played Deathwing at all? Not really. So maybe we're not getting that Deathwing after all, but we are going to get the Varian Stukov coming out here. So maybe it is main tank. Oh, how it's Smash Varian? Yeah, it's Smash Varian. Sorry, yeah. What am I talking about?
It's Smash Varian. Very likely. Yeah, the combination with Stukov is quite interesting. With Stukov, you often do see the Taunt Variant in combination, because Taunt Silence is one of the very easy straight up combo.
And there is percentage damage on top of it. Zagara coming in here. Now, I think this is a really nice pickup here. Generally, Uther against percentage damage is not great. You know, the whole thing is he gives armor. Sorry, it's not great for the Uther. He gives armor, and armor is bypassed by percentage damage. So Leoric, Tychus, and Zagara are all going to be very happy with trying to eliminate the health bars of that from the Super Unstoppable Race team.
Yeah, I mean, usually with double support drafts, you're also not looking too much at the immediate engage angle, but more at the we slowly poke you down, and then at the right time we go in and we send the Varian in to go for the kills. But it's quite rough to play this poke style draft into a Zagara. She's just spawning her circlings, who are hitting very hard in the long run.
Well, let's see how we do as we get into game number 1 here of this grand final of our Heroes 10th anniversary tournament for our Division 2. And we have Super Unstoppable Rose here in the blue with Varus on that Yrel, Moojuice on the Stukov, Millicrate on the Vala, Dami on on Varian, I believe that is, and Lucas on Uther.
And to the right side in the red, the Dyslexic defenders, it's Dryer Link on Lyric, Necro on the Aurel, Ovirana on Tychus, Onigiri playing the Zagara, and Snaps on Johanna.
And we are seeing stacks galore on the side of the blue team, but on the side of the reds, we are seeing the Oriole go for the Righteous Assault. A little bit more popular this time now that Searing Light doesn't generate its own hope back.
But it doesn't make ding.
It doesn't make ding either, that is the only other thing.
That's the main argument against this talent.
You can go for the ding one, of course. It's all good fun. But speaking of dings, of course, that Varian is going to be looking for them. And we are seeing a 1-1-3 strategy, which, as I sort of said, that Valor can do that. Dami's going to be in a lot of trouble now as 4-man rotation from the red team. Still, Urella's there to help knock people back as they got whipped back by Oriel at the same time. No kills just yet. And the blue team are feeling happy that they've been able to clear out this bot lane. Dismounted, however, they're going to be a little bit slower starting their siege camp.
Yeah, 1 minute mark, siege camps being taken. I don't think either team really has. Although actually the dyslexic defenders are very strong, or stronger early game than their opponents. A little bit too late there on the rotation.
Yeah, we do have, of course, a very decent push composition from the red team. You know, the Zagara, the Tychus, they can do good work. Of course, those Zagara minions with this level 1 corpse feeders can do very, very good. Just survive a lot longer against the towers. But that's a great silence here from the Stukov. However, the targeting was onto the Tychus, and Tychus has a little bit more HP than Oriel at this moment in time. Demolocrate not able to take someone down, especially as there are only 3 men down in the bot lane.
Yeah, they're very looking to get some stacks going onto the Leoric mostly, but also to help out the Ural a little bit in terms of double soaking.
Yeah,
The Ural really wants to hit level 7 with the insta mount to get the rotation going fast enough.
but the Valor here with auto attack build is really struggling to clear the waves. And will be doing well in the late game, but right now we're just having this shoved in lane from the red team.
Yeah, also we see 18 stacks so far on the Valor, which is not that much for 2 minutes being laning for the vast majority. Janna really doing a good job there with the double blind. As we see some big damage coming out as the smash comes in for the Tychus, and it's nearly dying there to the Johanna, but in return the Tychus also did drop very low in that with barely making it out.
Yeah, I mean, there once again the blinds from Johanna just so effective at shutting down this Valor's damage, especially when you got Smash variant. It's going to be, often people like to play Smash with a lot of burst damage. They just don't quite have always. As Dami comes in once again, they do have enough this time after the setup from Lucas. So good coordination and kill here from Super Unstoppable Rose.
It is exactly the thing. They really want to slowly make sure the Valor is able to hit away on the opponents, get them to around half health, and then the variant sweeps in with a smash, trying to secure the kill.
And this is sort of the awkward thing about Oriel, right? Is that she obviously is a great healer, and late game she can just stack up those Reservoir of Hope stacks and carry many Storm League games to a win. But the problem is here is that you've got Tychus and Zagara as your battery targets. Now, neither of them are particularly long range, so anytime that Valor gets a good trade where they don't take much damage, Oriel's not going to have much healing available to be able to keep their team in the game. But with a big brawl like potentially what we're seeing now, she's going to have more than enough. Silence is very good though here. Keeps Johanna low. Meanwhile, Tychus on the other side of things falls very low. And as we see, Snaps unable to be healed up all the way as Oriel will be calling out to heal them up. Varian does go down after all of that though.
Yeah, actually Johanna surviving on 100 HP for quite a long time because of those blinds onto the Valor.
Not quite able to make that damage stick. It's a little bit tricky. And as there's a kill for a kill, Melocrate equally falling low here. Topped up by their 2 healers. Having to tap well. These Sapper minions may well be guided in to this fort now as they come in here. Johanna gets a big slow against the 2. Luca falling low. That percentage damage cutting through the armor. We now see so much damage just starting to be done to this bottom bell tower.
Yeah, getting it down to below half health even. Just a lot of damage for the early game. And Towers of Doom is usually all about this bot lane. As soon as you manage to control the bot lane, you have the option of getting the Susepa comes in, and you have a lot of control around those both altars on the bottom side. Getting half health early on is a very big advantage.
Johanna here, push forwards, gets a great punish, but now falling a little bit low. Those Qs do still hurt, even if they're not stacked. Once again, the red team just rotating straight down to the bot lane as they know that that is their powerhouse lane themselves. Just letting Leoric look after the other two lanes so they don't have to worry too much about Yrel doing damage there.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage going in. The level 10s though are in, and with that Johanna finding herself in a Crystal Aegis, making sure she stays alive. And we also do see Odin coming down from the sky, getting some damage onto this fort. But level 10s are now also in for Stopper Bros. Big damage on Murloc, and the Blast Shield is there to secure the kill. Ufa also falling while getting the Divine Shield out on the Stukov. They turn around onto the Johanna from Varian. Is it enough for the kill? No, it does not look like it is.
Yeah, a little bit of split damage. Varian does finally go down. But ultimately, Stukov as well was trapped inside an Entomb. Leoric making the grand rotation, and the red team are now securing themselves an early advantage here on Towers of Doom. This next altar will most likely go into the hands of the red team. It's very hard for the blue team to make some sort of play, and that's why we're seeing them look towards the top instead, going against this Leoric. No, they're just going for the boss instead, trying to take that off the map, trading 5 shots for 4. They have to be aware of the camps coming in at the same time.
Yeah, I think the camps are the ones which make this complicated. It's usually kind of okay with such a trade. You don't see the boss too often being focused early in the game, but with those first 3 Scepters going in, that's already 8-4 in terms of damage, and there's 3 more Scepters on their way now for this bottom.
I'm surprised Dami didn't use the Colossus Smash on the Sapper. I'm pretty sure you can do that, just to burst it through. But yeah, we now see another 3 coming in here, and it's going to be an advantage now for the red team in terms of core HP.
Yeah, Smash also works on Battlefield, on the Immortal.
Yeah.
For the armor reduction to get some damage going.
As we see the blue team now coming here to try and assault their own bell tower that's been taken from them by the reds. Meanwhile, Varian in the mid lane tries to find Onigiri and is very successful. Without much creep, Onigiri is very slow, and a couple of auto attacks have gone onto them, but a whip from Oriel and the rest of the red team turning up. We are going to see Dami in danger. They haven't got that shield wall. They are able to block auto attacks, but unfortunately, the damage is just too much, and Varian goes down. Still, it was a good distraction play here, and it's allowed the blue team to have some space in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Yrel is chasing this Leoric, falling quite low themselves. But I really like this draft here from the side of the Dyslexic defenders. Having this much percentage damage, really trying to negate that Uther armor, seems to be very, very effective in this game.
Yeah. I'm surprised. It's quite often you do see with those drafts with 2 auto attackers lacking a little bit of the burst damage. Quite often, but due to the low health bars and mainly relying onto those armor, it's actually quite okay to just try and kill someone with the Tychus. And Guerrero combo is Odin is being popped after the bottom has been taken by the Dyslexic defenders.
It's a great Divine Shield though, and now we see the blue team push forward, trying to get onto this Oriel, Sammy.
But a nice whip, buying space. There's now a Maw onto the backline as Murloc trying to get some damage going with the Strafe, but it will fall.
1 for 1. But it's damage dealers down.
Leoric's going down as well. No, nice Aegis, but nice punish from Yrel onto the Aegis. Getting a knockback in, and that's a 3-for-1 trade in favor for the Ensemble Bros.
Yeah, very well played here from them. However, they are still lacking in core HP and also just general XP at their levels. They're behind 14 to 15. They need to try and think how are they going to pick themselves back up into this game. Valor is now respawned. They should be able to take this bell tower back. They'll give them a little bit of XP.
Exactly. It's also the structures on this map a very big part of being ahead or being behind. And this bottom fort. Currently, it does not look like they're really able to make a lot of advantage of a lot of way of getting it back. As Snaps is dropping very low. Light there, keeping them alive for a very long time, but not long enough as Dami
Yeah.
is able to get the last auto attack in.
They even committed the Blessed Shield to try and save themselves, but it wasn't quite enough. Now, as we see, level 16 does mean that Zagara can pick up some percentage damage, but they feel a little bit indisposed at the moment. It's a great Maw onto the two that have driven them, but still, Varus able to finish off the job. This is a great wraparound here from the blue team, and they're going to find themselves another kill against this Oriel. Surely they will.
But after she's buying some time with the blind and everything, and that's actually 2 kills already. For the side of the Dyslexic Defenders, as Tychus is dropping very low. It will not stay alive, but still it's a...
An absolute bloodbath here, Samu. They do finally get the bell tower. I think they hoped that they'd get that a little bit earlier, but... oh my god.
They are even running into the death zone here. Yeah, it was still a lot of counter kills, even though it looked really doomed for the side of the Dyslexic Defenders, but with a nice entomb.
Now the question is, what can the blue
Oriel-
team get, and what can the red team take away from them right now? They have 16 HP on their own core. It looks like Varian's gone to channel this middle one. They are getting interrupted by Zagara, who of course does have that percentage corrosive saliva. Vala's channeling the top one. No one else is coming in here. Dami can blow up this Zagara at any moment.
Yeah, but the Johanna really looking out, making sure she always has a blind ready to help out with the damage.
Tychus
And yeah.
against Ural is a good fight for them, but here in the top lane, seems like the blue team have changed their commitments, and now with Ural popping their heroic ability but being ignored by the red team, very good discipline from them. We are going to see a good kill here, allow the red team to once again claim another channel and ultimately look to prep up this bot lane once again, putting the blue team down to 8 core health points.
Yeah, we do have now a camp taken away with Uriel not able to help the defense down here. Oh, nice entomb onto the Ufa here.
Yeah, holding that divine
Zagara.
shield though, but they don't manage to use it. Instead opting to go for the heals from themselves. Still, Murdercrate falls very, very low, but Uther is going to heal them up. Varian on the other side, equally incredibly low, does go down, and this composition that the Unstoppable Bros cooked up just doesn't quite seem to be standing up to the test of the red team here.
Yeah, we see a lot of tools to really punish the Varian and the Ufa. Trying to be in the front line, but not really having the HP pools and zoning tools to really be safe in the front line. Just an entomb is enough to already force them and the entire team to use some buttons to try and defend them. Keep them alive.
So red team
Because we do
now.
not see double fort taken.
Yeah, it may also be almost be a triple complete cap here. Vala will be able to put some damage onto this bottom bell tower soon, but I mean, Tychus Zagara is a lot quicker than just a Vala by themselves.
Yeah, Tiger is not even with them on the top lane, rather taking another camp to pressure bot lane even more. As the top bell tower is about to go down, but so is the bottom one. Not even a single shot comes in, but another bottom altar spawns. And with the members of the Dyslexic Defenders still in top lane, I think this one will need quite the commitment from Tychus to defend.
Yeah, the Oryx
there's
looking to
another
go in.
stun.
But it's just going to be an amazing entomb here. On to 2. The Divine Shield, though, allows Vala to get off their strafe, putting damage out, but still, they're just not able to make a decent chunk here. Of course, Oriel is able to keep people topped up. Leoric does go down, but Murdercrate is sure to follow. Although the healing from Uther is so good. Look at this. The double support healing is incredible. Vala keeps alive for a lot longer. Tychus finally goes down. Uther equally falls, but they're able to heal up everybody. And if Dami can find themselves another kill, then the blue team are feeling good. But unfortunately, it is just going to be a 2 for 2 in this case.
Yeah, and with this 2 for 2, slightly in the advantage of Dyslexic Defenders because Lyric is the one who died on their side, or is one of the people who died on their side. So he will respawn quite a lot earlier.
Now
Yeah,
it's-
with the level 20 advantage, it was a really nice silence Entomb, and yeah, Lyric is about to respawn, so they're just giving away this bottom fort.
They have
Casey,
to.
no.
They do have some decent damage to be able to take back mid. They are on their lifeline right now. The red team will be feeling very confident, but do they go for boss, Sammy?
I don't think boss gives them a lot at the moment. I think you rather take the bottom camps, try to get mid back, and really keep up the pressure. If you go for boss, you give your opponents like a minute, like 20 seconds to get back on the map, to take forwards back, and really get the positioning back.
Entomb
On the map.
used there to try and trap Urel, but unfortunately didn't quite capture them. That's a 40-second cooldown that won't be back. The Yorick as well, now found by Luca. Luca, unfortunately, in the rotation. Oh, caught by Tychus. This is not the place you want to be. Equally as well, they don't have Redemption. They have Divine Protection instead. Still, though, they are going to be able to survive for the time being.
Yeah, and with that, the bottom Zappas have been defended. And now they're really going in, looking to stall this objective. And Luca is about to go down on that UFO, dropping really low, down to 200 HP. Viren, in the meantime, taken out. And this might already be over now. It's like is able to get the objective in. There's
Yes.
quite a bit of damage. Silence and Tomb on the Vala. In the meantime, Vala though able to just kill the Lyric with auto attacks.
The fact that Luca is surviving on 20 HP, looking to avoid as much as they can, but still, Vala,
Yeah, but
I'm
Vala-
not sure that far deep you are going to be able to do anything. Uther finally goes down to a flash of light. The red team push forward, and all they need to do is take boss now, or even let some sappers in.
Yeah, it is like the situation I think you want on the Dyslexic Defenders. That's why you did not go for the boss. So you have the opponents now being in the position to really interrupt this objective, and if they die, you are free to take the boss.
Urel might try and make a Hail Mary play, but I think it's going to be GG. Well played. As
A bit too late!
Dyslexic Defenders take game number 1 in this grand final.
Yeah, very well done. Game number 1 here, going to Dyslexic Defenders. The one thing I'm surprised to see in this map, and I'm not sure if it has a big impact or not, just I'm not that big of a Vala brain anymore these days, a Vala thinker these days, if the Gloom gives you a lot of value as Vala here. Or if you rather want to have the
The auto
auto
attack
attack heal on level 13.
You
Because I think
yeah.
like you're not allowed to get a lot of auto attacks in against the Johanna, which is the downside of the auto attack healing. But on the flip side, I don't think Gloom does much for you. Yes, the Gara creeps are mostly spell damage, but then
Tychus
again, we
grenade?
just see so much percentage damage overall that I don't think armor is a very valuable tool. And I think also maybe on UFA level 20, looking at the respawn, or even better, the AoE Divine Shield, might be a thing to worth considering. Especially looking at Lyric with the Silence Entomb and the Blessed Shield upgrade on 20, those big AoE spells, if you're just able to just make it to 3-man D-Shield with, I don't know, Vala, Ufa, Varian, something like that, it's very rough to
Yeah.
defend against it. As the Johanna blinds, you cannot get blinded while having the D-Shield on you.
It also extends the duration. Of course, here you can, on Towers of Doom, you can then force through a turn-in.
What was it? Yeah, I saw a clip once with Signification and D-Shield used to force through the channel.
Go to the channel. It's GG. Looks like first pick will be chosen here by Super Unstoppable Bros. Of course, they've done a valiant job here, making it all the way to the grand final. All our teams, thank you everybody for playing in the Heroes 10th anniversary tournament. We are looking forward to, if Blizzard have anything planned on Monday, hopefully it'll be a tweet at least. Have to wait and see. But
Yeah.
yes, but we're here. We're doing our tournament. There's the grand finals of the cash prize tournament run by the Ravencourt crew. after. I mean, it's going on now, but we'll be raiding over there afterwards. And I'm excited to see the show match tomorrow between NA and EU. Once again, organised by a lot of the Ravencroft guys. It's been great to sort of talk to a few of them during this Heroes 10th period. We sort of shared some ideas and such, and they've done an absolute phenomenal work getting all those things together. But here on Heroes Lounge, we are grateful to put something together for the EU amateur community, and that is all our players and all the viewers here today. So thank you very much for everyone who has supported Heroes Lounge in the past, but also played in Heroes Lounge and are here today.
Indeed. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Heroes Lounge is one of the main reasons I'm still at this game, to be honest. Just having a way to actually play the game outside of Storm League is a very nice thing, and maybe if people know some friends who enjoy HOTS, but
So
we're
many
not
friends
yet
along the
lounge,
way.
so- Yeah, I made a few of my best friends these days are actually people I got to know by playing Lounge, or Heroes of the Storm in general.
Yeah. So let's see. Have we got a pick yet?
Not yet.
Looks like they are thinking about choosing their map. They are brainstorming. That is what we have, the latest.
I mean, thinking which map would be looking good for them.
I mean, obviously they excelled at doing some 4-man brawling. We do have still available stuff like BOE, but I think
Mines.
it feels like they're taking Unstoppable Rose's game and just their game plan that would be that 4-man brawling, just dismantling a little bit.
I think, for me personally, the variant feels a bit weird. Like, yes, it did get some nice kills, but I personally would rather see like a Maiev or a Kerrigan in that position if you really want to have something melee assassin style with it. Or personally, my biggest pick or most favorite pick for that position would be like a Bruiser, like Hogger, Blaze, or so. But yeah, I would probably also fall apart to Zagaraticus. I think this Dyslexic Defenders really found a nice way to draft around or against those drafts of we were 4 men and we want to brawl you guys.
Yeah, for sure. It did definitely feel that way, and like they were finding the things they needed to. Obviously, I think they were sort of surviving fairly long as well with that Oriole, but it's a hard one to sort of say like exactly where is the weak point, because sometimes it felt like the crew of Super Unstoppable Rose needed to be a bit closer together and needed to really bind themselves as a team. I think they got a little bit split up at times trying to chase those kills.
Yeah, I personally feel like the biggest downside for the Unstoppable Bros, where it mostly fell apart, was the Johanna on the other side. Because the main source of damage is auto attacks. You have Vala with auto attacks. You have Varian, whose damage is mostly from auto attacks. And I mean, you're all not the biggest damage dealer, generally speaking, so is Dooku, Uta. But the little bit of damage they bring is mostly spell damage, but also a little bit of auto damage from Euro especially. But overall, I feel like if Johanna just gets a blind on Varian Vala, that's 1.5 seconds of pretty much no damage from the Unstoppable Bros. And therefore, Oral having enough time to build the hope and get the heal cooldown back to use it on their team to keep them alive. Oh, in the meantime, we do have a map choice for this map number 2, as the Dyslexic Defenders will bring us towards Infernal Shrines.
Yes, here we are. Infernal Shrines is a lounge favourite. If this is the final map of the day, it will be very poetic, but we will wait and see. There's still the chance that Super Unstoppable Rose will be able to take this up to the next level. Will they be able to find some sort of defense? Will they be able to find the crack in the armor that the defenders have been able to find in their game plan?
Let's see as we have the ready from the first team. As we are, yeah, Infernal Shrine's going to be interesting because Hogger is going to be a big part on this map, I think, unless we see it just being straight out banned from one team.
Let's see. Teams are almost there, but yes, there's still Hogger to think about. There's still that absolute Uther Varian. Don't forget about Thrall. We will wait and see what happens here. What tanks will this team pick up? What other things will the defenders go for as well? And how will we
Will
round
we
off
see
today's
another-
game?
Will we see another Ufa game? Yeah, let's see.
So it looks like our teams are ready. Let's get going. And into game number 2.
Here we go, Infernal Shrines.
Yes.
Number 2, first pick / ban on the side of the Unstoppable Bros.
They're going to eliminate that Junkrat. They don't want to see that as much as anybody, but I think the defenders tend to ban that out as well themselves.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm getting confused with our other series. I think
I mean, one also banned out by Unstoppable Bros against Lux Strikes again, so I'm not too surprised. It's a general hero they do not want to face, as we do go back to the Enduin ban. There comes another Chromie ban, and I would guess Hammer ban.
Yeah, most likely. Maybe they don't fear it on this map. You know, Hammer is very much a controlling bot lane hero. And obviously was against the sort of game plan last game. This time on Infernal Shrines, you can't quite control a single lane in the same way.
You can't control the shrine, though.
You absolutely can, but it's whether it prioritizes it the same way. And they
Yeah, okay, there you go. Hammer ban. I think Shrines is a really nice map for Hammer. I think it's a good pick here. And with Junkrat Chromie being removed, it's already 2 heroes who can be quite a nuisance for the Hammer. But yeah, let's see, as we do now have the first pick for the Unstoppable Bros.
It's going to be Hanzo. It's a great down the middle pick that, you know, keeps things very cool, very classy. Obviously that Dragon's Arrow can be very good. But this isn't the Unstoppable Bros cooking up their latest draft just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Hanzo overall just a generally very flexible pick. It also opens up the second DPS for a lot of stuff, as Hanzo very likely to go for the Explosion Arrow though for us, and bringing a lot of wave clear to the team, getting the range engaged with the arrow, as you said. Or also, if you go for like a MyFFK, you can follow up with a Dragon Strike onto it. It's going to be very interesting to see, as we do see on the other side again the Tyke is being picked up by the Dyslexic Defenders, and they're pairing it with Hogger this time.
Yes. So, Hogger, of course, very good. And Tychus is a very good hero against Hogger. I think that's an important thing to note. So it being picked up here is going to be doing good work for Drylick. But Blaze and Johanna, very much standard picks here. Nothing unusual today.
Yeah, very tanky frontline, especially now Blaze. Like with Hogger being picked up as the offside, it's quite unlikely that we do see a Lyric coming out from the side of the Dyslexic Defenders, which is a very annoying pick for the Blaze and the Johanna.
Mm-hmm.
So really opening up the game, and especially Dami on the second DPS slots, going to have a lot of options now. Is there's no blind. Maybe a Garrosh could be annoying for Maiev or something like that. So very interesting to see, as we do see the Anna being removed to not.
The Anna's really interesting, right? Because like Anna's not. This isn't like a must-pick Anna map. You know, she doesn't. I guess, you know, maybe they're worried about Anna Malthael or something coming out of the end here.
I think so. I think it's like when playing Unstoppable Bros, I think Anna Malthael after the latest patch is definitely a thing to think about. Cause we scrimped them.
Yeah.
right after the patch, and we're like, yeah, nice, game number 1, let's have a fun time, warm-up game. And they hit us immediately with the Ana Ufa Malfo. And yeah, that was quite annoying to play against, not gonna lie. So,
I mean,
seeing the Ana...
They have Inting for Ruby's hat has just recently joined the team. I think Ana Uther Malfield's pretty expected once you have that inspiration. But ETC Whitemane coming in here. Now, this is not what I expected. I was expecting the Oriole once again. It feels like Infernal Shrines is a great Oriole map. There's a lot of trading back and forth. Especially, Ana can negate a lot of that. But equally, Whitemane as well is all healing. So an anti-heal grenade does well. Does this mean that Moonjuice will be wanting to pick up the Decade Cane for that emerald value here? They've done it before. I think they might do it again.
Like the decades.
Oh
Okay,
no,
no.
it's gonna be Rhaegar with Mephisto. Now the Mephisto I love. Rhaegar is sort of just there to be a little bit of a heal bot in this game. But I love this draft so far for the Unstoppable Bros. Is there something last minute that the defenders can pick?
I mean, it's quite rough. Blaze Johanna is very stable frontline. It's very hard to find something that really pierces through them. And Chromie being removed is quite rough. I don't...
Out comes the Tracer. They played it in the first game against the Sauna Tent. It wasn't quite so successful there because of so much Uther action. This time we have the Rhaegar, the Hanzo, the Mephisto. They are all susceptible targets to Tracer, but are they going to be easy enough when you only have Tychus, ETC, Hogger to batter them?
I don't think so. I think I would give this draft over to the Unstoppable Bros. With Hanzo, Mephisto, they have definitely the range advantage against the opponents.
Agreed.
And if you have to get closer to your opponents and they have Johanna Blaze, I do not think it's a very fun time.
Well, yeah.
I think it comes down a lot to the traits. If she's able to pick up the Hanzo, although Hanzo with Rhaegar and the tools she has, the tools Hanzo has to defend himself with his team are very strong.
Well, let's see how they do as we get into game number 2 here in our grand final for the Division 2 Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament from Heroes Lounge. And we have Malacrate on the Hanzo, Varus on the Blaze, Moonjuice on Rhaegar, Lucas on the Johanna, and Dami on Mephisto.
And to the right side in the red, it's going to be Dyslexic, the defenders, as we have Onigiri on Tychus, Dryerlink playing the Hogger, Necro on the Whitemane, Urana on the Tracer, and Snaps on the ETC.
So yeah, we do once again have that block party from Snaps here on level 1. Meanwhile, it's Q build Hanzo. We've seen a lot of W build Hanzo today, so Q build is going to be a little bit of a change. It's very much that single target burst damage straight out the gate, but also helps a little bit with that wave clear come level 4.
Yeah, especially with the Pierce on level 4, level 16 in combination with the explosions on 4, it will be a very strong tool around the objective to just pull them together and have 2 explosions at the right next to each other to just one-shot a big chunk of minions.
Oh, Tracer here getting a little bit bullied by Luca, but Lucas here,
But the amount of power shots he's taken in return though,
it's not very good.
and used the iron skin as well.
It's a little bit of an overcommitment, but still the blue team have good wave clear here and they're rotating well. There's going to be a wave in the mid lane they need to catch, and Lucas will be there. Still, the red team don't show any signs of invading just yet. Of course, Tracer very good at either getting a single target pick off in like the off lane early game, or really prefers to scale to those mid to late game stages.
The one thing I find quite interesting on the set of Unstoppable Bros is that we do have W build on the Mephisto.
Yeah, Q build's been very much sort of the standard these days. Ooh,
Oh, Murlocs taking the bomb, but should be fine here.
yeah, they may have been needing a cleanse there from Moonjuice, but still Malacrate able to live throughout it anyway. As we have, of course, a grouped up team fight is exactly what Mephisto likes. And they're going to put out a lot of damage on this hero. Still, Whitemane is one of those few heroes who can heal it all up if the team fight keeps happening.
I mean, my reasoning for getting W build is if the opponents have a tanky frontline, like the Johanna and the Blaze, where you want to have that consistent high damage output. While Q build is more of a one-shot build against those backliners like the Tracer, like the White Mane. Taka is not the highest health bar bruiser either, so he can also be quite susceptible to a Q build combo.
Yeah, and Hanzo is falling low here with the Tracer, but unfortunately it is a little too early still for that bomb to do enough damage to take out Hanzo. As I said, Tracer does scale a little bit later, a little better later into the game, due to the fact that that pulse bomb has different scaling parameters than most heroes.
Yeah, I mean, like, pretty much everything scales at 4% per level, except for the bomb on Tracer and a few other things, so...
Yeah, there's heroes like Greymane, whose Worgen form as well scales, I think, at 4.5%.
Yeah.
And Cho'Gall as well is another hero.
Cho'Gall's health bar.
Just to keep you in the loop. It's all secret information that's hidden away from us, but we all know about it. Well, not everyone, but if you look, you'll find it online. Still, we see a little bit of a tussle happening up here, and all 5 members of the red team are here. Johanna's holding a little bit low. Bomb's going to be taken, but the Unstoppable has been used. That's the key part. Meanwhile, Snaps falls incredibly low, and Necro's going to have to heal them up. All while Tracer and Tychus are getting pulled in by Luca. Luca able to blind the Tychus to survive this time round, but everyone escapes for now.
Yeah, the Tracer Bomb even scales at 6%
Oh,
per level.
Sam is doing some Googling while casting as we see Varus here finds a great 4-man slam. Yeah, 6%, that is a lot. And that is why it doesn't do a lot early game, but late game it just feels like it takes half your health bar, especially when you're a Hanzo. So it's very important to realize that.
Snaps looking here, getting a 3-man slide on Murloc again. The bomb is there. And this time, he is not getting into safety.
Yeah,
That's
the blue
the
team are on
First blood.
almost on full retreat, but Dami feels like they found a lot of damage. I don't think it's happening just yet, as those resets aren't quite happening here. Oh, look at this. The Lightning Ring is doing much work to shred through the health bars, but no kill for the blue team just yet.
Yeah. Oh, big damage coming in. But it's just not enough yet. Piranha on the Tracer dropping very low.
Varus here, it looks like they're chasing them as well, but Snaps on this ETC has been very good at staying mounted for as long as possible, walking up to the enemy team, finding the power slide they want, and just, because the blue team don't really have an easy ranged dismounter in terms of auto attacks. Hanzo can do it, various abilities, but if they're on cooldown, ETC's just walking up to you no matter what.
It just took so long that Hans is already back. Looking to get some more damage going here as Varus getting slit there, gets the armor, but still being drilled down by the Tychus for quite some damage. And now, yeah, seem like Snaps is now taking a bit of damage in return. They will be fine. And
26 minions to 21. It's very even here. ETC gets stunned by Blaze, and they're going to heal back for the time being, but with the healing of White Mane, they are just staying so healthy. Meanwhile, Mood Juice is completely out of mana on this Rhaegar, and they are struggling more and more to deal with the constant barrage of grenades, Tracer auto attacks, and of course, the Hogger damage that just seems to be so much for the hero role that he plays.
yeah, and with those members backing off from the side of the Super Unstoppable Bros, we now see the objective going over towards the side of the Dyslexic Defenders. Meanwhile, Blaze already on his way to make sure the map is looking good for them.
That's not too bad, because if they bait it over, which they will with Johanna, they have got some scatter arrows that can be good. But look at this, breaking the side wall here. The red team really doing a good job to make sure the blue team don't feel safe. And although they most likely won't get the 4, they're certainly going to look for the opportunity to make it if they can. Oh, Hands on a lot of danger. Cleanse does come out and they are able to get away, but the grenade is hitting them. Tychus finding the throw they need as the quarterback they are.
Oh, there's a stage dive in. Dami, a bit of trouble. There's a nice power slide, and Luca tries to save themselves with the blind, but it's not enough. Goes down. Muju's self-ancestral will keep them alive.
Oh, Dami here trying to do a little sneaky with their Durance of Hate, but unfortunately not quite finding the value. Yet, though we've talked about Tracer scaling into the late game, of course, Mephisto equally likes to do the same thing purely because of their talents and abilities.
Yeah.
Post 16.
Although W build, like the Q build is the one which heavily scales in the late game. W build is much stronger early game, but does not have the same spike as Q build at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, you don't quite get the spell power, do you? That's the main thing. Or whatever. Oh, Johanna walks forward, doesn't quite get on there, but ETC is very far ahead. However, this is a 4 versus
Big stun under the
5.
backline, but Mephisto is not here.
Yeah, Varus does have, of
big
course,
damage,
bunker if they
ETT.
need it. And now Mephisto arrives, takes out nobody as Johanna falls to Tracer. Unfortunately, not able to connect the damage here. Varus is going to have to pop the bunker. And although everybody on the red team is low, no one has fallen.
Yeah. Oh, Tracer gets another kill.
Blaze falls here. And that is the annoyance of Tracer. Just the relentless thought that you aren't safe. A couple of blinks in. She can always rewind. So red team looking to try and take this upon themselves. Take a little bit of an advantage. It was such a long first objective. But the red team were able to gain themselves a fort. And that has given themselves a little more passive XP. Only about 500 for the time being. Which, seeing as they're 5,000 ahead, it's not that much. But it's a decent chance. Now, Mothercrate doesn't have the Dragon's Arrow. They can't quite follow up on Hanzo as much as they'd like. But they are able to get a couple of Qs. They still need stacks on one of the heroes. Sammy, can you find out which hero that Hanzo needs to get stacks on?
White main.
White
Two
main.
stacks are missing on white main.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, in the meantime, the bottom for taking quite a bit of damage there.
Oh, ETC in a bad situation, but although ETC dodged out on that Dragon's Arrow, it did connect with Tychus, and they still were able to take him down. Really well done here by the blue team to find that kill.
Yeah, Whiteman trying to keep them alive, but was not able to. They all had 1 second delay until it comes in, and that was too long for the.
This is a replay. I thought it was, but there we go. I must have pressed the wrong button. Anyway, there's the big team fight that no one got out of.
You just saw how every single health on the red team was dropping very low.
Yeah, but post 16.
But that's exactly the problem of the blue team. They're very strong at poking them, and with if they hit all the ults, they can also get people 100 to 0. But if they don't manage to get the kills right away, it's very hard for them to finish off those low health targets.
Yeah, of course. Once Mephisto has that 16,
Oh, Hogger spinning!
they are indeed spinning, and Varus walks straight into them. Snaps in the backline though here, looking at the blue team, does manage to find a slide onto Dami. Out comes the stage dive onto the day thing, but Dami doesn't find the Durance of Hate, and that is going to be a crucial heroic that's missed here. Still, Varus in the backline is a big stun. Lucas gets the Ancestral desperately needed, but Mephisto is going to fall from the Tracer, just finding the angle, knowing that the front line are preoccupied. They're able to walk into the backline. Johanna goes down. Mothercrate able to get away, but I don't think Varus can say the same thing. And this time we
Yeah,
can
it's a
look at the replay.
triple kill.
No, I'm like one replay behind now. I don't know how this
No!
has happened. But
Yeah, but with this triple kill, the Frozen Punisher goes over to the Dyslexic defenders, and it will easily be able to take down this mid fort. And then they might even look to push further in the mid lane, looking at this keep here.
indeed they can.
So, Hogger has the DC.
We have a pause. We'll have to go back to our faces here quickly, Sammy. Yes, I'm not quite sure why I'm one replay behind now in my replay script, but I guess I guess it's broken. Hopefully, well, we don't need it too much more. Press the wrong button at some point. But yeah, red team pushing down mid lane, very strong here, Sammy.
Yeah, also quite interesting to look at the Tracer. She has Untouchable on level 13, so stacking her auto attack damage with every kill she gets, which is lost on death. So Tracer trading herself 1-for-1 is not very advantageous for her anymore because of the talent.
Mm-hmm.
But in return, she does a lot of damage.
Certainly does.
Yeah, it feels very rough for the side of Summer Bros right now to really get those long, drawn-out team fights where they can just tank away the damage with the Johanna and Blaze, with their health bars, as Tracer and ETC really doing a good job at looking at those backliners, looking for those power slides on them or the Tracer flanks to get the bomb and damage on them going.
Yeah, of course, the level 16 is still 2 levels away here for the Super Unstoppable Bros. Meanwhile, that additional shared punishment from Whitemane, the completed Q build from Tychus is there, and a few other good talents. Of course, the percentage damage from Hogger. It's going to be good for getting these kills at all parts of the game. So they should be able to get a keep here with this Frozen Punisher with this 2-level advantage. If they don't, they're missing a trick somewhere.
Yeah, also, I mean, this 2-level advantage just gives them straight up a stat advantage. That's 8% more health and damage they do compared to their opponents, and looking at Tracer's bomb is even 12% more damage compared to being even level, so it's starting to be really rough for the Super Bros to get those teamfight wins, which they desperately need to get themselves back in XP and back into the game.
Well, Sammy, you say it's an 8% advantage, but it's not all. It's also a big thing of the other person. If they're even Stevens, they're fine. But as soon as one person's 4% ahead, you're also 4% behind in damage. So it all adds up. To be 8%, have 8% more health, is essentially 16% more, because you also do 8% less damage compared to if you were even levels.
But if you're even levels, they don't have the 8% health advantage.
Yeah. But
because you're not because there's a 2-level difference, they have 8% more health and 8% more damage compared to you. But you do not deal less damage when
you do less damage than if you were even with them. You do 8% less damage. So really, it's 16%.
No. I see where you're coming from, but it doesn't work that way.
It does. Mentally, it does. And like the feel, the damage feel though. The damage, it's all about damage feel. It's
exactly. The feeling is very off.
It's 16%.
But if you deal 100 damage and they would deal 100 damage if you're even, and they're 2-level ahead, they do 108 damage and you still do 100 damage.
Well, I disagree. I think it's 16.
All right.
It looks like our player is coming back very soon. Maybe someone in the chat disagrees with my maths. I don't know. I think my maths is right. We'll have a discussion in the Heroes Lounge Discord. Sign up for season 27 now! ! Sign up. We're just having fun here. We're having a good time. Heroes Lounge is all about having a good time.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get it back into this game fairly soon. I think we will. Maybe this is the 3-2-3 that Super Unstoppable Bros needed.
Yeah. I mean, it's also on the Tracer side, we have Quantum Spike on level 10, which also gives you 6% more, 6% maximum health damage to heroes on your bomb, which is also, I don't think the most common talent, as I've mostly seen the big AoE slow.
Yeah, so I think
is an amazing tool to set your team up for CC chain on it.
This is very much more of an old school instant blow up talent that Tracer when definitely 0 to 100 to 0 with against other people is the talent, but we very much usually see the big AoE slow in coordinated competitive most of the time, just so that your friendly heroes can come and help clean up those kills rather than having to do it all yourself. But this time Onigiri is just putting the backpack on and saying, look guys, I'm gonna do all the damage, have fun. And equally it can be used to burst through that unstoppable shield from Johanna. That's the other thing it's good for.
Yeah, definitely. But the Johanna shield not feeling like a lot when you get hit by those bombs.
Oh, so Make sure you stretch, drink enough water. So we could be literally, like, the red team could end here. We could be waiting for like 3 or 4 minutes for the red team to end in 40 seconds.
Good, but I think if Unstoppable Bros played smart, they do not allow them to end here. Yes, you want to hit the Punisher, but you also have Blast Shield in 10 seconds, you have Arrow in 20 seconds, you have the Bunker in 30 seconds, so you really want to keep them away from the core. You rather would love to stall for those few more seconds to really get going. To really have your ultimates up to make sure you can defend this full core.
Well,
And
yeah.
like, you have to choose your priority. If you want to try and keep the keep, you need to go aggressive now, rather. Like, get some damage going now, and because it just jumped, want to look aggressive now.
Yeah, ETC of course is rooted for about another 7.75 seconds, so they're going to be not in action to be able to power slide onto that jump.
Yeah. Or if your priority is more to stay in the game, make sure you stay until level 16 at least, and then take a even talent tier fight. Then you rather hold your ults, just make sure that you get enough damage on the Punisher, maybe even let the keep go down if you need to, as both teams are now ready up, and we will see what they decide to do.
Looks like our
We are
teams are getting
counting down any moment, right?
No countdown. Okay. It's an interesting way to do it, but we're back in, and yes, yeah, we do see the keep is looking like it may well be defended here. Just level 16s are here. Dami able to avoid the jump. Very well played here, getting some damage on the backline as well. But Johanna in a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, the rest of the blue team are having to take care of this Punisher, but they keep the keep, and that is a great bonus here for the Blues.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Blaze now on the top lane, making sure he's getting the soak. But the camp has been stolen in the meantime.
So as we have this level 16 is approaching soon. Of course, Hanzo's level 16 equally as valuable. Especially those piercing arrows when with the Q
Yeah.
kind of very effective. Especially
Yeah,
when you
also
get
we
more
do see
stacks in
the
one.
W on level 7. W level 7 also makes it even better. Every talent synergizes with the PS.
The fact that they haven't got that Q on Whitemane yet is holding them back from a decent chunk of damage. That 100 damage that 2 levels behind is 16% less. I was waiting for you to notice. Of course, no, because it's a flat 100 damage, it would only be 8%. But as we have level 16 so close to being here, Blaze is really trying to soak it up. Still, the red team want to take out this last fort, and the blue team are defending it. Still, this fort doesn't grant them immunity. It doesn't grant them everything. And Mewjuice here picking up that globe. Very risky of them. Oh, and they are being wrapped around. Snaps may well find something. It's a good body block on Luca, and Luca has no way out. But neither does ETC, apart from the stage dive. Dragon's Arrow comes in, doesn't quite connect. Mother Crate in a low situation. They needed an Ancestral Healing. They didn't quite get it, but unfortunately, Dami might be able to make something happen. Ancestral Healing comes in onto Luca. Mephisto falls down, and as Varus is all by themselves, they too are going to fall 3 for nothing here. And the red team may well be able to walk victorious as Hogger has already opened that top lane.
Yeah, it was a 4v5 fight. A very strong one-shot there from the Trace onto the Hanzo. As now they are starting to walk towards the core. On the hit away on it. Just 10 seconds on the Hanzo. Until he's back.
Yeah, Johanna may well be able to blind for a little bit, but the damage is looking good. The Dyslexic Den Defenders want to be the champions of our 10th anniversary tournament in Division 2. And they are indeed. GG, well played. Game number 2. And the series goes over to Dyslexic Den Defenders.
Yeah, very well done. Especially this Tracer was a very big threat there for the backliners on the side of the Unstoppable Bros.
So,
Yeah, I mean, it is exactly the thing you see from Tracer players, which you need to see from them is just threatening those backliners like the Hanzo and the Mephisto with some big damage, which is very rough to deal with for them. And Rega is not the best healer for it, and especially if you use all your CC tools like the arrow and the blessed shield towards the opposing front line, you do not have any buttons left for the Tracer, and she's just able to go ham into this backline.
and it's really hard to know when to use Ancestral Healing because you feel like your front line need it, but then the back line sort of get blown up instantly without having something like that preemptively. But yeah, very well played here by the Dyslexic Den Defenders. Really good work from them. They are our champions. They will be receiving a small token of victory here. What's the giggling, Sammy?
They were unsure if it's a best of 3 or best of 5.
As a best of 3. I think everyone's played enough today, you know.
Yeah, I, like the message does not really say much, but I can just imagine them being a little bit disappointed and really wanting to play another map.
Of course, they can
They
play.
had really enjoyed themselves.
They
But
can
they
play
can play it in
more.
season 27.
Yeah. Go on, Sammy. Do the bit. Do the bit. Do the stuff.
Sign-ups open for season 27 until next Sunday, June the 8th. And then the seeding will be done, and then we have a little bit of a pre-roll phase as round 1 starts on June the 23rd on the Monday. And then you have 2 weeks to play your first series, and you get 1 match a week for each. You have two weeks each. You can of course sign up alone as a free agent with a partial team, and then you get filled up with free agents, or get a different partial team added to your roster, or you can sign up as a full team, of course, with up to 9 players.
Well, Sammy, we do have the captain here from Dyslexic Den Defenders. I'm going to bring them in, and we can chat to them. Hello and
Oh.
congratulations here to Snaps of Dyslexic Den Defenders. Oh, I've got Onigiri as well. I'll bring them in as congratulations. You are
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
the champions,
Hello.
of course, of our Heroes 10th Anniversary Tournament, and you will be contacted about a small token of championship of victory here. Of course, you've battled through the group stages and now the semi-finals and grand finals. How does it feel?
Oh, pretty good, pretty well. We are really happy to win this. I will not lie, I believe that was a BO5, but a BO3 is quite good. 2-0 for the last match, that's pretty insane.
Yeah, we kept them all as BO3s just because 2 BO3s back to back can be quite exhausting sometimes. And
Yeah.
It's also a little bit easier to plan time wise
yeah.
when you have 2 finals at the same time. Or on the same day.
Yeah, of course, you had a little bit of a disconnect in the end there, but you were able to pull it together and really do some great work. You've flexed a lot around here. Of course, we've had plenty of heroes. That Deathwing kept getting banned away a lot, but you guys looked super solid today. Was there any hero that you wanted to play that didn't quite get to today?
I don't know if I should speak, but I will. We were not really stressed about the Deathwing ban because we know that we like to play this pick, so we were not really focused on playing Deathwing, more about what we want to first pick, and it was the main idea for us and main focus. And yes, we were very solid, but we talked a lot, we analyzed a lot our games, and we are noticing our mistakes, and we're always trying to improve on these points, and I think today, it paid.
Well, it certainly did
definitely.
show.
Definitely today was one of the fruits of your improvements, and I mean, quite an interesting draft in the first game for me, as you guys are very focused on percentage damage. Was that a thing you guys generally like to do, or was it just a special occasion?
On the final, or?
Yeah,
Yes.
on the Towers of Doom map, where you picked Tychus,
Yeah.
Leoric, Sigara.
It's more like we were expecting that they were going probably double sup with Vala, and so the thing is that against this compo you want silence or you want to split them, And so Zaglev last pick was more to get the Mo and being able to fight back and reduce the pressure that they can put on us. So it was more about this, and I think that Ticus is just a comfort pick for both damage dealers, Asmi and Irana. And that's why we were focusing more on these points. But I think we understood what they wanted to do during the draft, so we just adapted.
Yeah, and we pick a lot of percentage damage because we just focus the tank right now. We got some really rough game where as a tank I just blow up. So we change a bit our game plan, and that's why we take a lot of Ticus or things like that. So we can focus the tank.
Blown up once. That was annoying. How about upload the other tanks up? Oh.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. It was very nice to play like this. But normally we are more an aggressive team. But as I said, we analyzed and we are changing a little bit our gameplays to be less predictive. And it helped us a lot during the draft, like we are less predictive. So it has helped us a lot.
Well, it certainly looked like it paid off. We won't hold you for too long. Have you got any shout-outs you'd like to make here today?
Shout out to you because you did a really good organization and a good cast. So shout out to you. Shout out to any team we fight during the competition. And yeah, I believe shout out to my mom.
Sonat and...
Thanks a lot, mom. Thanks.
Me, I will shout out for Sodated because they are very nice. We played a lot with them during scrims and during official games, so it was a pleasure to play against them again. And yes, I'm pretty excited to face them again. So little shout out for them and for the team, for the 3 others that are not here in the interview, which are looking at us right now for sure. So yeah, big up, and also for the chat and you, of course, the team, Gas team.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, of course. Big shout out to all the players here who have played in our Division 2. Of course, sign-ups are open for Season 27. Make sure you get signed up now. Because, yeah, we'll be back to 5 divisions and back to everything normal. So do just come get involved.
Okay.
But for now, that's going to be it. We're going to be seeing everybody else tomorrow for our Division 1 Grand Finals. But that's it from me and from Samu. So I hope we catch you tomorrow here on this channel. Bye.
Thanks a lot. See you soon. Bye.
Shield.
Great ult from John.
The damage is just so much. These searing lances come through from Tassadar. And members fall on the blue team left, right, and center. When there's Lunara on the other side. But we see Hogger spins in, cancels out there, dodges out on the Blaze Stun, goes straight into the Valor, and Valor is down. First blood here for the blue team. But Lizzie Ryan trying to get that damage through, still surviving, all thanks to Whitemane. Whitemane's healing just so much, but unfortunately, it's going to be 3 kills now to nothing as Anub'arak tries to find a 4th in Diablo.
Whoa!
But can they find some more structures? Wave clear is a little weak on the side of the red team. And
So Blaze is getting a 3 clear bot for a reason.
Lunara can often do some good structure damage, but we see here Diablo's going to be, well, potentially was going to be body blocked, but now Anub'arak is, well, very much in trouble.
Great E.
Still, Hogger has maintained that mid lane presence, and the blue team not feeling